Channel 2 Morning Show.
Good morning, boys and girls, you little acorn-seeking chipmunks. What's going on? Was that gay? That was gay. I started gay today, didn't I?
Pretty gay.
That was gay. Now, well, start the clock again. Days without a gay moment.
Ring the bell.
You know what? If you're so goddamn perfect, all of you, you don't be gay for a day. And what's wrong with being gay?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing wrong with being gay. Now, will we be singing a different song on Rumble Friday tomorrow? I don't know. What I'm saying is, as of right now on YouTube, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it unless you're, you know what, really, let's get in trouble right off the bat this morning.
Okay, I'm in.
Because I just realized after saying the word gay 6 times that I have, that here's a weird hole in the, I shouldn't be talking about gay and the word hole. Here's a weird hole in like existence in the world.
Okay.
There's gay Christians. But I have a question though. Are there? Like,
I mean, in their minds, yes.
I mean, you're right. I'm like, I don't know. Like, everybody takes advantage of Jesus. Like, I feel bad for Jesus. Not just because he was murdered by the Jews and the Romans, but because, see, it makes it less anti-Semitic if you say, and the Romans.
Okay.
Even though the Jews totally made the Romans kill Jesus. But there's this weird thing where Jesus gets taken advantage of, where like a lot of non-denominational Christians, you know, the ones who go to the movie theater churches, they kind of treat Jesus like he's the substitute teacher who always gives you candy.
Yeah, sure.
And you can just fuck off and do whatever you want. That's kind of weird to me.
That's kind of how their sermons go, too. It's just kind of a bunch of candy and food and hanging out with a hymn here and there.
His dad has rules. Like, and if you break them, he's been very clear about what happens to you if you break those rules. And one of those rules is no sticking it in each other's butthole.
Yeah, no sodomy.
Right, sodomy, sodo you. So I just get a kick out of it when there's a gay person who goes, well, I'm a Christian. And I'm like, you might want to talk to the boss about that one. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but then they also had this argument, though, that if you ask for forgiveness for whatever sin it is and you believe you are forgiven, you are indeed forgiven. So if they ask for forgiveness for the gayness...
But they don't. They don't. They go, it's awesome.
How do you know?
The gayness rules.
How do you know what gay people do in the dark places of the world?
Because I've heard. You know, that black hole, things escape. That's all I'm saying. They escape and agape. Oh. Why did we have to start that way?
That's disturbing.
You know the pornos where the girls hold their buttholes open?
I don't like the butthole ones.
Yeah, but you've seen pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Of the girls holding their gaping buttholes open.
What, so men can pee into them?
I don't know, man. That's disturbing. They shouldn't do that. I don't want to see a girl's kidneys. I don't want to see anyone's kidneys. I've come to that realization on the air today. So anyway, gay people... Holes, Christians. There's some people who have the audacity to call themselves gay Muslims. Bro, I don't even have the balls to joke about being a gay Muslim. I worry that Muhammad's going to show up behind me with his sword and just chop my fucking head off.
Right, careful.
Yeah. I don't fuck around with Muhammad, bro. You're not supposed to draw a picture of Muhammad. Here, let me show you guys something. Hold on. I'm doing a thing.
He's making a doodle. Oh, there's a thing on the head.
The turban on the head.
Oh,
this is not Muhammad. You see that? Hold on a second.
Oh my God, dude.
Now it's Muhammad. He's got a big dick. All right. Well, anyway,
Why
good morning.
Are you so good at that?
I don't know. This probably should stop.
What happened to you today? You are full of piss and vinegar.
I'm full of piss and dicks and vinegar and shit.
Oh, man. I ran out of so much time this morning.
Yeah, welcome, everybody. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. We're just trying to, you know what we're trying to do today? Ease you into it. That's it.
Like a gaping hole.
Like a gaping butthole. Great goal today. You guys are going to like that. 220 away from hitting today. So let's get it under 200 by the top of the hour. How's that? Wheat Diff quoting quoting Kevin Brennan. Muhammad doesn't sell tickets. He has said that before. I wouldn't say that. That's ballsy. Isn't Kevin the guy who's like, don't even say Asian or you'll get my channel banned?
Yes, he is that guy. He's that gay.
I got all those boomer blood sports guys. I said this in the evening show last night. Like, if they would watch our show, which a lot of them do, and they won't say they do, our show is so far ahead of them, edginess-wise, like saying shit that can get you kicked off of YouTube, and we don't get kicked off of YouTube. And they sit here and worry. They're like, oh, am I going to get kicked off? Oh, is that too spicy? It's like, none of you are even... You guys are mild picante sauce. I'm a fucking Diablo chip compared to you guys, and you're going to sit there worrying that you're going to get taken off of YouTube. Stop it. Have your fun. There's plenty of other platforms out there if you screw up. Say what you want to say. Do the show you want to do. If someone tells an Asian joke, don't act like the world is on fire. How about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored.
You and I would prefer a mild bisconte sauce, right?
Ugh. If I see any bisconte sauce this weekend, I'm going to have a fucking meltdown and I'll kill somebody.
I had to clean a lot of bisconte sauce off that bathroom of mine upstairs.
Somebody puked a couple of times.
He didn't even know he left chunks behind.
Nope, he had no idea.
Keanu didn't even know this.
It's alarming.
Must be normal.
Must be pretty normal in that household, yeah. Virtuous La Spartan New Chapter says, how did you feel about Jimmy the Christian? He was a homo also. Jimmy's finger got acquainted with Elisa bitch dark malignant demons.
Whoa.
You see, I have new audiences that hate Elisa Jordana, so I've become their new Pied Piper. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. It's fine. Oh, yeah. And then ever since we did the Patrick Melton roast overtime Tuesday night, I've been getting a lot of people sending me Patrick Melton jokes. Addicted to Profits really enjoyed it. He was really happy about it.
Did you post that clip already?
I haven't posted the clip, but he DM'd me yesterday, and he's like, holy shit, I went back and watched your evening show from Tuesday. He's like, fucking hilarious. I'm like, thank you. It was very easy. It's one of those segments that was so easy because it comes so natural.
It was harder to leave.
Yeah. Bullying fat people is like second nature to me.
Yeah.
I think it's my own fear of becoming obese that keeps me mocking them so much.
Yeah, my heart's not usually in it with the fat thing.
But it's fun.
But it is fun.
Yeah. Annoyed Wawa supervisor. We can't start the morning without annoyed Wawa supervisor. He says, gay, straight, Christian, Muslim. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that Wawa pizza is bank in 14 and 16-inch slices. Stop by for fuel and a pie. Let our sword of savings fall on you.
That's a great one. I like him.
Rice Patty Melton says, Muslim Melton is going to issue a fatwa. A fatwa. Why? I don't know why he capitalized the fat part. Because he's big like a pig?
Heavy on the fat.
Michael B says, if I hear a Melton joke one more time, I will commit a hate crime. Well, against what? The obese? J-Dub says, South Park showed Muhammad in 2002 and nobody noticed or cared or anything. Yeah, we didn't need that for like outrage back then. So like they didn't really bring that up until it became a thing for that we needed for outrage.
You just drew a picture of Muhammad, did you not?
No, this is not Muhammad with a giant cock.
Because I just started thinking about that one journalist, reporter person thing guy who...
Theo Van Gogh?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And
he did a whole movie.
Oh.
Yeah. This is this is not a picture of Muhammad.
So a doodle won't get you.
It's not a doodle of Muhammad. That's a stick figure with a big dick.
And a turban.
And that's a Sikh.
Oh.
See?
Well, you see, we weren't talking about Sikhs, so
I wasn't seeking.
I was not only worried, I was like concerned.
Seeking to draw a picture of Muhammad.
Okay.
Thank you. Virtuous Spartan New Chapter says, this demon was crazy about me, but I left her sick psychotic circus. Hey, we've got one escape from the Eliza Nut House. There you go.
You did it.
Good job. Thank you. Union Jack says that video of the whale getting blown up on the beach keeps Aaron up at night, not me. J-Dub says, I feel like Melton would like being roasted because it reminds him of a nice pork roast.
Oh, everyone loves a nice pork roast.
Think of the fatty marbling over here.
Would you like to spit roast a pig in the backyard?
Are you offering?
Yes.
Rice Patty Melton says, Aaron Hebdo over here. Yeah. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, that looked like Muhammad, the Uber driver that comes by our Dale Mabry location to hose out the back of his Camry.
That is the thing. That could be a drawing of Muhammad because there's only 300,000 million.
No, this
Muhammads
is not
in the world.
Muhammad. This is Ishtu.
Not the.
No.
Just
This is Ishtu, and he's got a giant.
Ishtu?
Yeah, it's Ishtu, and he's got a giant Sikh cock.
I don't believe you.
SH says there was a teacher that had problems because she named a teddy bear Muhammad. The kids in the class chose the name. Oh, some based kids. Michael B says if you had to use a bone saw on Aaron, you would need to bring extra blades. Are you saying that I'm overweight, sir? That's not.
Yeah, he's just big boned.
I don't know if that's very nice. I think that's, you know what I think that is? Body shaming is what they call it.
And we're not into that here.
No, we don't body shame for a half hour at a time. Greasy N-word with $2 over on Rumble, starting things off over there. Says, Heebs. Heebie-jeebies is what he said. It says heebie-jeebies. I just went in. It wasn't Hobo Chili, so I wasn't really watching.
You got to watch out for Greasy N-word.
I didn't think Greasy N-word would do me like that. And right off the bat, see you on Rumble after the strike. Hey, I've got, ready? We get to celebrate on Monday morning. You know what Monday morning is?
Gino Bisconte.
Well, yeah, I guess Gino's going to be on, but no, that wasn't it.
Oh.
You know what Monday is?
I don't know.
Guess what comes off our permanent, or is it Friday? Is today the 21st? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Monday is the 25th. Guess what happens on Monday?
Our strike falls off.
We're strike free on Monday. Steel Toe has no strikes come Monday.
You did it.
$2 from Hobo Chili Recipe says you're a big fear of being obese. Spoiler alert, homie, you're a tub of lard. Now get your goddamn belly off the table. There's this much space. I can move my hands comfortably. It's more than that. Sir 1K says, just got here. It's 2023. We can be gay, Aaron. All right. Sorry. Jesus.
Jeez, gay people being testy in the chat.
Guys are getting so bitchy. I mean, Jesus Christ. All right. Let's get started today. It is, I'm going to call this one nice and easy today. Nice and easy. 2:20 away from overtime. It is 2 goals left this week, and it's a successful week for Steel Toe. 2:20 away. Let's KO that goal. And then, of course, get started on tomorrow morning for Rumble Friday. Thank you, guys. It's been, all in all, a crazy good week. We had, I think, just Monday evening and Wednesday morning. We're a little touch and go, but we still made it. And then all the other days, it was just crushing. So thank you guys very much for your generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Oh, I didn't check. I'm pretty sure we jumped over the 600 members number.
Okay.
I'm just going to check and make sure. Let's go ahead and see members. I like looking at members in the morning.
The member link.
If you can look at members in the morning. 620. Woo! Thank you guys very much. 620 members.
We did it.
You guys got us up over 600. That is awesome. I appreciate it. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says someone named Barry who claims to work at KCLD came into one of our Eastern Pennsylvania locations and pissed in our squeegee tanks. This is unacceptable, and honestly, he should lose his gig. I don't know that guy.
I don't either.
Fauci's Pangolin says, chime the begging music now. No. We're not going to do the begging music now.
That'd be hilarious. Just beg immediately in the morning and get it out of the way.
Should we just start it right in the morning?
I don't have enough energy.
We got half our normal audience when we start right away in the morning. But you know what? Maybe just throw it out there in the beginning, get it over with, and then just enjoy the rest of the show. I don't have to play the music. You guys could, if you wanted to, just throw it all in right now.
But they like a party.
And we could KO this thing. But I understand. You like the theatrics. We're a gay show. I understand. We have to talk about this Rumble thing. I was very excited to see this. I wasn't excited to see the first story. I was excited for the second story. The Russell Brand thing that's going on.
Yes.
It's kind of been a theme that weaves itself in and out of our show all week long. Russell Brand facing some alligators from a couple different women.
At the border.
A couple of alligators from a couple different women about some sexual improprieties. Well, YouTube demonetized him 2 days ago.
Okay.
They said, this is troubling, and we're this, and we're that, and blah, 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 blah. Well, YouTube demonetizes him. I thought that was setting a really terrible precedent of just because a couple people said something happened, you can't now make your money on YouTube.
Well, yeah, it's going to be so many people now.
Yeah, we've seen that's my problem is it's not going to be too many people.
Oh.
This one's specifically targeted because it's Russell Brand. I mean, other people have faced accusations before. They didn't lose their monetization.
Okay, so because he's a freak.
They can use it because they don't like his politics, because they don't like the kinds of things he talks about. They can take away his monetization just because a couple people accused him of something.
Sure.
So you can just kind of use that to exact your revenge on someone whenever you want to. Well, Russell Brand is also huge on Rumble. So YouTube was just a good boy, and they just took him off of there. Yesterday, the UK Parliament sent Rumble a letter. The Parliament of the UK.
Parliament?
The government. Like, the government is getting involved in the Russell Brand thing on, like, a censorship level, which I cannot tell you how much I'm against it. This is the letter that the UK Parliament sent to Rumble. I'm going to keep it like this. It's bigger and easier to read. This is to Chris Pavlovsky, who's the CEO of Rumble, which, you know, what's awesome is I was watching ROTC the other day. Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO of Rumble, was in their chat throwing them like $2,500.
I heard this.
Yeah.
That's great news for them.
And, you know, the boys have been complaining about Rumble lately.
Yes.
So I was thinking maybe on Rumble Friday tomorrow, we just start bitching about Rumble and see if it knocks out all of our goals for next week.
Right. Maybe Chris wants to salve our wounds, too.
Hey, Chris, it sucks, and I think it's stupid.
Things are hard here.
This is a shit thing, and it should change. Or give me... Here's the thing he doesn't know about Merson Royce. Or Merson Royce. Either one. Merson Royce or Merson Royce. They don't... Here's something he doesn't know about any of those guys. What you don't know about those guys is... that's not going to stop them from complaining if they don't like something.
Oh, no.
Like,
and you've treated them with money now.
Merson Royce and Merson Royce... They're not just salved by money. I mean, the $2,500, they're going to be like, wow, that's amazing. Thank you. Now get a fucking better Android experience. That's what the guys from ROTC would do. You give us $2,500, like, we'll suck David Chandler's dick in his Free Palestine shirt. But, you know, I'll suck David Chandler's dick in his Free Palestine shirt.
And I'll compliment the two of them while they do it.
Yeah, you're such big boys. But Merson Royce and Merson Royce, both, by the way, don't go into ROTC's chat today and call them Merson Royce.
Royce.
So Merson Royce get $2,500, and they're going to go, wow, that's really nice of you. You know, they'll be thankful for it. But at the same time, they'll then go, yeah, when are you fixing the Android chat experience?
Sure.
I'd really appreciate that.
I'll really hold them to it.
I'll give you $2,500 if you fix it. That would be their thing. So the UK Parliament, Dame Caroline Dinenage from the UK Parliament wrote to Rumble's Chris Pavlovsky and said, Dear Chris, I am writing concerning the serious allegations regarding Russell Brand in the context of his being a content provider on Rumble with more than 1.4 million followers. Makes me jealous. The Culture, Media, and Sports Committee is raising questions with the broadcasters and production companies who previously employed Mr. Brand to examine both the culture of the industry in the past and whether that culture still prevails today. However, we are looking at his use of social media, including on Rumble, where he issued his preemptive response to the accusations made against him by the Sunday Times and Channel 4's dispatches, which is just like the courtroom.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, the newspaper and the TV news said he did these things. So I mean, that's
final.
You got to get him off of Rumble because that's like a subpoena. That's the same as an indictment. While we recognize that Rumble is not the creator of the content published by Mr. Brand, we are concerned that he may be able to profit from his content on the platform. So hold on. So what you're saying is that if a guy's accused of something, he shouldn't be allowed to make any money.
That is what they're saying.
That's
what they're saying specifically about him.
That extinguishes the entire flame or any embers of any kind of freedom, of any kind of innocence until proven guilty, of the government. Because people always bitch when we say, hey, free speech is under attack. Some people are like, it's private company, it's not the government. When it comes to tech, the difference between private companies and the government, it's such an incestuous relationship. Mm-hmm. It's like that. The Biden administration and the FBI have been spying on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, you name it. I mean, well, probably not YouTube. Google just gives it up to the government.
Sure.
But this idea that he's accused of something so the UK government can try to pressure Rumble and say, hey, you guys know he's making money off his content. And they're like, yeah, he's not raping anybody on there.
No, he can't literally touch anyone.
Right. He's not doing anything illegal on the platform. And they're like, well, 2 women accused him. Did you know that? It's like, yes. And when you come with a warrant and you come with charges and there's a trial and he's found guilty, then absolutely we will not welcome a convicted rapist onto our platform. Unless Mike Tyson wants to do a show.
He's probably an ultra hot topic too, like a channel to visit.
He's one of their
now. So why would you do anything if you're Rumble until something happens?
Right. Rumble is, they're loving Russell Brand's traffic. We would be grateful if you could confirm whether Mr. Brand is able to monetize his content, including his videos, relating to the serious accusations against them. If so, we would like to know whether Rumble intends to join YouTube in suspending Mr. Brand's ability to earn money on the platform. You see, he's accused of something, April. He shouldn't be allowed to earn money.
Can you imagine if that happened to everybody who was accused of anything ever?
I've got one. I've got a perfect one for you. Could you imagine if this happened to the Duke lacrosse boys? Oh, wait, it did. And they sued and they made millions of dollars.
Right.
Or Nicholas Sandman, the high school student at Covington Catholic, who, remember the Native American guy started banging a fucking drum in his face?
Oh, yeah.
And then the whole news reported like, oh, these bully MAGA kids were being shitty to Native Americans. And then the tape comes out and it's fucking black Israelites yelling at these children, calling them white devils, and then Native Americans banging drums in their face and harassing the shit out of them. So this Nicholas Sandman sues CNN, and I think he won like $100 million.
It does, yeah. It does open you up to big lawsuits if these people make a lot of money on your platform. Usually,
so if you're accused of something, we have to take away your ability to earn money until you clear your name. I'm sorry, but that's the very definition of guilty until proven innocent.
I feel like that happens more often than not now.
Yeah. We would like to know what Rumble is doing to ensure that creators are not able to use the platform to undermine the welfare of victims of inappropriate and potentially illegal behavior. AKA, and that was from Dame Carolyn Dinenage of the UK Parliament. How about this? How about we're not going to do shit? Russell Brand gets to defend himself. And as long as he's not victimizing anyone on our platform until he's convicted of something, he's free to make a living here. Yeah. This is a big moment for Rumble because if you stand up for Russell Brand and you not just stand up for Russell Brand, because that's not necessarily what you need to be doing, but if
for his right to perform on your platform.
If they just stand up for the guy's right to make a living while going through these accusations, that's going to be huge for Rumble's popularity. A lot of people are going to see that and go, I've never checked out Rumble before, but goddamn, I'm really sick of YouTube just censoring people.
It does set them apart entirely from every other platform.
Yeah.
I don't see other platforms doing this.
Devil Pup says they are all mad because he got ahead of the story on Rumble. He did. He went on Rumble and he said, look, this is what's coming out. This is what they're going to say about me. This is my side of it. And now literally that's a he said, she said.
And I actually haven't heard his side of things. I missed that part.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either, but I know he defended himself. So Rumble made a response to this letter, and their response went like this. Today, we received an extremely disturbing letter from a committee chair in the UK Parliament. While Rumble obviously deplores sexual assault, rape, and all serious crimes, and believes that both alleged victims and the accused are entitled to a full and serious investigation, it is vital to note that recent allegations against Russell Brand have nothing to do with content on Rumble's platform. Just yesterday, YouTube announced that based solely on these media accusations, it was barring Mr. Brand from monetizing his video content. Rumble stands for very different values. We have devoted ourselves to the vital cause of defending a free internet, meaning an internet where no one arbitrarily dictates which ideas can be or cannot be heard, or which citizens may or may not be entitled to a platform. I think they were asked early on to like ban Rumble in Russia, like not let people in Russia see it. And they go, okay, how about go fuck yourself? How about anybody can use our platform?
Right,
good.
It's for everyone.
Yeah. As we regard it as deeply inappropriate and dangerous that the UK Parliament would attempt to control who is allowed to speak on our platform or to earn a living from doing so. Singling out an individual and demanding his ban is even more disturbing, given the absence of any connection between the allegations and his content on Rumble. We don't agree with the behavior of many Rumble creators. Hey, wait a minute. But we refuse to penalize them for actions that have nothing to do with our platform. Although it may be politically and socially easier for Rumble to join a cancel culture mob, doing so would be a violation of our company's values and mission. We emphatically reject the UK Parliament's demands.
Good for them.
Good for them. But it's also, I'll be honest, it's kind of sad.
That you even have to say that.
Right.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to address something of that nature. For the UK Parliament to be involved in that too, I can't imagine that that's the most important thing they have on their docket that day. Is it?
No.
It's a celebrity who is accused of something.
But it is a member of Parliament looking to get a little famous.
Of course they are.
Looking to make a little noise and getting some column inches.
How's that going for you?
Yeah. I look, the whole Russell Brand thing, it's, like I said yesterday, he could be guilty.
He might be.
He might have done. He was an addict. He was out of control for a long time there. He could have done some really nasty, bad shit.
Yeah, we're not sitting here as like Russell Brand fans, but
there's not even a charge.
Nope.
He's not even in any legal trouble at the moment over these allegations. It's literally accuse someone of something shitty and then take everything away from him. And then he's like, well, wait a minute. When do I get my time to defend myself? And they're like, well, you don't. We just, the whole point. Here's the worst part. The people who are pushing this, they don't even give a shit that these women were victimized potentially.
No, they just want to go out for somebody's head.
They just want to get Russell Brand, and they'll use these two victims to do it. Yeah. It's just so shitty.
We've literally heard a woman admit to having sexual relations with dogs on YouTube before, and nothing has happened to her.
Yeah. Barrister with $5 says, good morning, April's glorious boobies. Oh, more cleavage.
I'm sorry. Was this not tasteful today?
I like Barrister. Barrister's one of those guys who knows how to enjoy multiple different shows that don't like each other, but can still be a fucking grown-up and enjoy them. I like Barrister.
I like him too.
Thank you, buddy. Now shut the fuck up about my wife's boobs, man.
Boobs.
Well, he called them boobs. I'm just trying to honor his, what do you call it, linguistics.
It's fun spelling.
Yeah, I agree with J-Dub Productions. He points out Barrister is horny with a capital H.
Is there any other way to be on a Thursday?
Or a Wednesday or a Tuesday.
Shit. Is it Wednesday?
Not on Sunday. No, I'm saying any day of the week. Be happy. Be horny. Be bursting with rage. Jake Hudson. Oh, Jake's here. And Jake's a member. Are you ready to forgive Jake yet?
How did he get in our chat? I thought you banned him.
He's just Jake Hudson, and he's got a membership. I'm going to take that as a maybe. I'm going to go with no. Not forgiving Jake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You see, Jake, you gave our address to someone who possessed a lot of child porn and was a multiple-time felon already at the age of 14. And he used that to swat us, Bob Levy, and Chrissy Mayer.
Oh, and send you child porn.
And send me child porn. But let's not talk about, look, it's yin and yang to everybody. No, I'm just kidding. So, Jake.
Damn.
So, Jake, April's still a little, still a little upset about that.
I still don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, see, it's like that, Jake. Aaron, I had a big guest on my show yesterday, Stuttering John Melendez. I did see that. That came across my transom. People sent that to me. And I have to say, I guess John talked to Jake. They both talked about how, like, Shuli and that Joe guy have been bullying them for being disabled. And I'm like, you know what? All the fake traffic and all the fake engagement and all the fake buying viewers and stuff that they're accused of, and then going into people's chats to like bully and harass Jake and John and all these other people. Like I don't even give a shit on a moral level, because who am I to speak about morals and ethics and shit like that? But just on a don't you have someplace to be level.
Aren't you 60 years old?
I'll tell you this. If you're in Jake Hudson's chat talking shit about John and Jake, you've lost the plot. Like that's an L for you. I don't care who you are, what you did, where you're from, as long as you love me. But if you're in Jake Hudson's chat yelling at Stuttering John and Jake Hudson, you're taking an L. Just for doing that. I'm sorry I got to break that down to the Boomer Blood Sports hosts, but if you're doing that, you're taking an L because you're there and you're not even hosting it. You're just, I mean, if you're 16, that's totally fine.
Yeah,
you got
but you
nothing
came from
else
the
to
Howard
do.
Stern show.
It's not good, dude.
And you're 60.
That is a sign that the ship is listing at 45 degrees and about to snap in half. If I looked at April and I said, April, I can't take the dog for a walk, or I can't go out grocery shopping, or I can't go to the gym with you, I have to go on to Jake's stream and talk shit about him and Stuttering John. I have a feeling I just hear the sounds of suitcases unzipping and just clothes being packed. And that would be game over at that point. He's like, I can't stay with a fucking loser who's he's going to go in and talk shit about a guy who was on Howard's show 20 years ago. And then a guy who's in a trailer in Louisiana or Mississippi or whatever it is. That's what you're doing with your free time?
Yeah, you're pretty close to the happenings after that.
That's pretty bad. Well, guess what? Congratulations, Jake. That is awesome for you, buddy. Oh no. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, I genuinely hope Jake's palate fully collapses and helps us all. I don't know what that is. Cockdiff says Citizen M will never listen to this shit show again. Citizen M is already in the chat today. He loves us. Jake, congratulations on your show, buddy. April, anything you want to say to Jake?
What?
Oh, sorry. She doesn't even think you exist. You like, honestly,
I lost the topic. What were we talking about?
With Jake Hudson, like Jake Hudson April treats Jake Hudson like Owen Benjamin treats nukes in the moon landing. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, you want to know something, though? Behaving that way is a lot healthier and kinder than me being shitty to him.
That's true.
I could be saying some epically mean things right now.
That's true. Hannity's studio audience boos striking auto workers. I'm not going to do this one today, but now that I've started using Mediaite for show prep, they have like on their stories, they have like 6 stories across the top of the page that's like, hey, here's what everyone's talking about today here on Mediaite. Yeah. And I guess Hannity's studio audience was booing the striking auto workers. So the auto workers are striking. Like, I'm so far removed from like all this labor nonsense.
I am too.
But I'm guessing what? Money?
It's usually
money.
You know.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Good luck to the auto workers. Good luck to the writers. Good luck to the actors. I hope you're all happy with what you end up getting. Project Veritas suspending all operations amid devastating layoffs and fundraising. This is great news. I just saw this pop up in the trending news portion too. Remember James O'Keefe, Project Veritas?
Oh, how do you forget him?
Yeah, they did all the, what do you call it? The Pfizer stuff. They got that Pfizer guy to admit that they're fucking around with different viruses and shit so they can create vaccines for them.
Yep.
Well, the Project Veritas then forced James O'Keefe out of his own organization. The board, the investors, they pulled a Scully, Steve Jobs move where the board got together and they said, yeah, I know this is your company and I know you've been like the face of this thing, but our corporate overlords say that you're flying a little too close to the sun, Icarus, with this Pfizer shit.
Yes.
Big Pharma gives us money, and a lot of the people who probably fund Project Veritas make money in pharmaceuticals. So in the words of Kenny Powers, you're fucking out. And they got rid of him. They said bye-bye
Toodles.
to James O'Keefe. So he went and started his own thing. And apparently Project Veritas is now dead. This is one of those rare moments where you're like, oh my God, justice.
Okay, but did anyone expect anything different? He was Project Veritas.
Yeah, but I thought like the shadow organizations would keep them afloat monetarily.
I didn't think so.
And they didn't. This is great. Good. And fuck all those employees who went with it. Remember all those employees who were like, James O'Keefe was mean. He would yell sometimes in meetings. It's like,
oh, wow. Leaders yell on occasion.
right. That's what the people in charge have to do because they've hired millennials and Gen Z people, and you have to shout at those people to get them to feel shame and move their ass. So, yeah, he yelled at people. Yeah, he would call meetings at all hours of the day. He expected his employees to work. What an asshole.
Aaron's yelled at all of us before.
And myself.
And
I
himself.
treat myself the same
Gotta
way.
make sure we're all operating correctly.
Project Veritas, the conservative organization founded by James O'Keefe, suspended all operations on Wednesday after another round of layoffs. According to a letter titled Reduction in Force that was sent to Project Veritas staffers by HR Director Jennifer Kiak, I hope she had something to do with hustling James O'Keefe out of there.
Yeah.
And now she has to write these letters that's like, look, we can't keep operating because due to budget constraints, we had to fire our operating guy. And
Here's your comeuppance,
now we can't operate.
Jennifer.
Here's your severance package. Oh, look, a buy one, get one free at Walmart cake. Nice.
How about a membership to the Jelly of the Month Club?
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
The organization is putting all operations on pause amidst severe financial woes. In the interest of preserving the possible future existence of Project Veritas, we need to put operations on pause, and as communicated since the spring, another reduction in force is necessary. Aw, that's too bad.
Why don't you just call it a day?
Yeah, guys, there's no shame in wrapping it up.
There are some groups where it's like there is a figurehead that is just that group. And I feel like when you chop that head off, it's just kind of...
It's kind of like Barstool without Portnoy.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
You know, there's no...
Steel toe without Aaron. Can you believe it?
Exactly.
This whole thing would fall apart.
Or without Hobo Chili Recipe. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says, let's go 10 minutes before the music. Oh, my God. You're really cutting her close.
Hits.
I think we're at like 210 or 205 or whatever. Keep going, guys. Thank you very much. Hobo Chili Recipe says, enjoy your legs while you can, Aaron. Unlike Johnny, who has a legit excuse, your cankles will swell to boulders soon. Hey.
I can't get down with cankles. You got to work on those.
What are you? Why would you say something like that? It's so hurtful. Now my cankles are swelling, but out of shame.
Ew.
Devil Pup says that's what happens when you fire James O'Keefe. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, what was your plan?
They didn't have one.
You're telling me you don't have a contingency plan, a backup plan? You're saying that these 8 Boy Scouts, that is Project Veritas's hope? Yeah.
And
Oh, Jesus. I mean, you guys are Project Veritas. You got a executive from Pfizer into a restaurant, for God's sake. You're the people who think this shit up. I'm sure you got a room of people thinking shit up and a bunch of people backing them up. You're telling me that doing this without James O'Keefe, that is your only plan?
And I think James O'Keefe is doing really great right now, like on his own, doing some shit.
Well, hey, whether he's doing well or he's not doing well, I know this. He's at least still in business.
He's in business. He's got a smoking hot rich girlfriend. And I'm sure that he won't be laying off anybody anytime soon. I think he's just himself right now, right?
Yeah.
So he's got no stress.
Just trying to trick people into coming to dinner for gay sex. That's all. That is the funniest
Gay
part.
sex.
Well, no, that's the funniest part. Like all of his videos where he gets people to talk shit, whether it's the Twitter people, Google people, CNN, Pfizer, he always just goes on Grindr and finds gay people who work there.
Oh,
and he pretends it's a date.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And he gets gay people a couple of drinks and they just start.
It doesn't take much.
Oh, they just start spilling all the secrets of the company they work for.
Get him a couple apple teenies and
Oh,
they're in.
yep, just a couple of dirty martinis and they just go, oh my God, did you know what we tried to do with the Elon Musk deal? It was so crazy. We just we're gonna get this motherfucker. It's so great. Do you like butt sex? What? That's me holding a martini on a gay date. That's what this is.
Nobody clipped that.
Oh my God, here at YouTube, did you know we just demonetize people because we don't like their politics? It's just, I'm not even supposed to be telling you that. I'm so naughty. Do you ever get naughty? That's James O'Keefe.
I don't like how good you are.
That's James O'Keefe doing an undercover operation.
Oh, it wasn't you on just a date.
But that's what he does. Like, he doesn't even go for like the straight employees because they understand, like, you know, shut the fuck up. We don't talk about this.
You're saying gay people have no filter.
He just honey dicks the shit out of all these gay people into giving him the information he needs.
Poor gay people.
Jesus, Aaron, cake much, says Hobo Chili Recipe. It doesn't even have anything to do with what we're doing right now. You're just being a very mean-spirited person.
Are you saying Hobo's being hateful?
Hobo is being hateful. $2 from Greasy N-Word says, I'm gay for them pink puffies. Excuse me while I bisconti sauce all over this AM PM toilet. Jesus.
Shit.
Greasy N-Word with $2 says, let the hate flow through you, April. I think he's talking about Jake Hudson. I'm a little behind on Rumble today. They're a bit busier than usual.
It's warranted.
Egg Picker Win says, yeah, doxing isn't cool. It can lead to very bad things. Jake Hudson has better production values than NLO, though, to be fair.
Even that's a fucking lie.
But he doesn't have
give that W to NLO.
But he doesn't have better consumption values.
No.
No.
I think actually they're malnourished down south. Because Melton ate all their food.
Melton ate all of Jake Hudson's food. What a big bully. InfoWars, they're saying James O'Keefe not doing Project Veritas. Egg Picker Win says InfoWars without Alex Jones.
The Young Turks without Cenk Uygur.
Oh, you had to go right to that one, didn't you? Ooh.
H3 without Ethan Klein.
All right, you keep listing good ones.
So good.
The Packer Backer becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much, Packer Backer. I appreciate that. Laura P says Aaron is very good at that accent. Look, we don't. That doesn't mean I'm gay.
It is funny.
That means I'm a good performer.
But you always know just what to say.
Well, I've watched a lot of the Project Veritas videos. What can I say? I'm a fan. I'm jealous of Patrick Melton. He has a naturally gay voice.
That is true. You have a.
He has a lisp like this. He literally
That's like
has.
Kevin Brennan.
I know. I'm trying to do. I'm doing Kevin Brennan. But it really is. Because he has so much fat in his cheeks and his mouth that it literally slurs his speech. I've never had cheeks that fat, so I don't know. But I imagine the outside in and inside grows.
Okay.
And the fat cheeks.
Oh wow, the inside.
Put pressure on your tongue, and that's why he talks. That's why he talks like a fucking imbecile.
Hear me out on this then. If you get fat that grows inside your cheeks and it presses on your tongue, how would you be able to keep eating so much?
I bet.
How do you fit it in there?
I'm gonna bet. And I'll never find this out. I never want to get close enough because it just seems like bacteria and nastiness and old food. But I bet you he has like scar tissue all over the inside of his cheeks from biting them, from eating so voraciously. Because he consumes so much food. Like, you can't stay 500 pounds without consuming massive amounts of foods and staying stagnant. So Patrick Melton probably bites the inside of his cheeks a lot, and there's scar tissue all over them. If you looked at the insides of Patrick Melton's cheeks from all the overeating he does, it probably looks like Dusty Rhodes' forehead.
Oh.
You know Dusty's forehead from all the blading and the cutting? Yeah. I bet you Melton's teeth have done such a number on the inside of his cheek skin that it just looks like if the inside of his mouth could talk, he'd be like, I've tasted a lot of cakes, baby. I've been eating a lot of cookies and cream. And I've been washing it down with sour cream, baby.
Sour cream?
Yeah. He drinks sour cream. People don't know that about Patrick.
There's so much scar tissue in there, it doesn't even hurt when you bite it anymore. You don't notice.
He bites it, and he's just biting, like, calloused flesh at that point.
You ever watched a chipmunk fill his mouth with nuts?
That's the visual. Right, that's the visual I'm getting.
That's the visual.
Patrick doesn't eat. He feeds. I've actually seen them lower a cow into his pen. You know he doesn't leave that studio. He can't. He's 500 pounds. He sits on cinder blocks. And they just lower cattle into the studio, and he feeds on it. You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know that.
You're getting an education today.
It's impressive.
All right, Scarface with $10 over on PayPal says, the day your strike comes off your channel, you decide to have Gino Bisconti guest host. Bold strategy, Cotton.
But aren't you doing a Rumble show that day?
I don't know. I kind of don't want to fuck up the listener's schedule.
Okay. So are you just going to see how Bisconti behaves?
I'm going to see if Gino will just behave himself well enough where I can at least play it off.
The look on Aaron's face is like, I don't have faith in
Look,
this.
I'm iffy about it. All right, guys, thank you very much for that $10. $200 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Fuck, let's knock that thing out. Thank you, boys and girls. Dear Butch, becoming a member for his 14th month.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rexdart parody account. This is oh no, Patrick Melton. Go to the drive-through window, baby. Oh, instead of the pay window, he goes to the drive-through window. But no, he doesn't drive because I don't think he doesn't leave that chair. It's
Does he have
too
a
much.
car?
Yeah. Citizen M says Chandler paid Melton to get in his jacuzzi 3 weeks ago, but he didn't wear sunscreen, so his back is still itching. He's a ginger in Vegas, for fuck's sake. That's not about being a ginger. That's just about being a fat, lazy guy who never goes outside.
Yeah, is that maybe like your bed sores got exposed to chlorine and sunshine?
That's exactly what happened.
And now they're crusty and
He's the
pussy.
only streamer who has bed sores because he just the bottom of his thighs are just racked with just rashes and cuts. It's terrible. Those are going to get infected, Patrick. Put some ointment on them, for God's sake.
Well, he thought the chlorine would kill all the living bacteria
He's
in
not
the sores.
but he's not a scientist. He's got to leave that to better men. That's all. Oh,
Maybe
man.
he can't find a better man.
Dub says lobotomize that like button. Oh, sure. Beat the shit out of the like button like it's Logan Paul on Dillon Danis. Just beat the living dog shit out of it.
I think we can just sodomize it at this point.
Yeah, sodomize the like button on YouTube or Rumble, and sodomize the subscribe and the membership and all the buttons. Subscribe,
the donate button.
Just start clicking. Just start clicking all the buttons and throw like 3 digits behind it and see what happens. I mean, it's just crazy.
Only hit that like button once, though.
Yeah, only hit the like button one time. So, speaking of Dillon Danis and Logan Paul, we'll talk about them a little bit later. But they got that fight coming up. You got
a legal fight too.
There's a fight that if you're interested, I may renew my DAZN for 1 month.
Sounds like a gay thing.
Joe Joyce versus Zhai Zhang 2. That big, remember the
Zhai Zhang.
You remember the big Chinese heavyweight that beat the fuck out of Joe Joyce?
I do. I remember that one. That was a good one.
That's like free included with your DAZN. I might.
Yeah, that's just like the COVID testing. Yeah, pay $600 million up front, and then the rest is free, guys.
You pay $20 a month, and then this is free. No, what was really good about DAZN when it first started was if you paid your $20 a month, you got there were no pay-per-views. There were like Canelo fights and Anthony Joshua fights, and like really big fights, and you would just get them with your DAZN membership.
But now you have to pay.
Then they realized that model, you can't make enough money, and you can't get big fights on your you can't pay a Canelo Alvarez on $20 a month subscriptions.
But you still got to charge fucking $90.
Yeah.
On like a prescription.
On a prescription, yeah.
When we're already paying for a service to like get discounted fights, and then you still charge $80 to $90, that's robbery.
Well, here.
I don't like it.
Canelo Alvarez made $40 million for his fight with Caleb Plant. You can't pay a guy $40 million on $20 a month subscriptions. I mean, you'd need... Fuck you, I'm not doing math. Suck my dick. I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of the likes of you.
DAZN's not the only... Well, maybe... Actually, was that fight only on DAZN? Or was it somewhere else, too?
No, it was only on DAZN. Well, I mean, in the UK, they put it on like Sky Sports. I'm jealous of the UK because they get... The UK gets our fights, our pay-per-view fights for like $20. I don't know how they do that.
They just don't feel like raping everybody out of their money.
Fuck you, Dana White. I love that you know what pisses me off? UFC pisses me off way more than boxing because at least if I have to pay $90 for a boxing match, I know the fighter's getting $40 million fucking dollars, like he's taken care of. UFC charges $90
They get like
for a fight, and the fighters get like
sandwich.
Yeah, $1 to $3 million to beat the shit out of each other. And meanwhile, UFC makes like 200,000, 300,000 buys at $80 a pop.
Oh, people love to watch a UFC fight, but nobody gets paid.
At least in boxing, they get paid, for Christ's sake.
God, you got people snapping ankles in half and shit. They're not getting paid.
Gray Idol says you have a fight with Melton if he stops lying and accepts the Stein setup. Look, man, I am itching to get back in the ring, and anyone who wants to, let me know.
When will that be if that happens?
It was supposed to be November, but now Alex is taking that fight against Hutchinson or whatever his name is. No, is Bobby Hutch the guy he's fighting, or is Bobby Hutch the guy who just quit Gas Digital?
Don't look at me. I don't know.
I know. I'm asking you I don't give a shit.
I don't care.
But yeah, I hope Alex still puts on that card. I think it was November or December. And I think that's when he's going to do the Modine thing. I think. Okay. I would love to be on the undercard for that. I got my trainer at the gym going, hey, we got a card October 15th at the St. Cloud Armory. Do you want to be in on it? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm putting bigger, like there's bigger things being put together and not only bigger things being put together, but easier fights. Like it's not even sparring for me.
What do you mean you're putting together easier fights? Like
if Alex Stein came through on the Melton thing, like that's not even a day at the gym for me. Like that's way less than a day at the gym. So it's like, and the only problem with taking that one is once Fatso says yes and we do it, I don't think I can ever fight amateur boxing again.
And you'll never be able to shower that off you.
That's true. No, I
won't be able to lay with you for a week.
If I accept any money to box, you can't go back and fight amateur ever again. It's not allowed. You're not allowed to. Yeah, you're not allowed to make money boxing.
Okay, tell him not to pay you.
I did. I told him to pay the corporation.
Or pay your business for like travel expenses.
Yeah, pay the business for travel expenses and all that shit, and don't give me a dime. And then at least you can go before the USA Boxing Board.
Workarounds, man.
I'll do work.
Who are you?
I did tell him to do work.
And wait, there's been a day where you said you weren't ever taking another fight anyways, so what do you care?
I know, but I'm so sharp right now. And
at the ripe age of 36?
I'm coming into my prime. I'm a late bloomer. What can I say? I'm really sharp in there. Beat some people up. I don't know. Once you get paid, you're a professional. Yeah, I know. What if Melton falls on you and suffocates you?
Now I'm out a husband and a boss.
Well, look.
Now I got to look for a new... Damn it, if you die, I need a new job and everything.
I'll pivot. That's what I'll do. I'll make sure it's on a check hook where I just kind of go to the side.
God.
Tanner says excuses. No, fuck that. That's not an excuse. I'm doing it. I'm just saying once I do it, I won't be able to fight amateur. I'm fine with that. I've made that decision. Cocktiff says, has Melton acknowledged the Stein fight at all? No, he's a hack. Of course not. I think once we pushed back on him on that, he kind of tucked his tail and ran, which is nice. And Citizen M, that's low, bro. I'm not gonna talk about that shit. If that's really happening, that's real life shit. That's not internet shit.
Yeah, you should keep that off our chat.
Don't talk about that because if I don't need to talk about stuff like that because that's putting that guy in his own hell of his own making. I don't need to put a guy in a hell like that.
I don't want to know that stuff.
Yeah, if that's the case, then. I get, some people, there's karma, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the show world either.
Yeah, that's real life shit, guys. Let's go into the stuff we wanted to... Oh, I wanted to talk about the Alex Stein, Bobby Hutch thing. Or no, not Bobby Hutch. He's fighting, Harrington. He's fighting one of Luis J. Gomez's producers. And I'm not above begging Luis J. Gomez for a spot on the undercard, by the way. But Lewis is having some kind of feud, and I don't subscribe to Gas Digital, so I can't watch their show, unfortunately. Maybe I should start. He's having a little tiff. A tiff, that's a tough guy. It's a tough guy word. He's having a bit of an issue with one of his former producers, Bobby Hutch. There's this guy, Bobby Hutch, who quit Gas Digital, and now he's going, like a lot of people who quit a job, now he's going on social media, and he's whining, and he's bitching, and Lewis never paid him right, and he wasn't taken care of, and all this shit. Yeah. And it sounds like it's one of these guys who signed a deal, agreed to terms, nobody twisted his arm, nobody made him do it, and now after it didn't work out, he's going to bitch and whine and complain.
Are you talking about Crowder?
Well, like the porn stars who take money to do work.
Take money to take dick.
Yes, and then the video goes crazy and it does millions of views, and then they go, hey, why aren't I being paid for how successful it was? Oh, I'm sorry. You could have signed a deal like that. We would have given you nothing up front, and then you would have gotten a piece of the action on every video. And instead, you took the flat rate.
Yep.
Like, that's not our fault.
If the video wanted the money now.
Yeah, if the video would have got 900 views, should we have made you pay us money? For it not, we paid for all the production and everything else?
It's the Mr. Deeds, right?
Yeah,
Mr. Deeds argument.
If you play worse, can I pay you less? So this Bobby Hutch guy starts doing a back and forth on Twitter with Luis J. Gomez. And I read enough of it to be caught up on it, like the Twitter stuff. Mm-hmm. And this Bobby Hutch is what do you call it? A cautionary tale about on employees and working for people and contractors versus employees and this whole thing. He's really pissed off that Louis J. Gomez, who runs a subscription streaming service, Gas Digital, didn't pay him enough. He said, I agreed to work for Gas Digital, and then I agreed to this salary. He kept calling it a salary. He goes, but I was 1099, and I had to pay all the taxes and this, that, and the other thing, and it's bullshit, and fuck Louis J. Gomez and all of this. Well, here's a look into the deep, dark world, and maybe I'm taking Louis's side because on a much smaller scale, I run a company as well.
Yeah.
So I kind of empathize with him. Bobby, the reason you were 1099 is because if you weren't, and he goes, oh, and everyone else there is 1099 too. That's because Louis is probably, his business is probably scraping by because he puts a lot of production value into it. It costs a lot of money. It's him, Big J, it's, I almost said Kevin Smith, Dave Smith, and all the other people who do shows on that network. And he has to pay all those people.
Yes.
And if he makes them employees, if he makes them, actual employees and not 1099 contractors, he's going to pay potentially tens of thousands of dollars in taxes. Per month. Mm-hmm. Not per year.
Yeah.
$10,000 per month if he makes all of those people employees, because every dollar he pays them, because our government is so smart and so encouraging to entrepreneurs, that you actually get punished tax-wise if you hire employees. You have to pay 7.5% of their salary in payroll taxes back to the government for that wonderful, totally not a Ponzi scheme thing we call Social Security.
I remember when we were first setting this whole business up here, and obviously we had a lot of contractors or whatever. Yeah. We were sitting in the car one day just saying, like, the government doesn't want, like, employers to have employees. They make it cost so much that it's just not possible. Our
accountant told us when we started, they said 1099, contract as much as you can. Because you just have to send them a 1099, send the government a 1099, and you're covered. You don't have to pay anything on it. So if you're a small business, 1099 as much as you can. And this Bobby Hutch agreed to it. He's like, I only got paid this salary. First of all, you didn't get paid a salary. Salary is for employees. If you're a contractor, that was just, you billed him for hours. You billed him how much you made. So he's mad that he had to pay all the taxes, which depending on the state you live in can be anywhere from 30 to 60% of what you made. It's a bitch. It sucks. But you can say no.
Yeah, that's true.
You're allowed to say no. So Louis, as a business owner, is just trying to save himself some money on taxes, on health insurance, because you hire a certain amount of people, you got to offer everybody health insurance.
Yes.
So he's trying to save, don't blame Louis J. Gomez for this. Blame the government for this, Bobby. They're the ones who fucked you over, not Louis. Louis is trying to keep Gas Digital in a recession. I'm sorry, but streaming services, podcasts, stuff like that are one of the first things to be axed from people's budgets when times get tough.
They're considered a luxury.
Yeah. So Gas Digital is, one of those places that I'm sure is experiencing a crunch right now. Mm-hmm. Things are tight, and he kept you on. He kept paying you. And you quit because you go, oh, well, I didn't get paid as much as I thought I was worth. I always want to say to people like that, I wish Louis would show you the books for 1 month.
Well,
so you could say, here's why Louis is bald.
And that's why, like, you understand that too. And I feel like a lot of people in our chat that come in like to talk about our money that we make or goals and stuff. And
sure.
It's like, do you guys forget about all the taxes and everything that goes into running this thing?
And we're the tiniest of tiny. We're nobodies.
Yeah.
Gas Digital is many times bigger than Steel Toe probably will ever be.
People in a chat room, even about Gas Digital, will be like, well, I don't understand why why are you managing your money this way, or why is this costing this? And they just forget about every aspect of it.
I'm sorry, but anybody who has Bobby Hutch's side in this Gas Digital thing is an idiot who doesn't understand how a business works. Louis is trying to keep his shit afloat, and doing that means, and a lot of it's loyalty from Louis, and this is how he's repaid. He took this guy, Bobby Hutch. This was probably a kid who was helping him out, and Louis said, you know what? This kid would probably be thrilled just to be helping out Gas Digital.
Yeah.
But I'm going to throw him some money. Because I'm making him work a lot of hours, and I'm going to pay this kid. And there's nothing wrong with going, this isn't enough for me anymore. This 1099 situation isn't enough anymore.
Yep.
And you go to Louis and you say, can I become an employee? And if Louis says, we can't afford it here, that's not the model we're running under, And then you can go, all right, well then, hey man, I wish you guys the best. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to go down the road. There's no rule that says once you leave, you have to go bury the fucking guy.
No.
And bury the guy with inaccurate information. I don't know. I read
People
into that.
like to do that though for some reason.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. That means you hired a broken person.
Yeah.
That means you hired someone who's got a couple of mental issues that they haven't all worked out, and they're going to project that now onto Lewis or Big J or Dave Smith.
Like, you sound like you're just talking chapter and verse about Crowder. Like, he'll sign a contract, and then as soon as something's not going the way he likes it, he buries whoever gave him the contract.
Bobby Hutch, Steven Crowder, Mia Khalifa. All different levels of fuckable, but all of them bitching about the same thing. I don't like the deal I agreed to. It's like that line from Cobb where Cobb tells Al Stump, he goes, "What are you mad at me for? You're the one who signed the contract. The man you should be mad at is Al Stump." Like, that's Bobby Hutch. The man you should be mad at is Bobby Hutch. That's all.
Yes.
Michael Pitt says, yeah, someone has to pay the taxes, dipshit. Either Gomez has to or you do.
Yeah.
Exactly. And again, if Lewis had to pay taxes on everybody he 1099s, he'd probably go out of business. Sorry. Balls and Wieners says Bobby was a terrible producer. And I know a lot of people who listen to us may not know who Gas Digital is, but I feel like the experience in general is very relatable.
Yes, it is.
For a lot of people. Freedom's Lunch says, I am a 1099er. I put aside 25% of my pay, and that is usually more than enough to cover all the taxes at the end of the year.
Nice.
There you go.
Be smart. You just have to plan ahead. You have to know what you've got coming. That's it.
Someone says if you get on the undercard at you got to come to St. Petersburg. If so, I'm taking you out to dinner, says Hobo Chili. You're going to poison me before the fight.
That's where that is?
I'm not sure. But if it's down in Florida, Lewis, get me on the fucking card. Get me and Patrick on there. Get me and Chad on there, whoever it is. And let's go have some fun.
Oh, Chad. Oh, God.
Let's go have some fun.
I'm not going to be able to, you're going to have, that on you.
Here's the only way you could make it fair. I've said this before. The only way you could make that fight fair is if it was maybe like Patrick, Melton, and Joe back to back in one night. Like if I fought the three of them in one night.
No offense, that sounds retarded.
Even then, though, it wouldn't probably be a challenge, but it would be the only way where I would feel like, all right, I got to have some strategy here. I got to pace myself, whatever. But even then, it would be, I think in a 3-minute round, all of them would be over in one round. But that would be fun. I'd have a good time doing that with old Alex and Lewis and all those guys. So anyway, moving on to other things. As we continue on in today's program, I didn't think we were going to talk about the Bobby Hutch thing. Oh, Scarface says Bobby Hutch was literally homeless when Lewis found him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, good on Lewis then.
There you go. Good job. Good job, Lewis. Yeah. But that's the problem. You pick those guys, you think you're helping them. The whole, Bobby Hutch thing, you think you're helping a guy like that if he's homeless and everything else. But the problem is, what you realize later on is that guy was homeless for a reason.
Yeah, it's usually bad life choices.
Yeah.
And then there's just a chance, right?
And then there's that.
Somebody, Labglass was saying about, how Europe or whatever pays like $20 for an American fight and stuff. He says get a VPN. That's actually not a bad idea.
Order it on Sky.
Yeah.
Sky Sports. Interesting.
VPNs don't cost much either.
I like that. Sydney Shaw says if Aaron's on the card, can April be a ring card girl?
I have serious hang-ups about being in the same building with any of those freaks you just mentioned.
Fair enough.
I don't know. That's been a hang-up for me. If you want to go fight these people, I don't really want to go see them.
I thought you wanted a round.
I would love one. Realistically, that's not happening.
All right, fair enough. Merrick Garland, switching gears into, we're getting a little drier here with politics. However, this... I guess Matt Gaetz is in this first clip, so we do get to laugh at funny hair. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, was before Congress yesterday. It was before the House of Representatives, and they got to grill him. They got to do that thing where you ask the guy a bunch of questions about hey, aren't you a piece of shit? And then he goes, I don't think so. Yep. And they're like, no, I'm pretty sure this document here says you're a piece of shit. And he goes, well, I have documents that show that I am definitely not a piece of shit. And I'm like, yeah, but okay, I have a document here that also says you're a rat fuck. And he goes, well, I have documents here that show that I've never been a rat fuck, or at least I have no knowledge of me being a rat fuck. And
that's a good excuse.
Yeah, they go back and forth and back and forth.
I've got no knowledge of that.
Basically what it is it's politics porn. Nothing really gets done.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a righty and they attack a lefty, you get to jack off. And if you're a lefty and they attack a righty, you get to jack off. And then you blow a political load all over yourself. And then you go back to watching whatever the fuck you were watching. This stuff is the dog and pony show. It doesn't really do anything. What it can be is cathartic for the people who are frustrated and yelling about shit that the administration refuses to address or talk about.
Yep.
So they had Merrick Garland in there yesterday, and they wanted to talk to him about China. They wanted to talk to him about Hunter Biden. They wanted to talk to him about Ray Epps. They wanted
fun stuff.
They wanted to talk to this Merrick Garland about everything. And I picked out a couple of clips here because honestly, there were about 7. And I'm like, you know what? I'll pick 2 for the audience this morning, and we'll get through those. The first one we have is Matt Gaetz with Merrick Garland asking him about Joe Biden and his relationship with China. Now, our last president believed that China was essentially our enemy, if not our competitor.
Well, yeah, at least.
And so, Trump was very difficult with China, tariffs and all that shit. Now Joe Biden, who we now know from the laptops and everything else, China gave Burisma and his son, and that money ended up trickling down to the Biden family, millions and millions of dollars. They did business with each other. And it would make sense now that Joe Biden has been running protection for China on things like Taiwan, the Uyghurs, labor standards, things like that, calling them different cultural norms. So Matt Gaetz decided to, he had his chance with Merrick Garland here. He was going to take his shots. April, I want you to tell me if either of these two are a wiener guy when you hear them talk.
Oh, when they talk?
Yeah,
okay.
when they try to, explain their way out of this shit. Here we go.
Have any documents that would detail the basis for why you got rid of the China initiative that President Trump had set up?
The Assistant Attorney General of the National Security Division gave a long speech which explained that. He has testified before Congress several times. We'd be happy to provide you with...
What's the basis? Just tell us all now. Why was the China initiative dissolved?
What the Assistant Attorney General said was that we face attacks from 4 nation states: North Korea, China, Russia, and Iran, and that we need to focus our attention on the broad range of these attacks. Sometimes we don't know.
Wait a second. Are you saying that North Korea has the same malign influence risk to the United States as the Chinese Communist Party? Are you trying to represent there's some parity there? Because here's what it looks like. It looks like the Chinese gave all this money to the Bidens, and then you guys came in and got rid of the China initiative, and it was successful. Like, I saw one rationale that you guys got rid of the China initiative because it was racial profiling.
So Trump had all these initiatives in place where it was like, we're going to stop China, because China's notoriously been shifty and dishonest and fucked people over in world trade, in the way they treat their currency, the currency manipulation they engage in China, like just really low down, dirty tricks, cheating their ass off. And we've never done anything to them for it. We just treat them like it's, what are you going to do? And people are like, oh, well, don't we owe China like $1.5 trillion? You know what I would love to do?
What's that?
Since we already had inflation, I wish we would have taken one of those stimulus checks and just wrote a $1.5 trillion bill, printed it off the printing press, handed it to China and go, here, fuck you, we're even.
Square.
Yeah. Just print it off. You'll print it off to throw out money that causes inflation anyway.
Sure.
Pay off our debt with China, and then guess what? You have all the leverage over China. They need you way more than you need them.
Yeah, we could be doing something good with that money
that
we're printing.
Pay off China. You're not in their debt anymore. And now you can tell them, hey, by the way, you're not going to fuck with your currency. You're not going to do this. And believe me, China does not want to be paid $1 or $2 trillion in devalued, deflated American currency.
No.
They want those, as the boomers say, easy monthly payments. They want that interest.
They keep coming.
They want that little bit at a time. It's that, would you rather have the lump sum where they take 50% off it? Or would you rather just get it in installments over 20 years? Like, we'll take the installments.
Oh, worse. It's going to be worse than that once all the the interest is done. That's just going to keep stockpiling for
exactly
forever.
So Trump actually started these initiatives that were really successful in keeping China in check. Wouldn't you know that when the Bidens got in there, who got millions and millions of dollars from China through the Burisma thing, they dissolved all those initiatives. And wouldn't you know, they looked into those initiatives, and guess what? They were working. They were actually holding China accountable for shit. And then they released a virus for that.
Yep.
But one of the people you convicted was a guy named Charles Lieber, who was a Harvard professor taking $50,000 a month to do China's bidding and give them whatever research was being done. Are you aware?
I just want to point that out. Like, don't let that slide. China literally has paid agents working at American universities.
That doesn't shock me at all.
You know how I say, like, McCarthy wasn't wrong and I'd like to bring back the McCarthy days? Mm-hmm. We should be investigating these professors and bringing them before tribunals for treason.
Why isn't that happening? Just because it's not in our best interest? Like, they were working for us?
Because there are no governments anymore. It's all conglomerates. It's all corporations. Even the governments are corporations. They're all multinationals. America's been bought and sold many times over. There is no sovereignty anymore. That's what Trump was fighting for. Trump was fighting for America to be a country again and not a multinational corporation.
I remember him saying the word conglomerate over and over again.
Some people call it the New World Order. Some people call it the Bilderberg Group. They call it the Trilateral Commission. To make it sound less spooky and conspiracy theory, it's a conglomerate. It's a multinational conglomerate where you have China spying on us and we spy on China, and Israel and I are good buddies, but Israel spies on us and then we spy on Israel and all this other shit. And nobody holds anyone accountable because, that's just what these companies do. We're not countries anymore. We're companies. You know, China works with Burisma, a Ukrainian energy company. But then spending that money with Burisma buys them influence to the government of the United States of America and the president of the United States. It's all interconnected. It's all incest. But I would like to bring back the days where that professor is now brought up on treason charges.
I would too.
Because he was spying for the Chinese Communist Party.
For another country.
Yeah. So we try him as a traitor. And what's the punishment for traitors now? Is it still firing squad? Is it hanging? Whatever it is. And
I don't know.
We give the death penalty to people
I don't think
convicted.
there is one.
Yeah, we give the death penalty to people convicted of treason. You'll throw fucking Enrique Tarrio in prison for 22 years and he wasn't even at the Capitol.
He's not got the right narrative, Aaron. He's putting shit out there.
But a professor is working for the government of China, giving them research.
We love China here.
Giving them research information, and he's not a traitor?
These people love China. They love China, not so much the Proud Boys.
Look, I'm not saying the Proud Boys aren't cringe, but they're literally running up to our Capitol with American flags, and we're throwing them in prison for 22 years. And a guy who's actually selling our research secrets to China, it's just oopsie daisy, because he didn't fall afoul of the corporation.
Right. He had the right
hookup.
Intent. Yeah. Right? Hookup.
Of the millions of dollars that moved through Rob Walker's shell companies from Chinese Communist Party entities into Biden family bank accounts? Are you aware of that?
See, now, this is where this is all a dog and pony show to me. What do you expect him to say? Right. Yes? I confess. It's like that scene in Shawshank where the warden goes, and what do you expect this Blatch to say? Yes! I confess, I did it. And by the way, add another life sentence to my term.
It really is just jerking themselves off at some point because obviously, he is asking the correct question, but he knows he won't respond correctly. He's just trying to get him.
This guy isn't going to go, I guess we're corrupt as fuck, man.
There's never going to be a guy that says that.
Never in the history of these hearings have we watched a guy go, holy shit, Senator, you're right. I am dirty as shit.
It would be kind of fun, though, to watch some old dude like Merrick Garland just kind of take his glasses off, rub his forehead, and
commit seppuku right on the floor.
Have a mental breakdown and start crying. He's like, dude, you're right. I'm sorry.
You know who was
It'll never happen.
You know who was a decent politician who was honest in the end?
Never and nobody.
Our Bud Dwyer. Our Bud Dwyer got caught being corrupt. Now, I think they found out he was innocent. That's the saddest part about the Bud Dwyer thing is I don't think he did what they said he did, which was like steal funds from the lottery or something like that. But they accused him of stealing funds, and I think he was innocent. But yeah, he blew his head off on TV during a press conference. Pulled out a revolver out of a manila envelope and just... And then Filter wrote a song about it.
Some movie shit.
Yeah, I just wish that would happen to like more attorney generals and people in Congress and shit like that. When people go, hey, you did this corrupt bag of shit thing that sold your country down the river and is basically treason. And they're like, oh, really? Well, excuse me while I kiss the sky.
They never have any attack of conscience, so
no, they don't have one.
There's
you have
none.
it surgically removed when you become attorney general.
I think so too. There's like part of your brain that's like actually taken out.
You want to see if Merrick Garland will admit to the Burisma China thing that Matt Gaetz just laid on him? Place your bets.
A lot of questions that you just asked. Let me start with the first one about North Korea. North Korea is a dangerous actor, both kinetically and with respect to cyber.
But not on par with China. I'm on the Armed Services
I'm not in the
Committee, Mr.
business
Attorney
right
General.
now of
It makes you look unserious to suggest
May
that.
I answer your question or not?
Answer the question about whether or not you know about all the millions of dollars that
So
moved
you
through
don't
Rob
want me to
Walker's
answer about North Korea?
I already know the answer, and so does everyone. They're not the same risk as China. So let's.
That's the thing. They just want to yell at these guys because they're like, you don't need to answer it for me. I know the answer. We're bringing you here. You get to do corrupt, dirty, awful, anti-America shit all day long. We ask you once a quarter to come in here so we can scream at you about it.
They probably practice this shit to themselves, like at home in their bathroom mirrors. Like, I'm going to say this, this, and this. And then he's like, the other guy's going to be like, okay, he's going to say this, this, and this. So I'm going to retort this, this, and this. It's just copy paste for everything.
By the way, Matt Gaetz, love your hairline, bro. I'm a big fan. I hear you.
It is,
I get you, brother.
your kiss pockets
Matt,
are a little bigger, but
Matt Gaetz and I, we're simpatico.
why don't you do your hair like him?
I'd have to grow it out a lot more.
On top.
No, even on the sides. Look, he brushes his back on the sides. That's long hair on the sides.
Okay, bring a picture of Merrick, or wait.
Not Merrick Garland.
Matt Gaetz to the great clips that you frequent.
Wouldn't that be great? You bring a bunch of liberal lesbians, fucking picture of Matt Gaetz, and like, make me look like this.
No, just, I want this.
They'll carve a fucking swastika in the back of my head. Are you kidding?
That'd be hilarious.
Would be a great haircut.
I would, okay, if there's a Great Clips lady out there willing to put a swastika in the back of your head and not tell you about it, and then we can report it, that'd be hilarious.
I'm not trying to walk around with a fucking swastika on my head.
Why the hell not?
I
You
wanna be
didn't have
able
to. No, it's that thing where you didn't know though.
Oh, so I could sue.
Okay.
I could like end up on the news.
How often? Exactly. How
Yeah.
often do you look at the back of your head?
Yeah, I can't fuck
Exactly.
myself in the ass.
Right.
I guess so. I have to trust you on that.
Let's get on to serious questions and serious answers. Do you know about the money that moved through Rob Walker's shell companies, yes or no?
As I have said repeatedly, I have left these matters to Mr. Weiss. I've not
Blissfully
intruded.
ignorant.
I've not interfered.
Blissfully
I've
ignorant
not
to these
tried to
things.
find out what
it's
he
like
knows.
you're looking the other way on purpose because everybody
Yeah.
knows this stuff's happening. And you know what? People don't pay bribes to not get something in return, right? The China initiative resulted in the convictions of a Harvard professor, of someone at Monsanto. So we were working against the Chinese. They paid the Bidens, and now you're sitting here telling me that North Korea is the big threat. I got to
sorry.
get to this one thing on January
Well,
6th. So did the
want me to answer
FBI,
your question or not?
lose count?
You already did answer your question. You don't know anything. You left it to
I-
some other guy. It's on him. You don't call him in here. And then if they call that guy in there, they'll go, well, I reported to Merrick Garland. I don't really know anything. It's out of my hands now.
I really don't like the cuntiness of people like Garland though. Like, oh, do you want me to answer your question, or are you just gonna keep talking? That's like very female.
No, I'm here to yell at you.
Passive aggressive behavior, like Mr. Gaetz here already said. He's like, I already know the answers.
Yeah.
I just want you to have to hear me ask
Right.
them.
Count of the number of paid informants on January 6th?
Let me answer your question about China.
I want you to
China
answer this
is the
question. I only
most-
get 5 minutes. You've already sort of, I think,
you asked
screwed
me
the
a
pooch on
question
China.
you haven't
So
permitted-
January 6th, did you lose count of the number of federal
It'd
assets?
be funny if Matt Gaetz went, oh, you want to answer on China? Here, let me do the answer for you. You don't know anything. Somebody else does. And
Blah, blah, blah.
this is news to you. Okay, moving on. January 6th. So now he's asking him about a story that we meant to do yesterday. Apparently, the FBI lost track of how many paid informants they had on January 6th. They lost track. They had to ping them to find them and where they were on
Really?
Jan. Yeah, they lost track of their informants.
That's
So anything the FBI has been saying on
Remarkable.
informants the last 3 years is a fucking lie.
right. They're just pulling it out of their ass.
Pulling it right out of their ass.
Great.
Did you lose count and order an audit?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I get an answer to the question of did they lose count?
No, let him answer the question.
Time is expired.
I mean,
the
in
Attorney General can
fairness.
respond.
China is the most aggressive, most dangerous adversary that the
Attorney General, I think
United
that-
States faces, and we are doing everything within our power to rebut that, to stop that,
Really?
to prevent their invasions, both kinetic, and through cyberspace. And
Why are there military-aged Chinese men sneaking across our border to the tune of thousands a year? And why are there secret Chinese police departments inside the United States in Chinese communities? Why is that, Merrick? We're not doing anything about that. I'm not asking you to go bomb them before they hit Taiwan. I'm talking about the shit that's here in this country.
All right, we do have a serious China problem in-house.
Yeah.
We don't have to go anywhere for it. It's here.
No, you're right. We do have a serious China problem. It's called the Biden administration.
And we will continue
If someone gave that answer in your courtordroom when you were a judge, you would tell them they were being
Mr.
non-responsive
Chairman,
and you would direct them to answer the question.
Point of order, Your Honor.
Time is badgering the witness.
Point of
Time
order,
is
please.
expired. I got it. I was.
You like Your
getting-
Honor? You want to stick with that?
Yeah, I was getting laughed at to call me Your Honor.
Point of order either way.
Okay, I understand that too.
All right.
But the gentleman asked his question before his time expired. The Attorney General did not respond to the gentleman's question. I was hoping he would respond to the question about the confidential human sources on January 6th. He didn't respond to that. I'm sure we're going to get an answer to that later.
Of course,
Now-
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, there's that. So that's
Wow,
a
they are
shit
being bitchy.
It really is a shit show when they do that kind of stuff. Oh my god.
It has to be frustrating to be in that room because nobody gets anywhere.
Right.
The red shirts and the blue shirts are so anti each other. They'll never get a conversation.
Yeah, my whole thing with any of this stuff is just, I accept it for what it is. I don't watch it going, oh, hey, we're gonna get answers, or oh, hey, we're gonna get somewhere. I accept it for what it is, and what it is they all get to yell at Merrick Garland, and we all get to watch and go, oh yeah, fucking scream at that piece of shit. Oh, I fucking hate him, and then we go back
edging.
We go back to business as usual.
I could never do that job though because I couldn't sit up there asking somebody questions I know I'll never get answers to, and I already know the answer and they'll never admit it. I couldn't exist that way. It would bother me too much.
They had General Milley, they sat him down for an interview and they asked him about how tough we're being on China, or how lax we're being on China. He's like, no, we're being tough on China. And they said, well, what about the spy balloon? And he said, oh, they didn't get any information out of us with the spy balloon. And he goes, how do we know that? He goes, well, I talked to our Chinese counterparts.
Oh, and the Chinese counterpart just happened to say, yeah, we didn't get anything, you guys.
Just like a Chinese counterpart says, yeah, it was pangolins. What?
Oh, my God. Those poor pangolins have been railroaded.
They really have.
They're cute, too.
I mean, just the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of the United... Now, could you imagine in the 70s, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs going to the Soviet Union and being like, are you spying on our nuclear programs? He'd be like, no, totally not. And he went, oh, okay, good. We're like, guys, we're fine. The Soviets aren't spying on us. They told me they weren't.
Yeah, don't go ask that person.
So as dumb as General Milley sounds when he says that, I can't imagine the American people in the 1970s accepting that answer, but I definitely see the Americans now going, well, he said that they said they didn't. So we bear a lot of the responsibility.
But do you see how we don't get anything accomplished ever? Ever?
No.
Except bad things.
That's why, I hate to say the word libertarian, but that's why I'm so attracted to the libertarian point of view, which is instead of asking, should the government do it this way or should the government do it that way, I think we should go with the third option, which is the government just shouldn't do it. It can save the taxpayers a bunch of money. You can create opportunities in business because now the private sector has to handle it, and it can be for profit.
Yeah, but it's just unfortunately that's probably never going to be the case. It's not going to happen.
It's a conglomerate now. It's not
right.
countries.
So I'm sitting here basically. It's more of a day-by-day basis where I'm like, okay, who's going to save us this day for this topic? And there is no saving.
Probably nobody.
It's always a matter of choosing between the two most evil.
Yeah. I mean, some people would say this could save us. There's one answer to the question, but I'm not really sure if people are willing to do it.
It's time for guillotine. It's time to raise the voice. It's time to sharpen blades. We just can't take this anymore. It's nothing personal. We gave your way a try. We're sorry, but you at the top all have to die.
And you know what the people at the top said to Trevor Moore? You first.
Well, yeah, that's why I actually don't really like this song either because it's just jacking yourself off. That shit's never happening either.
Sounds nice.
I don't like it. They brought a kid in there.
I like that
the
little
kid ruined it for me. Actually, it's
Mayo Riot with $2 over on Rumble says the country died November 22nd, 1963. And they were singing. Coltrane with $2 says Joe Biden is proof that trickle down works.
Oh, yeah, but he'll put his guys out there saying trickle down has failed working American families every time it's been tried.
$2 from Matt Fields. Yes, the guillotine song. That's where I got the idea from. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Vinny's mom says the government is shutting down in 10 days. Where the fuck are they going? I don't know, but I hope they do
Hell.
shut down.
I hope they're going to hell.
I'm really excited. I really hope that that the government shuts down. I'm excited. I want a government shutdown. I never want to raise the debt ceiling again.
Why don't they just shut down for forever and ever? Amen.
There's my great reset.
Why don't we just
all of that shit?
let's just care for ourselves.
Aw, self-care. Isn't that nice? 195 away from today's goal, boys and girls. If you feel like contributing, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, and not only that, hey, why don't we see if we can get under 100 by 8 o'clock? That would be pretty bananas,
Pretty cool.
as the kids like to say. Thank you guys very much for all of your generosity this day. Keep it going. Another Merrick Garland clip, Hunter Biden questions. You know what? We'll do one more Merrick Garland jack-off thing. This one's a back and forth with Representative Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Ooh, and let me guess, he doesn't know anything about anything.
Well,
I don't have that knowledge.
When it comes to Hunter Biden, they have charged him again. He's pleaded not guilty. Oh, by the way, if you guys were wondering, Ray Epps pled guilty yesterday to his misdemeanor of disorderly conduct.
It's such a slap in the face. I wish they hadn't done it.
I have a disorderly conduct thing on my record. And
I kind of want to have one now. I feel like I'm out of like a club or something.
I mooned my friend at our graduation rehearsal. Ray Epps stormed the United States Capitol on a day where people got decades-long jail sentences.
And who is really more brave?
And really, Ray Epps and I got the same punishment. About a $250 fine, and off you go. Yay.
That's all you had to pay for flashing your whole class?
Yeah, $250. Worth it, right?
Did they like your butt at least?
I don't know.
Was it a good butt back then?
I don't know if it was a good butt. I don't know if I've ever had a good butt. I've always kind of
we
had
had jokes about the Imholt butt in this house.
Yeah, I've always had a frog ass, really. Let's go. What?
What is a frog ass?
It's a frog ass.
Like the rain frogs? Like the little butt cheeks?
Yeah, just the little butt cheeks. Yeah, it's cute.
Yours is remarkably hairy compared to theirs.
Well, it's bear. It's a bear frog. It's a new breed of frog. It's a bear frog. It's different. Little, yellow.
B-A-R-E or
Different.
B-E-A-R?
Grr. Anyway, here's a representative from Louisiana wants to talk to Merrick Garland about Hunter Biden. And again, I bet you in this clip we see Merrick Garland go, oh my God, it's a travesty. The whole system is corrupt. Hunter Biden took bribes and then gave money to his dad. I'm just kidding. They're going to yell at him for a couple of minutes.
5-minute questions, and we will start with the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss, the rule of law does distinguish our country, but you have not upheld that. You have allowed the rule of law to erode, and that's why 65% of the people in this country have no faith in the Department of Justice under your leadership. They don't.
That's a tough one to hear. You know, I got a new poll here. 65% of people think you're about a piece of shit.
And then he gets to look like that sad old man.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like that. He is very passive aggressive. I don't like politicians.
65. Well, he's a judge. He's never
I
been a
know.
politician. But
Fuck him. He's in politics.
65% of people think that you suck ass. You're like, oh, that's that's something, isn't it?
Don't trust it. They don't trust you. The reason is because they're witnessing every day a politicized Justice Department in a two-tiered system of justice. For example, they see the DOJ, of course, aggressively prosecuting President Biden's chief political rival, Mr. Trump, while at the same time, they see slow walking and special treatment given to the president's son. That's just a fact that everybody can see with their own two eyes. I want to focus on that investigation of the Biden family. We have many important questions for you today about that. Let me just get right to the chase.
Number one, was it good crack?
There's a really hot chick behind him.
We need to know if the crack was good. You think this guy here is trying to fuck her?
I think they are fucking.
You think they are? See, I think she's rejecting him. I think he's
really?
being too nice. Yeah, I think she likes real big pieces of shit. And then she wonders why all her relationships go bad. And then it's because, well, you have bad judgment. Like, you have a pretty face, so you've never had to be held responsible for any of the stupid shit you've done.
Just a lot of makeup.
People just always treat you like the victim when you break up with a guy, when in reality, you definitely pushed him to leave you because you're obnoxious. And because you're good looking, no guy has ever just sat you down and go, listen, cut the shit, sweetheart. and then you won't be alone all the time, you fucking bitch. And now this guy is another nice guy that she's going to walk all over. She's going to wreck him. He's going to go back to West Virginia and go, oh, I remember when I was at the Capitol and I was on my way, and then I met some siren, and she loved me up and threw me out like the trash.
Is this a personal story?
No, I can see a face like that, and I know exactly what's going on.
He looks like our neighbor, kind of.
Yeah, but he probably likes girls.
So does our neighbor. He has a girlfriend.
That's what I meant.
Has anyone from the White House provided direction at any time to you personally or to any senior officials at the DOJ regarding how the Hunter Biden investigation was to be carried out?
No.
He's Jerry Lewising him.
No.
Yeah, no. I got to hear that no again.
Or to any senior officials at the DOJ regarding how the Hunter Biden investigation was to be carried out?
No.
Have you had personal contact?
I love that the representative for saying goes, okay, there's that. All right. That was going to be one of my big questions, but
No.
fuck me
Right to
running,
death.
I guess.
With anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
I don't.
Hey, whoa, go back.
Whoa.
About the Hunter Biden investigation?
I need to go back a little further. I'm sorry, guys. I'm pausing too much. I understand.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
Like, this is the
He
point
can't
where,
do
like,
it.
you're the liar guy. Just lie.
Just right.
Lie to me.
What do we pay you for?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Like, see, some people get mad about the corruption in Washington. I just want everyone to play their role so I don't get concerned that these
Right.
guys are having an attack of conscience.
It's literally like a large play.
Yeah. I'm like,
Come
no,
on.
your line is no.
You're lying. Yeah, Aaron is the fucking director, and he just fucking yells cut
Yeah.
at everything. You're saying no.
I know you're
No.
lying. They know you're lying. We can't prove you're lying to throw you in jail. You're the main law enforcement guy in the country. You're the attorney general. Just say no. You haven't talked to the FBI about the Hunter Biden thing because you're not supposed to, because it's a direct conflict of interest, and that would imply corruption that you're getting involved in the Hunter Biden thing, which is supposed to be being handled by independent prosecutors. So when you go, hey, have you talked to the FBI about the Hunter Biden case? And you go, as much as I'd love to hear you admit that you're a corrupt piece of
Yeah.
shit, I also know how the game works. I'm like, just say no.
Yeah, even he's like, I assumed you were saying no to
Right.
that. I didn't have a follow up.
Investigation was to be carried out.
No.
No.
Have you had personal
Yeah, do that
contact
again.
with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question.
That's yes.
That's a really fancy way of saying no, yes.
That's a fancy way of saying every fucking day. But if you guys have any video that I have talked to them, this is fucking perjury if I say no. So I don't recollect the answer to that question.
How unnatural of an answer, by the way. I don't
Right?
recollect the answer to that question. Question mark?
Yeah, I don't recollect the
I don't
answer to that question.
recollect.
Well, that's a yes.
But
See, that's why I could never, like, multiple reasons I could never make it in Congress. But one reason I could never make it in Congress is because I would just be cunty like that. Like, if he said that, I'd go, all right, guys, that's a yes.
So that's, I'm putting you down for a yes.
That's a big fat
Yeah.
a yes-sir Bob.
FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation into the president's son?
That seems like a
I
big
don't
deal.
believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would
Look
leave
at this
Mr.
guy.
Weiss in place.
This guy looks like he just saw the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, he's concerned back here.
Yeah, look at this guy's eyes are. I want a flip book of this guy's facial expressions while Merrick Garland is going, not really sure.
For confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place and that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay, did you ever-
I have kept that promise.
All right. Have you had personal contact with anybody at the Baltimore field office on the Hunter Biden matter?
Uh-oh. See, now
that was a quicker no.
that sounds like one of those questions your girlfriend asks you when she catches you cheating. Like one of those setup questions. Like she's like, so, you ever talk to anyone named Mike? You're like,
Mike.
and you have. You're like, oh, fuck.
Wait, you're cheating with a dude?
No, because she's going to go like, because Mike told me that so-and-so. You're right. I should have just gone with the girl's name. What are you going to do? I was getting a little
Wait a second. Who's Mike?
I was getting a little too clever with my shit. Not Mike, Mika.
Oh.
On July 10th, 2023, U.S. Attorney David Weiss told Senator Lindsey Graham, quote, I had discussions with departmental officials regarding potential appointment under 28 U.S.C. Section 515, which would have allowed me to file charges in a district outside my own without the partnership of the local U.S. attorney, end quote.
Yeah, but Lindsey Graham is a homo, and we suck each other's dicks all the time, so he's probably talking a whole bunch of shit, that catty bitch.
With whom did Mr. Weiss have those discussions?
I'm not going to get into the internal deliberations of the department.
Oh, but you must, sir. This is important for us. We have oversight responsibility.
Look, I'm not going to talk about the shit we talk to each other about in secret. Like, well, then why the fuck are you here?
No, but I insist. You must do this.
I love it. This is what I mean. Like, this is all theater and nothing gets done because he's like, hey, you guys fucking around on this Biden thing? He's like, I'm not going to tell you what we do when we're secretly talking without you listening. It's like, that's the whole point of why we're here.
Okay, actually, why is she there, though? She's
one of
looks
his-
way too hot to be in here.
April. These guys all fucking kill their pages.
Oh.
Yeah. So they hire hot chicks to work in their office.
Yeah,
That's one of his assistants.
She seems to be stupidly out of place.
No, there's a lot of those in Washington, D.C.
Damn, I see why they all go there now.
Yeah, so like all these 50 and 60-year-old men hire these
Oh, and then
stare at their tits and try to fuck them all day.
I understand.
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
That's why nothing gets done in Congress. They're all trying to fuck their pages. Okay. And then if you're Joe Scarborough, yours ends up disappearing and dying, but you have no idea what happened, even though you probably fucked her.
So how do people become a page, though? What is that? Is that like
I think
being
you work
an intern,
at,
kind of?
no, it's you're a staffer,
Oh.
basically. But I think they find you at the strip club and they just go, hey, you want to work in D.C.? Oh, you mean dark cock? No, you need to get out of the
Whoa.
business for a minute.
Holy shit.
Over your department, and we need these answers.
As appropriate, necessary for Mr. Weiss to have conversations with the department. I made clear that if he wanted to bring a case in any jurisdiction, he would be able to do that. The way you do
All right, boring. We're getting into jurisdictions.
Yeah.
Anyway, just a lot of fun with Merrick Garland yesterday. Poor guy.
He had a lot of really great responses for us.
It just...
I learned a lot.
I learned a lot. Yeah, I really, I feel good about the government now. I feel like they're really being honest about a lot of shit. And, I just really feel like we got a lot of openness and, as they say,
We're transparent.
a cascade of candor, if you will. That's what I feel like we got out of this
Our
whole...
cascade of candor.
A cascade of candor.
What are you, a
This
poet?
thing. Edgar Allan Poet. Wildcard says any word on Oz and throws us $5. Oz called into an evening show one night, and then I told him, hey, I'm just going to hook this up to the Bluetooth and then call back in, and then he never called back in.
I noticed that. I thought about that last night.
So I don't...
Where is Oz? I miss Oz sometimes.
esoterically?
Yeah.
I don't know. I could have asked him if he
I
would
know
have
he,
stayed on the goddamn line.
I know. I noticed. I know that he moved back to my original neck of the woods,
Yes.
which is pretty cool. But-
Lovely Eden Valley,
I know.
Minnesota.
I didn't feel like doxing him, but I know it's been said already.
Thank you guys very much for that $5. 190 away from today's goal. Keep it going, guys. We started at 220 today, so thank you very much for your the evening show support, the morning show support. Let's knock that out. We got two left. Every time we knock out Thursdays, whenever Thursday gets to 0, I just feel this.
Because
There we
Friday's easy, right?
Rumble Friday's always a nice one. So thank you guys. If you feel like throwing a couple of bucks in, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Thank you guys very much for your support. Let's keep it going and knock it down to 150 pretty soon here. I will be joshing says an avalanche of affability. Yes, of course. I love alliteration. It's always an amazing aspect of any astral projection. Aspiring asshole. All right.
Astronauts.
Speaking of assholes, Dillon Danis is trying to be completely honest with you, I think Dillon Danis is trying to get this fight canceled.
Yeah, maybe he's scared.
I think Dillon is pulling a Melton where he's scared of the guy he's supposed to fight and he's trying to get out of it. And he's trying to convince people he isn't. So Dillon Danis recently had a restraining order put on him by Nina Agdal. Logan
sense.
Paul's fiance.
Yes.
And they have a fight coming up in October, Dillon and Logan. Dillon's an MMA guy. Logan's had a couple of fights with KSI. It's not looking good for Dillon Danis. He's probably not going to win this fight. Logan Paul will probably beat him just on experience alone. He's been posting videos of Nina Agdal sucking a guy's dick, videos of Nina Agdal saying she needs dick right now, nudes of Nina Agdal. Like, I mean, legit, like revenge porn shit.
Yeah, I've said it before. Look, we shouldn't be having videos of us sucking dick out there.
Right.
That's probably a private matter.
That's number one.
Right. But you can't just be posting that shit out there if it's not your content either. Like, if you're Dillon Danis, you can't just take her old videos and stuff and repost them because you feel like it.
Someone is saying in the chat, David Chandler wants to know how much for April as a ring card girl. April,
is he actually asking
April,
that?
name your price. Well, first of all, Fatso has to agree. And I don't.
I'm going to need enough to get me a nice outfit for being ring girl.
Okay.
I need my travel expenses and hotel covered.
Oh, well. So
that's all I'm asking.
700?
I don't know.
Okay.
You guys figure that out.
All right. Well, someone says Aaron's got a couple of those videos circulating. Hobo, you son of a bitch.
Wait a minute.
So Dillon Danis.
Was it Mike?
Dillon Danis got the restraining order from Nina Agdal.
Yes.
He's not supposed. The judge said you can't post any more pictures of her. No more pictures of Nina Agdal. That's it. That's done. You got to stop. He's still posting pictures. He's still posting videos of himself avoiding people serving him with the restraining order.
No, he's not.
He's being a complete chicken shit about the whole thing. And like I said, I think he's trying to get this fight canceled. I think he senses the ass whooping that's coming his way. And I think he's trying to get this thing shut down. I think he's trying to run from this fight. Because, first of all, bringing the guy's fiance into it and doing that only ensures one thing. He's going to fucking kill you.
Not only that, but that's a really chicken shit move, too. Like, instead of, like, focusing on Logan, you go for the woman who has, like, nothing to do with this.
Yeah, you're just being trolly instead of, like, a fighter. Like, the thing about being a fighter is you're a man. You know, you conflict in the ring, hand to hand. Like, let's do this shit. And you're going, women. Like, even when Floyd Mayweather was playing his worst, like, heel role to sell pay-per-views, he never went at people's family or anything like that.
Well, it'd be like if Melton actually grew a pair and like accepted the fight between you and him.
Yeah.
And instead of like focusing on like trash talking with you, you know, like back and forth, he goes to me.
Right.
And continues to ask my exes for nudes of me so he can post them online.
Yeah. He's a fucked up kid. He's a fucked up kid, just like Dillon Danis. So now in the latest post, he put a picture up of a nearly nude Agdal only one day after Danis was served lawsuit papers by Nina. The caption of the post says, "Mourning," which has been his refrain for posting about Agdal and Paul. So that's the picture that he put up.
That's like one of her Sports Illustrated pictures.
Yeah. I mean, that's not... I think. If that's a publicly out there photo, then there's nothing...
Okay, there is something wrong with it when he's been notorious for putting out pictures of her right now and he's not supposed to.
No, there's nothing wrong. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with putting people's public pictures out there, but he's been ordered by a judge not to do that.
Right, he's in a different position than you or I right now.
Also on Tuesday, Danis was a no-show for the hearing concerning the restraining order requested by Agdal. As a result, New Jersey federal judge Madeline Cox-Arleo ordered the enforcement of the restraining order on Danis.
Yeah, if you don't show up for your court dates,
you know,
that's not gonna help.
Dillon Danis doesn't have near as much honor as Stannis Baratheon, the one true king. Sorry,
I really hope you feel good about that one.
I'm watching Game of Thrones again.
You're pretty. It makes up for everything.
Those first 2 seasons are the best 2 seasons of TV ever.
They're pretty fucking great.
Those first 2 seasons are fucking good. 3 is
We're
good.
flying through them, by the way.
3 is good. 4 is incredible. And then, 5 is kind of where it starts to fuck off and tail off.
God, just the acting and everything is so good.
TMZ broke the news 2 weeks ago that Agdal was planning to sue Danis and seek a restraining order because of his relentless social media posts about her. Agdal claimed Danis, 30, has posted despicable things about her more than 250 times since his fight with Paul was announced earlier this summer.
See, that's obsession.
Which she said caused her to suffer humiliation, emotional distress, and reputational harm. Yeah, these are some of the photos.
Yeah, so let's spread them around
That
a
he's
little
put
bit.
out there.
TMZ.
I didn't do anything wrong. Oh, this is the New York Post.
Oh, well.
So not
Sorry,
that
TMZ.
not that far from
You know
TMZ.
what? I saw red everywhere.
Yeah.
They're both red.
The former Victoria's Secret model also alleged that one post from Danis, which was shared on August 11th, violated federal and state law. I'm guessing that's the dick sucking video that he put out there.
Well, yeah, I don't even know how he'd get those. Like,
Yeah.
was that put out there before?
I don't
Or did
know.
he pay an X for like a video?
Agdal asked for unspecified damages in the lawsuit. However, she is seeking no less than $150,000 per violation of the federal law prohibiting the sharing of intimate images. On Monday, Danis was served with papers outside his Jersey City home.
Okay, so if there are 250 times that he's posted about her and 150K per instance, that's $37,500,000.
37,000? That's 37 million.
I said $37,500,000.
I thought you said 37,000. Yeah, $37 million. So he probably he'll be working in the kitchen for a while to pay that off. I'm thinking. Yeah. Rice Patty Melton says Game of Thrones died with Tywin.
Tywin's fucking awesome.
You know,
dude.
you're not wrong. Charles Dance fucking owned that show. He was really, really good.
Why do we have to say his real name? Why can't we just say
The actor
Tywin?
deserves a lot of fucking credit for how well he did. But then also, as far as Game of Thrones season 5, if you're gonna say it died with Tywin, you could say it definitely died with the first Jon Snow killing. That would be, I would say, where it totally that was the total end right there. And yeah, because that's where they left it in the books. In the books, Jon Snow's dead, but they don't have anything after that. The show died when they didn't give more screen time to Hot Pie. So much silly.
Hot
Poor
Pie.
Hot Pie, little Hot Pie.
Aw.
Billy Madison grabbed him by the cheeks and went, "Stay here as long as you can. You gotta cherish it."
I just didn't like the direction that a lot of the character development went in. I didn't like Bran's story at all. I did not like Arya's story.
Or Starry.
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 I did not like Arya's story. I did it again.
Starkey story.
At all. They weren't good.
The process server left the documents on the ground after he tried to give the papers to Danis, who refuted, saying, quote, "That's not me." Danis now has 21 days to answer the complaint, per TMZ. Based on his ex-account activity over the last couple months, Danis will likely have plenty to say about Agdal, who got engaged to Paul in July. Yeah, I mean, this guy's heading for an ass whooping. I mean, he just doesn't, I'm looking at this, he doesn't look like a boxer.
He just kind of looks like a piece of shit.
He looks like an MMA guy, and there's a big difference. I mean, you don't want to be that chest and stomach big in boxing. It's not going to be good for you. He's going to gas out. Logan Paul's going to stop him. That fight will not last more than 3. I would say it'll end inside of 3 rounds. Dillon Danis will be done. Jake Hudson, becoming a baby boot for his 3rd month, says, "April hates me." There you go.
He is getting smarter.
Rice Patty Melton says in the books, Jon Snow is cloud storage surviving within Ghost. Yeah, in the books, all the Stark children can warg. And Jon Snow
I've heard that.
Yeah, Jon
Yep.
Snow is currently in Ghost right now. So he's trapped in Ghost, and they're going to try and bring him back through, which is interesting. Do they have to kill Ghost?
So wait, when they kill him the first time he's in Ghost?
Yeah, he's warged into Ghost.
I know what that means.
So now he's trapped. So what are we going to do? How are we going to
well,
make
can't
this?
he unwarg himself?
Can you unwarg?
I don't know.
Is the question. Maybe he'll come back as Stannis Baratheon.
Storylines I do like, but are brutal. I like what happens with the Bolton bastard. Theon.
Am I the only person who's
Sansa.
Am I the only person who's really happy Theon got his dick cut off? And I'm like, you
He
know what?
deserved it.
Fucking good.
He did deserve that one.
Yeah.
And I do like that he can redeem himself like a little bit at the end.
Dude, Bran is so evil. Bran is so manipulative and evil at the end of that show. Like season 8, when he looks at Theon, he goes, "Theon, you're a good man." Like emotionally manipulates the fucking guy to charge at the Night King and basically kill himself. Like Bran organized all that. Like the TV show ended like shit, but Bran, if you look back on it, Bran totally engineered that thing to go his way and then so he could end up the king at the end. It's just,
I just don't like his character.
I hate him. I
Yeah,
really
I
wish
do
he would have
too.
died. I was rooting for the Night King.
I
wanted the Night King to kill Bran, and then they kill the Night King. Then we get them both.
like the ending of a few characters, I guess.
I like Rickon's end. He got an unceremonious ending, didn't he? Here, run out into that field, and then I'll shoot you in the fucking chest with an arrow.
Oh, what was his first name?
Rickon.
Bolton? No, Bolton.
Oh, Ramsay.
Ramsay.
Yeah, just shot him.
God damn it, is he an evil man?
Way
And
better
he
than Joffrey.
plays such a great evil man.
Yeah, way better than Joffrey.
Yeah, Joffrey's like too hateable to like a point of like you just kind of want to hit him every time you see
Ramsay,
his
you're
face.
scared of him.
Ramsay, like you're actually scared.
Like, that motherfucker, he does it all. Hey, you guys will love this. A new law approved by Governor Kathy Hochul yesterday will allow New York voters to cast ballots.
Don't say it. Don't say by mail.
Anyone in the chat want to guess?
Oh.
She passed a thing that is going to allow New Yorkers to vote.
After you die.
Hold on. It's going to allow, there's a little bit of a delay on Restream for the chat, so I got to wait a second here. She's going to allow you to vote. See, they're still commenting on Game of Thrones at the moment. That's the thing about Restream is you never, you got to wait a little bit before everybody comments.
Yeah, I get it.
They're going, Ramsay actor originally issued for Jon Snow. Batman should have saved Joffrey. Aaron reminds me of Joffrey. Yeah, see, they're still watching the Game of Thrones part of the program. There you go. Skeezy says post-mortem.
Yeah, after
Kraken
you die.
Slappin says mail-in.
Okay.
Yes. The Republican governor of New York has allowed mail-in ballots for 2024.
What a nice lady. Just
Yeah.
making things easier for people.
Just in time, she says, for the
Aw.
2024 election, people will be allowed to cast ballots by mail instead of in person for the 2024 elections. But the ink wasn't even dry when Republican bigwigs sued to block it from taking effect.
God, I bet you wouldn't even need a license for that.
Yeah, the law will have the State Board of Elections create a program giving all registered voters the opportunity to vote early by mail in advance of an election.
I bet you wouldn't even have to be alive for that.
No, I mean, why should you have to hear the whole story of the entire election lest something change your mind
Right.
when you could just vote early?
Oh, and then I bet they won't even count the mail-in ballots until the election has been, like, all the votes are almost tallied.
Right.
And then they'll have to see how many they need to get her to win again. And they'll just throw them in there.
Coltrane says she's a Democrat, not a Republican. No, I said the Republicans sued her.
You're right. Oh,
Because
she's clearly not
she's
Republican.
not a Republican. Voters will be able to request mail-in ballots up to 10 days prior to the election, and election officials will then provide mail ballots with postage-paid return envelopes.
But
So
what
the
about the
taxpayers
female
have
ones?
to pay for these people to send in their ballots. I have to
Well,
pay
I'm
for them
just-
to vote.
I'm just thankful.
But the GOP elected
Really?
officials quickly filed a lawsuit trying to quash the measure, saying it leaves the elections vulnerable to fraud and does not pass constitutional muster. Well, guess what? You guys have all lost your YouTube channels. Congratulations.
Demonetized.
You are demonetized. You ain't getting my yeah, I've always loved this one. You ain't getting my money says, send yourself $500 in cash through the U.S. Postal Service and see if it comes through. I would never trust a mail-in ballot. Yeah, so the post office will always tell you, they have warnings at the post office, like, don't send cash in the mail. You're like, okay. Yeah, but you can send your vote. Don't send cash in the mail. You can't trust it to get to its destination properly. But your ballot, yeah, we'll make sure that that'll get there sealed up tight, no problem.
Cash really would be like the easiest thing to steal. Because, like, who's going to know? Like, you open a fucking envelope and just take the cash out and throw the envelope away somewhere.
Right. And
who's going to know?
You don't know until the person you sent the cash to goes, hey, you never paid me. And you're like,
Right.
fucking bullshit. Yes, I did.
I never got it.
Yeah. Skeezy says, looking forward to a 3 a.m. sudden comeback victory for Democrats again. It is amazing.
That was insane.
That was a
honest to
Trump
God.
blowout until like midnight.
It was wild. I was drinking to it,
Yeah.
honestly. And I was like, oh, this is looking fine. I can go to bed.
And
you know.
No, I knew something was up
Don't
when
say that.
the media was reporting it, and you'd watch like CNN, and they weren't panicked at all. They were like, oh no, they haven't counted any of the mail-in or the absentee ballots or any of that yet. So, it can't really say much about these numbers. It doesn't really matter. I'm like, uh-oh, they know something. They've talked
See, and
to
I
some
wasn't
people.
as jaded at that point yet for some
Yeah.
reason. I've obviously grown a little since then. but
I think I remember telling you, I'm like, yeah, no, don't get too excited. I remember saying to you, I'm like, they haven't counted the mail-in ballots, and guess who those are going for? Yeah. So, Coltrane says it's supposed to be election day, not a whole fucking season. Show up on election day or fuck off. That's what I believe, too.
I do,
If
too.
you can prove to me you're going to be out of the country the day of the election, like military,
Or like you're
stuff like that,
bedridden.
then you can get an absentee ballot. Okay, sure. But as far as voting by mail, no. The Constitution says 1 day a year we hold a vote. 1 day. That's what the Constitution says. 1 day we vote for president. That's all it should be. No mail-in ballots at all. It's too ripe for fraud. Jamie Jam says, true, they were not as nervous as they were in 2016. And Trump jumped out to a bigger lead in 2020 than he did in 2016. 2016 was close until about 10 or 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I guess hindsight, you're right. They really didn't panic very much.
They weren't panicked at all. Like, not only were they not panicked, they're like, yeah, we're pretty sure this is going to come through. Like, because by that time, they were actively rooting against Trump. So they were like, yeah, we're pretty sure this is all going to turn around. They weren't doing that in 2016. In 2016, they're like, what the fuck are we going to do? This isn't looking good. Like, we've watched the Young Turks thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But in 2020, Trump's jumping out to these giant, like, 20-point leads in swing states, and they're like, it's totally fine. You're like, uh-oh. Why are you saying it's totally fine?
Sandy Squatch says, I thought mail-in voting was supposed to make it quicker so that all the votes are counted by election night.
Right.
And that's how, like, I thought it used to be, too. Like, in my opinion, yeah, as soon as a mail-in vote comes in, it should be counted
yes.
instant.
You should be counting it
So
right away.
It shouldn't be stockpiled until you know how many votes you need to win.
I love that Egg Picker's back. Egg Picker on Rumble says, I think I'm going to watch Russian news during World War III. Yeah, like, I can't even, trust our own to give us the information better than the Ruskies. Guys, we are 190 away from today's goal, so we're under 200 by 8 o'clock, so it's more like a normal day at this point. We started at 220, so I don't want to shake any pans at you today, so let's see if we can knock that down. Let's go on a little bit of a rally. Let's get within striking distance by 9 o'clock. What do you say? Thanks, guys. 190 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. You guys did get us back up over 600 members, which is great. Thank you so much for that. So if you want to keep gifting those, I think we're like 70 away from 700. So there's that. And if you want to throw in some super chats or Rumble rants or anything like that, please do. We appreciate it. And it all goes towards keeping Steel Toe on the air and knocking out our goal. If we get it to 0, we tack on another 30 minutes as a thank you to the end of the show. Well, they're back on that statue shit again.
We don't need to be on statue shit. Ever.
People want to look at taking down statues again. Could you fucking...
Can we take down the AIDS one before it comes up in, what is it, Florida?
Palm Springs?
Palm Springs.
Yeah.
Can we take that one down?
The
That
butthole
one's
one?
The butthole.
Even the gay people want to take down the butthole statue.
We don't need statues, but I also don't think we need to, like, retroactively, like, take down the old ones either.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them?
Well, plus, let's remember, putting up a butthole statue for AIDS is kind of like putting up a statue for chickens, and it's just an egg. Because it's where they came from. You see what I did there with the butthole?
I got it.
It's the hatched in
I got it.
the anal. Well, you get the idea. So anyway, in New York, of course, New York, they don't like, if you have people talking about taking down Robert E. Lee and taking down Confederate statues and stuff, you at least have an argument there because those were traitors. Like, those guys rebelled against the United States of America. They tried to secede from the Union. So you could argue, hey, the Union won the war. Fuck these guys. They were our opponent. We won.
Okay, is that statue, like, changing that outcome somehow?
Okay, but on the other hand, we have statues to Indian chiefs that went to war with the United States. We don't take them down. They lost the war too. We don't take it down because they, committed their own atrocities. We just don't do it.
Why don't we just take down the Statue of Liberty and just really signify that it's all over?
I mean, it's offensive to the
Liberty?
Irish because it's green. It seems a little racially taunting.
Didn't start that way.
But when it comes to, the statues they're talking about in New York, they're talking about Jefferson, Washington, Columbus. Like, they're talking about mainstays of America.
Well, they had slaves.
Well, Columbus, he led a group that did some pretty nasty shit. But just saying that you're going to take these down, like just leave them up. And if people don't like them, don't look at them. Or when you walk by them, spit on them or sneer at them or tell everybody around you that'll listen what a piece of shit that guy was and fuck him. And there's that. That's what we're supposed to be about in this country anyway, is you get an opinion, I get an opinion. Everybody gets to express themselves. Tearing statues down and limiting what can go up, I mean, that's about as anti-American as I can possibly think. But let's see what they're talking about in New York about these statues, and I really hope they talk to people on the street.
Okay.
And I really hope we get to hear from some septum piercings and some blue hairs.
I want to hear from a homeless who's truly not contributing.
Like, where am I going to piss? Man, this is bullshit. They trying to take down these statues. I'm done trying to paint that whole base yellow, and they trying to take down my motherfucking piss statue. Shit.
Ooh.
Early access to 5 videos from log in for unlimited access. Ask me later. Let me talk about
Founding father George Washington and Italian explorer Christopher Columbus, who until recent years was widely known as the man who discovered the New World. Taking down statues erected in their honor on city property is again being debated.
By contextualizing or
course.
mandating the removal of works of art depicting individuals who profited from the slavery of black people or committed heinous acts against indigenous peoples, we challenge the celebration of those who have perpetuated oppression.
It was a different time. Shut the fuck up. I'm sick of people.
Sandy, that's everybody.
Everyone we came from.
You'd better take down all the Muslim statues.
Yeah.
You talk about people who benefited from slavery.
I mean,
You talk about people who, enslaved people, trampled on people's rights, slaughtered people. You better take down everything in Mecca and Medina at that point. Anything, especially if it's funky or cold. You see in Medina.
oh, like the song.
Yeah.
The funky cold Medina.
The dog licked the bowl and did the wild thing on his leg. It's a line in the.
It's a real banger.
It's a song.
During a city council committee hearing, Councilmember Sandy Nurse outlined her bill that would sanction the removal of city art depicting a person who owned enslaved persons, benefited from slavery, or committed crimes against indigenous people or humanity.
Okay.
All right, we're taking down statues of literally everyone who lived from the year 10,000 BC to about 1865.
Okay, do these people not understand that these people in the statues aren't alive anymore to do that? And the people who are alive aren't okay with slavery?
Well, and I would agree with this woman, and I would say take down those statues if the reason they're up is because they owned slaves. Like, if they put the statues up, it's like, yo, look at this fucking rock star slave owner,
number
bro.
one slave owner.
Yeah, on the thing, on the description of the base of the statue, it said this guy owned so many fucking slaves, and he would whip them and call him the N-word. This guy was rad,
Or
bro.
if it was like a statue of him like whipping some black
Yeah,
dude.
if it was him going,
Yeah.
there was a speech bubble in the thing that said, your name's Toby. And it was him like hitting someone in the statue. Then yeah, April and I think both would be all for taking that statue down. That's horrendous. Or if it was like, Columbus holding the head of a native chieftain. It's just like, Columbus came in and he got rid of all those dirty skins so that we could colonize this country. Fuck these homos. And you're like, yeah, we got to take that statue down. That's
so
a
you're
little.
saying you're in favor of taking that down.
Like, that's a little over the top, And then George Washington, if they were like, yeah, all this motherfucker did all day long was just dream about murdering Indians and raping their wives. And you're like, okay, yeah, we got to take that statue down. We can't talk
That's what,
about
like
that.
the description.
Yeah, that's
podiums.
against YouTube terms of service. We can't have that statue up here. But they're not being put up for that. They're being put up because the guy found the new world. They're getting
Which
put
is
up because
true.
the guy was the first president of the United States. And, the other one wrote the Declaration of Independence, for fuck's sake.
Well, check it out. Has it been petitioned yet to reprint all of our money with like prominent black people on the bills instead of fucking?
Did they get rid of the Harriet Tubman idea? Did they cancel that?
Oh, was that a thing?
They were going to take Hamilton off the 10, which I'm fine with. Hamilton was a cunt, but he got some things right. But he was a cunt. Take him
but you
off the
want
10.
a Harriet Tubman.
I would rather have Aunt Jemima because I think she got done dirty.
She did.
I do.
Not only did she get done dirty, she really brought joy to a lot of people.
Yeah, now it's Pearl Milling Company. Yeah, I want Aunt Jemima put on the 10. But then again, if you put Aunt Jemima on the 10 or Harriet Tubman, like, who's going to know? Who's going to tell the difference? If you put Harriet Tubman on there, a lot of people are like, why'd they put Aunt Jemima on the 10?
Wait,
I don't understand it.
are you trying to tell us that you think those two, look alike, or just that all black people in general?
No, I'm saying they both have the head thing on, and they both have
The
dark.
bonnet?
Yeah, they both have dark skin,
How do you tell them money?
and they're both overweight. So, what do you want from me?
Scrap it. Put George Floyd on all of them.
There you go, George Floyd on all of it.
We need to appreciate, again, historical context.
The bill would require the city's Public Design Commission to create the plan for removal, as well as a process for determining whether city art should instead include an explanatory plaque contextualizing the person's legacy.
Okay, fine. There you go.
But don't they usually?
Great. Put another plaque on there that goes. Put 2 plaques on there. Have a pro plaque and a con plaque. There you go. Now shut the fuck up and let's never talk about statues ever again in the history of this country.
I want to repeat myself. I've said this earlier in the show today.
6 million, 6 million. Oh, sorry.
Oh, God.
Go ahead.
Is this the most pressing issue New York has right now? Is it?
Right after rats, homeless people, stabbings, shootings, drug use, shitting on the street, and general depression.
Oh,
yeah.
You see, because I figured that taking down statues is probably taking precedence, but
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
isn't this just a fucking joke?
6
I don't care about your statues. You know what the thing is about statues? Unless it's like the Iwo Jima one or like the Lincoln Memorial. What the fuck? People typically just kind of walk by them.
People do want statues of Lincoln taken down.
Why?
Believe it or not, it's something about slavery. Even though he's the president who freed the slaves, apparently he didn't free them hard enough, and they want him taken down. But anyway,
They didn't let them butt fuck him.
yeah, the point is, I also want to point something out. The people you see who want these statues taken down, you know how people go against that? They say, oh, the great replacement theory that Tucker Carlson talks about is a conspiracy theory. Notice all the people, and you notice how people celebrate, like, oh, I can't wait till white people are a minority. And then you see what groups start doing to like statues that white people put up in the government and shit like that. Like, if you can't see the wheel already turning, where it's like, if the population percentages continue to go the way they're going, there's going to be a big push from people going, tear down all the fucking shit that these whiteys built. They're all dirty, nasty, evil murderers, colonizers, rapists, and slaveholders. Fuck them, tear down all their shit. It's like, I'm sorry, that's the people who want these statues taken down. I mean, they look pretty militant to me, pretty aggressive.
In 2018, then Mayor Bill de Blasio's Advisory Commission on City Art.
Is this before or after his wife started lesing out again and made him sleep on the couch?
Wait, that was that one.
I don't know. Is she a lesbian again or is she taking dick? I don't know. Either way, they're sleeping in the same house, but they're not married. And they're dating other people. That's fun.
Money,
Bill,
am I right?
Bill, can I have the bedroom tonight? I got a real scissor fest going on over here.
Okay.
Voted to remove a statue of Dr. J. Marion Sims, a 19th century gynecologist who performed experimental surgery on enslaved women without their consent or anesthesia.
Okay.
Why the fuck was there a statue of that guy?
I don't know. There is on occasion like a question of like,
Now,
why did he get a statue?
But see, that's the problem. That's what stops you from having more allies is like you go to Washington and you go to Columbus and you go to Jefferson and then we go, fuck you, you're not taking those down. They're important. You're like, yeah, but we successfully took down the doctor guy. He was doing gynecology on slave women against their will. Yeah, that was a no-brainer. That one's okay, but you're going too far.
Somebody thought
you're
it was cool.
But you're going to make us defend the slave gynecology guy because we know that you'll go too far if we let you take this one.
Okay, what if we find out though that these experimental surgeries that were like without consent or whatever was like intended to help them, not harm them?
Or it led to the HPV vaccine.
Yeah, what if it was like something, what if they're leaving that out of context and it was like something really good, even if it was
Motherfucker, he helped cure
non-consensual?
cervical cancer. Like, he did gynecology on the slaves against their will. I'm like, well, technically everything we had
What if he
slaves do
helped
was
prevent
against their will.
ovarian cancer?
Yeah, I mean, well, you
don't
know. Gotta weigh them against each other. I don't. No, I would say based.
Okay, I
based
never
on what
got your consent, but I helped.
Based on what they told me about this guy, look, this one's not the worst choice you could make for taking down a statue, but you don't do
think
yourselves
he's
any
stunning?
favors where when after that you go, all right, now on to George Washington. And you're like, don't make me stand up for slave gynecology guy. He's a piece of shit, but I know you guys are going to take this too far.
The commission declined to remove other artwork across the city depicting controversial figures, including the statue of Christopher Columbus in Manhattan's Columbus Circle,
Oh,
for what some
weebity-geebity.
scholars and indigenous advocates say were atrocities committed by Columbus against indigenous people.
Someone like
They wouldn't move. We came through with shit they'd never seen before. People riding horses, crops, shit like that. And we were like, look, we want to plant here and build cities. And they're like, no, we got to go scalp buffalo. And we're like, you guys, you got to move. We got a better deal.
Get my scalps.
Yeah, we got a better deal coming in, guys. You got to fuck off. And they're like, no. And we're like, all right, fine. We tried to get you out of here the nice way.
So this guy's about to talk about the like historical context and stuff, and that is super important though. Like all these, like this Sandy Nurse bitch, like she's trying to like pretend it's all like in today's world that this shit is happening.
Right.
That these statue people are in for some reason.
George Washington is still owning slaves in Mount Vernon right now.
Right.
He's not. He's fine.
No, this is so over and nobody's okay with it anymore.
Columbus, who introduced chattel slavery to the Western Hemisphere, he doesn't deserve the hero statue that he has.
It never would have got there without him.
The New York's Italian community continues to balk at removing the statue.
There's a lot of false things that have been brought as a cause of Columbus. Columbus did unite the continents.
As for George Washington and his statue in Union Square, the executive director...
Why is he giving a Nazi salute, I ask you?
That's a gang sign, actually.
Oh, okay. Everyone knows.
Ring finger down.
Everyone remembers that George Washington was a 16th Street Crip. And, he was a capo in the fucking 16th Street Bloodbangers.
...of the Harlem Historical Society says owning...
Of course, the famous George Washington saying, gang, gang. What he used to yell before he went into battle. Gang, gang, motherfuckers.
And then he'd go home and have sex with one of them.
Bend over, you trifling asshole. I'm all sweaty from blood and guts and shit.
They would be
Should
horned
not
up, right?
force
Yeah, you want to fuck.
those monuments to come down.
There's trade-offs, you know, like George Washington absolutely was the father of our country.
Now, the bill would also require the Department of Transportation to...
Yeah, see, there's trade-offs. You see, we sell out our entire country and you make it shittier. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a great trade.
work with the Department of Education to affix explanatory plaques
Perfect.
next to schools named after historical figures
Done.
that fit the previously outlined criteria. The bill is still in committee.
You know what? Put a fucking e-whiteboard up there, and every day people can write shitty things about that person on the board.
Right,
and they
slate gets wiped clean every night.
Right, and
Start
you can just
over.
all just write terrible shit. You know, it'll just end up with
Okay,
graffiti and stuff.
but now we've changed how many sports team names and school mascots and all that stuff. The Fighting Sioux in North Dakota used to be so fucking cool. I toured that place. I considered going to school there. And as soon as I went to here, they changed that to the Fighting Hawks or something fucking gay.
Yeah, it's never enough.
It's
is the
so
problem.
stupid.
Yeah, it's just never enough.
We could
It's-
just
it's-
have an explanation plaque.
Which, by the way, if that'll stop you from talking about removing the statues, I'm actually fine with
Okay,
that.
I'm fine with it, but I'm kind of unfine with the fact that just a little explanation plaque is just that warm, fuzzy hug you needed to be okay with that statue.
Atomic Ray pointing this out, George Washington was a gangster. The original horse by shooting was George Washington. He would yell, "Riverside, motherfucker," and just start capping people. But it was really weird to
Did
do
he
horse.
hold his musket sideways?
It sucked because back then when you did a horse by shooting, you had to shoot and then dump the powder in and the musket ball, and you had to pack the pistol, and then you had to shoot again. Horse by shootings back then were not nearly as effective as the modern drive-by.
Okay, but you have to consider the person you're shooting at also has to take time to pour their powder and
Right,
stuff,
you have to
so.
pack like 4 pistols with you in different, in different
You gotta-
carrying
wait.
carrying formations.
You've got to come strapped.
You got to come strapped and come correct, motherfuckers. Gang, gang, all day. Bang, bang, bang the drum. Northside CA says when Cortez confronts the Aztecs, they are in the process of executing slaves. How did they learn this without Columbus? Right. Yeah. He brought chattel slavery to North America. Yeah, the Aztecs and the Mayans. They built all those pyramids without slaves. You know that, right? They all had 401ks and
Hey,
benefits, and they were, yeah.
you know the main statue that really should come down besides the Statue of Liberty?
What's that?
Fucking Mount Rushmore.
God damn it,
Blow
all
it
those
up.
slave-holding pieces of shit.
Slave-holding pieces of shit.
Just make it a Teddy Roosevelt statue. That's it.
Just blow up everyone around him.
Just keep Teddy.
I should just recarve into George Floyd, like I said.
Yeah, you'd need that much rock.
Have you ever seen Mount Rushmore?
You know what? Carving George Floyd out of rock, he would have loved that. Rock was his favorite.
Crack rock.
I didn't say that. Yeah, I love that they're like, oh, slavery in North America. Never heard about it until Columbus got here. Bullshit. First of all, for fun, they would kick rival chieftains' decapitated heads around into goals. I mean, yeah, we really took a calm and peaceful, wonderful culture and destroyed it.
I mean,
once Europeans got here, it really was kill or be killed. Like they were just going to meet Columbus with a nice bowl of hot soup. No, they would have been kicking Columbus's head around like a soccer ball if he wouldn't have done anything.
It really does just seem to be about like completely wiping and rewriting history.
Yeah.
Because they don't put context behind anything. They just see this thing and they're so fucking soft and malleable. Like,
almost,
oh, that thing is hurting me that's been there for hundreds of years.
It's almost like they read the Communist Manifesto and they said, oh, you know what? We have to destroy all the traditions and the culture behind this country and then we can remake it in our image. Weird. It's almost like it's part of a process. But at any rate.
You know, the funny thing is like if there's a statue of Hitler up in like fucking Germany or anywhere in Europe,
you'd move there?
Get down on my knees and worship daily? No. No, it's everybody that lives there, Jews like they could all walk by that statue and none of them would be harmed. Did you know that? There's not a single thing that would happen to you walking by that statue.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I thought all Italians were tainted by more blood, so technically it's black on black crime. Attaboy. Yes.
That is
absolutely right. In fact, Columbus probably had more blood than any of you did because he was closer to the actual date. Like the actual time of it happening. I mean, still missed him by about 1,000 years, but oh no.
Put George Floyd on the $20 bill.
500, 600 years. Sorry about that.
That's fucking funny.
Put George Floyd on the 20. Yeah. I mean, then you technically can't counterfeit it.
And when they legalize fentanyl someday, you know, aside from like prescription fentanyl from doctors.
When the Chinese take over.
Recreational fentanyl. That's going to be sponsored by the George Floyd Corporation.
Yes. Guys, 190 away from today's goal. Let's move. Let's go. Let's get that down there. Let's do some work here, and hopefully we don't have to bring out this thing today. Let's at least get within striking distance. Throw in your 5s, throw in your 10s. If you're feeling ridiculous, you can go 20s. If you're feeling really ridiculous, you can become a Steel Toe VIP today. $250 in a 7-day period gets you all 3 of our T-shirts, our Steel Toe hoodie, 2 of our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. I keep one handy right here. 2 tickets to every live event we do. And you get in a $100 VIP drawing absolutely free that we do every end of the month. And every new item of merch that comes out, you get to claim yourself a free item of it. So $250 in 1 week. That is the Steel Toe VIP package. Right now, 190 away from kicking it in the ass today, knocking out today's goal, adding 30 minutes on to the end of the show. Our way of saying thank you for being such a supportive audience. All right, the Dave Portnoy Washington Post phone call. I'm excited. Sid Saraf sent me this one.
Okay, very cool.
Yesterday. I love Sid. He's very generous. He's providing us with lots of cool stuff and a contributor to the program. Sid sent me this. It's Dave Portnoy apparently calling up a Washington Post reporter.
Okay.
Dave owns Barstool again, and he's organized something called Pizza Fest. Dave's become big in the, small business community and the pizzeria community for going, traveling to different places, trying their pizza.
Doing the one bite. Giving it reviews, so on and so forth. So he decided, I'm a businessman. Let's monetize the shit out of this and let's have a pizza fest where a bunch of small businesses can come out.
I'd go.
Have their that would be really fun.
I would love that.
Pizza and beer fest. That would be a great day to gain 40 pounds.
Vegas does one of those.
Good for them. So Dave Portnoy gets wind that this Washington Post reporter is sending emails seeking comment from sponsors of Pizza Fest, asking them, did you know that Dave Portnoy has said misogynist and bigoted things in the past? And here's some of the things that he's said. And would you like to comment on these? And if you're still planning to support Dave Portnoy and his Pizza Fest endeavor, it's basically a passive-aggressive chick way of trying to cancel someone's event and using your role as a journalist to create an article that would do that. Now, it's no wonder that the Washington Post does shit like this. This is the same place that employs Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah.
and she'll dox people like the Libs of TikTok person.
No qualms.
Yeah, and then when people shit on her and go after her on Twitter for it, she cries and plays victim. The Washington Post is also the one who tried to compare PewDiePie to Hitler after he did a sketch in what looked like a Nazi uniform. Excuse me, I'm a big pig. But and then he got a Disney deal taken away and all kinds of other shit. So the Washington Post plays dirty pool worse than anyone else out there in the media, in my opinion. So Dave Portnoy said, enough of this shit. I'm going to call this chick on the bullshit she's pulling, and I'm going to ask her what the hell her problem is.
Good for him.
And let's see, do you think we're going to get a journalist that stands up for her work, or are we going to get passive-aggressive deflecting?
I'll pick that one for 500.
Okay, passive-aggressive deflecting. Here we go. Dave Portnoy. This is a long one. I hope you guys hang in there with this one. We'll probably take this about 7 or 8 minutes. Then it starts to get a little like they set
We're
up
spinning wheels.
Yeah, a little bit.
This is Emily.
Hey, Emily, this is Dave Portnoy calling. I'm recording you right now, but I've noticed a bunch of people. It seems like you're sending. We have this pizza fest happening on Saturday, and you're reaching out to our advertisers, and you're basically sending an email that says to the effect, Dave's a misogynist, racist. Do you want to defend yourself?
Okay, Big Dumb Dave, I will say this. It bothers the shit out of me as you watch this video. He means misogynist. He keeps saying
misogenic.
He keeps saying misogenic, and it drives me insane.
That's weird.
But misogynist is what he's trying to say.
Advertising at this event, right?
I'm sorry. What's your name, Dave? I'm sorry. Who are you?
I'm the guy you're writing the article about, Dave Portnoy.
Oh, you're Dave Portnoy. Oh, hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. No, I'm not. I haven't said anything like that.
I can read if you want. If you want, I can read what you actually sent. I have it.
Yeah, read.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I never said anything like this. Is what all these media jackals, as Jesse Ventura used to call them. This is what they all do. Deny, deny, deny. Then you go, oh no, I have the email. And then you read it to them and they go, oh no, what I meant by that was this. And it's like,
or no,
wait a
my
minute.
publicist wrote that.
Right, but wait a minute. 5 minutes ago, you just told me you didn't write it. Now you're telling me here's what you meant when you wrote it. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to believe the second thing you said because the first thing you said was bullshit. You're clearly just trying to get out of this.
I sent a bunch of notes, so I want to make sure I know which one.
Okay. We are planning to write about the festival and how some of the sponsors and participants have drawn criticism by seemingly to associate themselves with Dave Portnoy, who has a history of misogynist comments and other problematic behavior. I want to make sure that Blank had a chance to respond to this since the company is the most prominent and their partners of his festival.
Like, how is that not like, hey, nice company you got there. Be ashamed if something were to happen to it.
Right, that does almost seem threatening.
Yeah. Be ashamed if you associated with a guy who's a total sexist and piece of shit and we had to write terrible things about you because of it.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
it's basically like a heads up of what's coming down the pike for you.
That is a real shit heel move. So basically, now if you're a journalist, correct me if I'm wrong, you're supposed to like investigate and talk to people to find out what's going on. You're not supposed to go, here's the angle we're already taking, comment on the angle we're taking, or we're just going to publish the piece without you.
Right. Like if you felt so compelled to reach out to these advertisers, you could say, how do you feel about working with Dave Portnoy?
Right.
What's your experience with him?
Right. You know, oh, it says here that he's raised millions of dollars for small businesses and he helps pizza places out and he's doing this, you know, to help the pizzeria community or whatever. Instead, you go, hey, this guy's we're writing an article about what a bag of shit this guy is and how your company is part of the bag of shit pizza fest. Any comment on the bag of shit pizza fest?
Kind of sounds like you co-signed this guy in his misogyny.
Well, yeah, right, exactly. So
or however he says
you've
it.
made up your mind already, and his misogenic comments.
Misogenic.
You know what? I'm gonna check on that.
Can you say it like that?
He's fucking it up so bad that I feel like misogenic might be a word, and we might be.
Oh, are we being shitty to him for a different word? Maybe.
Nope. It's when I type in misogenic, it says misogyny. All right, so it's misogynistic. What is he saying? Misogenic?
Misogenic.
Fuck, Dave. Come on.
Oh, that's the one I sent to, which was definitely the most pointed of them because I really did want them to respond, and I was hoping to get something from them.
Do you think that's
so? These sociopathic fucking journalists, they go, oh no, I never wrote that. And then you read it to them and they go, oh, yeah, that's the one I
Well.
sent to so-and-so. I sent that one specifically because I really wanted a response out of them, so I borderline threatened them.
Isn't it kind of fun though when like somebody's advertisers get messages like this and then they just go back to the main guy and be like, look
I
at
do
this
like that,
person's.
yeah.
Our advertisers have done that to us when people try to attack us.
Our advertisers do that. Our listeners do that. Like, they just report back. They're like, yeah, so-and-so was trying to pull this bullshit with me.
Right.
Like,
And they don't buy any of it.
exactly.
It's fair. Like, I totally disagree with the assertions of what you said, that misogenic and all that stuff. So, like, it kind of backs people into a corner. So I'm happy to go over anything. I mean, you have, that is pretty pointed. You said you didn't do it. Then I have the exact evidence of you doing it. So
No, I didn't say I didn't do that. I said
Yes. Yeah, oh, bullshit.
God damn it.
Please remember we're at 139. I want to go back here. She said, I never said I didn't do it.
basically sending an email that says to the effect, Dave's a misogenic racist. Do you want to defend yourselves
Maybe I went too
advertising
far
at this
back.
event,
It's
right?
fine.
I'm sorry. What's your name, Dave? I'm sorry. Who are you?
It's
I'm the
seconds
guy
away.
you're writing the article about, Dave Portnoy.
Oh, you're Dave Portnoy. Oh, hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. No, I'm not. I haven't said anything like that.
Well,
Okay. So
I
wait,
haven't said anything like that.
37 seconds. She's like, I haven't said anything.
All right, 37 seconds in, she says, I never said anything like that. Now he reads the letter to her.
Then I have the exact evidence of you doing it. So
No, I didn't say I didn't do that. I said I did.
It took a minute, a solid minute for her to.
You piece of shit.
doing it. So
No, I didn't say I didn't do that. I said I did. That was the one that was the most.
well, no, you that what before I provided proof, you said you didn't really remember doing that, and then I read it to you, and you're like, oh yeah, I did it that one time. So you did do
By
it.
the way, do you believe that she only did it that one
No,
time?
if-
Or do you think that was a form letter?
If we started saying, look, I didn't write that to, oh no, I didn't say it, and then I did it that one time, it's no, there's probably multiple.
Do
out
these
there.
dumb women really think that these sponsors who love Dave Portnoy this isn't going, like, do these dumb broads really think that this passive aggressive shit they play with their cuck boyfriends, do they really think that this shit's going to work with people who love Dave Portnoy and that it's not going to get back to him?
I mean, I hope they don't believe that, but I think they do.
I'm happy to talk about the comments because to me, it's kind of like torturous interference. Like we're doing an event. Everyone's happy about the event. I've raised $50 million for small business. I've helped pizzas. None of that. It's Dave's misogenic and problematic. And I'm happy to talk about it because to me, nobody would like if someone's going around sending that email to their sponsors. And again, you're not like questioning.
It's soft cancel culture. It's like it's low key.
It's passive.
Passive cancel culture. You're trying to guilt these. You're basically threatening these people, saying, we're going to write shitty things about this Dave Portnoy guy, and if you associate with him, we're going to let people know you're associating with him. So, what do you think about this stuff he said?
Right.
It's almost like a statement of fact. This is what I am.
Yeah. So, I do want to talk to you about this.
Bullshit. You wanted to go around to all these sponsors and get them to talk shit about Dave and then print it. She's like, I did want to talk to you about this. Then why am I calling you? It's funny that once I call you, now all of a sudden the whole time you wanted to talk to me about this.
It is interesting that these people, like this woman on the phone, don't just go directly to this misogynistic man. They don't go to the source. They're too scared of that route, so they go around to everyone, circling him.
This is what everyone should do to these people. They should record the
Call
phone call.
directly, yeah.
Let them know you're recording it, first of all, because otherwise you're breaking the law in some states. They should record it. They should call these people out. They should confront them. They should shame these journalists because it's not like fucking around with New World Order or government people. Journalists are cowards. And the second you start putting some pressure on them, they'll stop doing this shit.
Right. Yep.
And I just want you to know that the story I'm working on with a colleague. And I want to kind of loop him on this because we did want to talk to you. And we were
When were you going to reach out?
We were planning on doing it tomorrow morning.
So you're going to write the article and then give me, like I've had that a bunch. People write a full article and then give me the points after.
We're doing a bunch.
Right. A lot of people go, by the way, we've already made up our mind about you. Here's what we're going to print about you. This is what Taylor Lorenz did to Libs of TikTok. They said, here's what I'm going to write about you. Here's what I'm going to say. You can either give a statement to us that, by the way, they would chop to shit, or we can just say you refuse to talk to us.
Or even worse, just put the article out there without consulting you first and then get a statement about the article after, like a response.
Exactly.
We're doing a bunch of reporting, and we wanted to make sure that when we finally did talk to you, we could really kind of present what, or talk about things more fully.
Sure.
Like what? Like it sounds like you have your opinion made of me based on that email.
No.
So then how, if you don't have your opinion made of me, how do you say in an intro email, Dave Portnoy has a history of misogenic comments and other problematic behavior? That's how you introduce the email.
Yeah. So look, I just want you to know that this is not, I want to talk to you about this, but
don't you think you should talk to me before sending that email?
What I wanted to do is I wanted to talk to you when we were to have some specific questions for you.
You already have them. You're already making accusations in the email about him. You have specific things you clearly want to talk about.
Right. They had specific opinions made up of him, and they were hoping that some of his sponsors would hear that stuff and kind of like start co-signing with them. And then they could all present that to Dave and be like, look what these people feel about you and think about you.
And so I wanted to kind of have the full idea of what we were.
That's not a full idea. Like anybody who's rationally reading that email being sent to an advertiser would have to be like, this is a hit piece and you have your mind made up. Why else would you put... No, you call me in the intro. I'll say it again. Dave Portnoy has a history of misogenic comments and other problematic behavior.
Yeah.
You didn't say Dave Portnoy raised $50 million for small business. Dave Portnoy saved thousands of pizza places.
Right. You could do an article on the Pizza Fest and how great it is for small business and but that doesn't sell as well.
That doesn't sell.
Yeah, as much as piece of shit tries to eat pizza. Yeah.
You didn't mention. You said it in a way that is putting sponsors on the defensive.
Good for Dave.
So what I worried about when we contacted you, I was worried that we would have sort of one shot to talk to you, right? And so what
this chick's retarded. I'm sorry, but this is what happens in high school when girls get caught talking shit about each other. This is the same conversation. Like, I'm sorry. I hate to take my misogyny for a walk twice in a day, but like, this is high school behavior. This lessens the professionalism of the profession of journalism.
Somebody's going to write an article about you.
Go ahead. They've already written
Someone's
them.
sending emails to our advertisers.
They've already done that. They've already written all the articles.
It's going to be me next.
They shot their shot when it comes to steel toe.
No, this is absolutely like if I were in a group of girls in high school who I thought were my friends, and I'm hearing from other people, like one of my friends rats on the other girls and says, hey, these girls are saying some really nasty things about you and stuff. And I go to that girl and be like, why didn't you just talk to me?
I was going to. But I needed to get a whole thing.
They would say, I wanted to just get my facts straight and get all my ducks in a row first.
Yeah, let's treat it that way, like it's a personal thing. If someone's going around telling my friends that I'm a misogynist or I'm this and that, I mean, first of all,
you're like, well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but they're going around telling my friends that I'm problematic and all this shit. And then I go up and I confront you and I go, hey, what the fuck is going on? They're like, oh, no. I was going to talk to you about it, but I hadn't made my mind up yet. I'm like, yes, you have. You told everyone I'm problematic. And you asked for their comments. You've clearly made your mind up.
You moon people.
I mean, don't bring up true things.
What I wanted to do is make everything that we wanted to talk to you about before I reached out to you. That's why I was waiting to call you.
Because you wanted to have everything together before you talk to me. I got to be honest, this sounds like something who's going to hit me last second, be like comments and all this negative stuff.
No, this is kind of standard journalistic stuff. Like
unfortunately,
I was just gonna say, I was about to pause it and say the same thing Dave said. Unfortunately, yes, this is modern journalism.
Yep.
Acquire all the dirt, all the bad shit. Ask third party. Ask third party witnesses about it. And then go to the source and they go, hey, here's all the litany of bullshit that I've done to you so far. Your comment.
Well, yeah, I'm even thinking like recently about that guy who's in trouble for like domestic abuse or something going through a trial. And they think that him breaking up some fights, like this setup thing, like why don't you just ask him if you set that up?
Jonathan Majors. Yeah.
Jonathan Majors. Yeah. Hey, did you set up that high school girl fight?
I think he did.
Do you think so?
Or his people did. Somebody set that up.
Why? What a weird thing. A high school fight.
He just happened to be sitting across the street. And then two people are barely, like, really even going at it. And then he comes rushing in.
That wasn't barely going at it.
Well, they threw one of them to the ground. But, like, he rushes in and says, I don't know.
I don't agree, but that's fine.
Seemed a little fucky.
Comments and all this negative stuff.
No, this is kind of standard journalistic stuff. Like we
Unfortunately, yes.
talk about stuff.
I have been an open book and willing to sit down with anybody at any time. And this all stems, by the way, from a guy who wrote an article that for 13 years has been tweeting negatively about me because he doesn't like me. So half the stuff he talks about didn't even exist. The guy doesn't like me, and now you're going to run with this on the Washington Post. And anybody who's listening to this to think you were going to give me a fair chance when you're leading to our sponsors before you talk to me is crazy.
I missed Boss Man Dave.
This is good.
Corporate Dave sucked. And I criticized corporate Dave Portnoy when he had to play the game with Penn and, when he sold off his company and everything else. When he's in charge, he's the best because he's not accountable to anybody else. Nobody can tell him that he's affecting the stock price. Nobody, he doesn't work well in that environment.
Nope.
But now that he's got Barstool back and he can go back to doing his own shit.
He's got his balls back.
It does. It feels like Dave Portnoy's got his balls back and I really like the guy again. This is great. And she's got nothing.
Okay. Can we set up a time to talk tomorrow? Would that be okay? I want to talk to you. I really
Hold on.
do.
She wants to get her facts straight again. She wants to gather herself and some other opinions before she really has this conversation.
And she's really rattled that he's recording this and this is going to go up because she hesitated big time right after he said, all the people are going to hear this. They're going to listen to this. And this sounds like you organized a hit piece. I'm going to predict that this piece doesn't get written. That he just put a stop to it right now.
Or who is this? The Washington Post puts out that, he did call her and that he bullied her and accused her
That's
of
always
all
the
of
way.
these things.
That's always the way it goes.
It's going to be twisted.
Women sneak around and try to make dirty moves and do dirty shit, and then men call them right up and go, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they go, "I'm being bullied."
Do you know what the angle's going to be? What? So she's a woman who put out emails to his advertisers about misogyny and all this shit, and she's going to put that in there.
Attacks female reporter.
Yes. Portnoy calls and attacks female reporter who had asked advertisers about said misogyny and proves her right.
No, they said he's misogenic. It was about his misogynia, not his misogyny.
You know what? I'm a dumb woman.
God, you don't know how to read.
I am sorry. You should fire me.
I just want to make sure, I've got all my questions ready and stuff to talk to you about. Would that be okay? Can we set up a time?
I want to see the article before you do it.
No, it's not really. We can't do that. And
Why
also,
can't you do that? Because all I do is I validate all the stuff you're about to make up against me. I have been hit with the same things over and over, and they're all so wildly out of context. It's insane to say at this point in the game when you've already written to the sponsors. Let me say it again. Dave Portnoy has a history of misogenic comments and other.
Could she maybe be the retard and she wrote misogenic? We're maybe criticizing Dave too much here.
No, because he would correct how it was said, I think. I think that he would say it right.
All right.
Behavior. I catch you off guard on a phone call, and now you're like, no, we planned on talking to you tomorrow. Like the Washington Post, which is a wildly left-leaning publication, you have things you've said. You hate Trump. You hate Elon. Not that I'm those people. To think you're going to give me a fair shake.
Right.
I wasn't born yesterday.
I mean, I wanted to talk to you, and as part of my reporting.
This sounds like a passive-aggressive girlfriend trying to treat the suspicious boyfriend like he's crazy, even though he's totally right. I mean, I was going to call you. What's the big deal?
We haven't written this story. We won't have written it by the time we talk to you. This is talking to you, I would hope, is going to be a big part of our reporting and a big part of the story. So I'm really hoping I do that.
Yeah, we're going to do a story about what a piece of shit you are and why people are supporting your pizza thing.
Don't think this isn't going to be included.
Yeah.
But it's going to be completely twisted and out of context.
I want to give you a chance. If we're going to, anything specific we're going to include in the story, but I just don't have it all in front of me because I'm working with another reporter, and I want to make sure that we
hopefully a man
have as full conversation as we can.
What was the thesis of this article you're writing?
I don't work the thesis is. I'm just reporting. It's just, it's just.
Yeah, I'm just reporting. I'm selectively choosing things you've said, ignoring the things you've done for small businesses, grabbing these items you said that have nothing to do with the Pizza Fest you're doing, and then I'm just reporting. That is the most passive-aggressive cover-up bullshit that journalists pull, where they're like, what? I'm just selectively taking certain things and then crafting a narrative around it. What?
What? I'm just reporting on the negative aspects of your persona being circulated out there.
I'm just reporting the things that I care to have put out there and not the other things that are inconvenient to what I'm trying to do here.
Great.
I'm just reporting. Oh, like you're just a weasel and you're just a piece of shit?
You're an interesting guy. You
You're
have an interesting role in this industry, and we just want to look at it. That's all.
It seemed like you were going to try to shame sponsors for being associated with me and put them in a box when I know they all love me, but nobody wants the Washington Post writing an article, sponsor associated with misogenic, racist piece of shit. Nobody wants that. That's what you're trying to do. And even on this call, it's pretty clear that's what you were trying to do. You don't have the facts for me?
What I might have said on this call that would give you that impression. All I've said on this call.
Well, we started the call. We started the call with you saying you never said anything negative, and then I read back an email like, "Oh, I did on that one."
I sent a number of emails, and that one was the most pointed because I was really trying to press them to respond.
So you're dishonest. You're admitting you're a piece of shit.
You're being dishonest. Yeah.
You're going, "Oh no, I really partially threatened them because I really wanted them to respond, and I figure if I made it sound really threatening, they'd talk to me."
Right, you were being outrageous so you'd get a response.
Dude,
Doesn't matter if it's...
This is so many women in relationships, and then they bring this shit into the workplace, and it's just, I'm sorry, but I see this character trait displayed in so many people. How am I not supposed to stereotype? I see it in media. I see it in relationships. I see it. Like, how many times do I have to watch a duck quack before I go, I'm pretty sure that's not a goose? Like, and then I'm supposed to listen to one of them go, oh, I don't do that, and then take them at their word and go, oh, I guess these 50 don't count then.
I guess they don't do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't work with the exception. I work on the rule. And the rule is,
excuse me,
this happens a lot. This happens a lot.
But I really, and what I've been asking people about, I'm just asking people what they're doing. I'm just asking people about,
I'm just asking, what are you doing with this misogynistic piece of shit?
If that was a question, it was a leading one.
Yeah.
It was a very leading question.
Oh, she's the worst. I need to find out who she is. What they say her now. We'll go back to the beginning. He's there.
Hobeg McGillicuddy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll look up her work. I'm sure she does great. I'm sure she's freelanced for HuffPo. In a little bit here, they're just going to be scheduling a call, so we're almost done with this.
How they came to participate and how they view it.
Now, but you could have just as easily said, what's your involvement? Are you proud to be involved with somebody who has done so much for the pizza and service industry?
She probably doesn't know.
That could have been an email.
Can we set up a time tomorrow to talk? I mean, really.
Will not even answer it. She knows she's being recorded. She knows she's being had.
She didn't even have to, they didn't even have to word it positively. They could have just asked, how do you feel about your involvement with Dave Portnoy?
Yeah.
Didn't have to be positive or negative.
Well, she wouldn't ask that because their response would be, fucking great, man. He's been a godsend to our small business.
Yeah, that would be devastating to her case.
Yeah. Well, I want to see if I can get her name here.
This is Emily.
Hey, Emily.
All right, Emily, Washington Post. Let's see who this is.
There's probably 400 Emilys at Washington Post.
Emily, Washington Post, Barstool. That might help. Exposed Washington Post reporter before hit piece. Accept. All right. Dave Portnoy, mid-process, Barstool Sports.
Emily Heil.
Emily Heil.
That's
Whoa. Easy there, Emily, with the name there. Emily Heil.
I would just go by Heil Emily.
Heil Emily. Erica. Let's see what she looks like. Oh boy. Yep.
We've seen her before.
Okay.
I've seen that face. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean by okay? Oh, yeah.
She doesn't look like a man-hater with a chip on her shoulder at all.
What are you talking about?
That's a different one. That's a volleyball player. That's a different one. There she is. Yeah. She definitely doesn't look like I'm going to take the boys by the balls, and it's a man's world, and I'm going to be a big part of it, and then write passive-aggressive dog shit that you lie about when you get called out.
I'm getting the notion that you don't like her.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Or women in general.
The Optic Nerve says, is her middle name Sieg? That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Or even just Zeke.
I think
that looks right.
I'm writing an article.
Okay.
And what I'm going to say in the article is that Emily is she has an anti-Semitic name, and she will not address it. And then she has to talk to me about it.
Why won't Emily Heil change her name?
Yeah, exactly.
Does she like being anti-Semitic?
Friendo says if Aaron was on Game of Thrones, he would be Samwell Tarly. Prove me wrong.
Hold on. You and I have had this fun discussion before. You've asked me who I believe you would be most similar to on that show. And I think I've asked you the opposite. And I know what I said to you, but I don't remember what you said to me.
I have 3 names that I think I would be.
Can I give you mine first before you list?
Of me or of you?
Who I think you'd be close to.
Okay.
You would be like a love child between probably Robert Baratheon and Sir Davos.
Holy shit! I was going to say I'm either Sir Davos, Robert Baratheon, or like Stannis with a personality.
I don't think you're anything like Stannis.
All right.
You would be a love child between Davos and
I was going to say
Baratheon,
Davos or Robert Baratheon. Holy shit.
All right, well, who am I?
Hobo Chili Recipe says I'm Hodor. Paul Polito says I'm hot pie.
Well, if he's Hodor, he's got the biggest fucking cock I've ever seen.
Hodor's got
Have
a
you seen
fucking
that dick?
dick on him.
He
Jesus.
has got a horse cock if I've ever seen one.
Remember, she said, oh, you do have a little giant's blood in you.
A
Certainly
little.
A little.
Woo!
We're like, I don't know.
Boy, howdy.
You're related
Poor
to that guy
Hodor.
from Karth.
Poor Hodor's probably like a virgin, too.
Didn't get to sling that dick.
Never slung that dick.
Because Bran went back in time and fucked and scrambled his brains. Because he needed him to hold the
God.
door for the zombies.
That is Bran's fault.
Yeah. Bran fucked Hodor right in the ass.
How does that happen, though, when Hodor is older than him? So, therefore, he
Like, how does he
existed
go
first?
back at that
How does he
time?
go back to then and...
Yeah, how does he go back to then at that point and change him forever? That is
We
kind
need
of...
a Doc Brown explanation.
Yeah, we do need a Back to the Future kind of explanation on that one. Or maybe I'm just really stupid.
Okay, now do me.
Let's see. Who
I
are you?
accurately got you, I think. Okay, you could have a little Hodor in you because you're penis.
Aaron is a Bolton. He'd backstab to get ahead.
If it...
Roose? I would be more Roose than... Well, no, Ramsey's kind of fun. He's got a sense of humor. No, pork sausage. Then he takes a bite of it because Theon thinks it's his cock.
Oh.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I'm sorry you're the spider because your bits were thrown into the fire. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. Are those prosthetic balls you have?
Oh, no.
What?
They're saying you're Masunde, but white. Because you're kind.
I really like that. She's kind and smart and
a little naive and stupid, you know?
Are you looking for an out?
Her. Aaron is Craster. Oh, no. I don't want to be Craster. Don't make me Craster. Can I be half hand?
Oh, my God.
I'll be half hand if I don't have to be Craster. Please.
Jesus Christ, man.
No, not Craster. I don't want to be Craster.
How about Walder Frey?
The pieces of shit. You all look down on me.
That she's 15.
What a piece of ass. He's just a piece of shit, Walter Frey. He's just a... You know what I love about him when they do
That'd
that?
actually be Kumia.
When they do... Anthony is definitely Walder Frey.
He takes many wives.
The late
Young
Walder
ones.
Frey. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Anthony is definitely Walder Frey.
I love you,
in
Anthony.
Game
I'm
of Thrones.
sorry.
Forget my name again, motherfucker.
You're very rich and famous.
April is more a Gilly without the beaver teeth, says Rice Patty Melton. She's a very nice girl.
Gilly's
Gilly?
fucking retarded.
What?
And not attractive.
Aaron has Samuel Tarly's body. See, I like to
I don't
think...
like this. I haven't gotten an honest answer out of you at all.
I like the Masunde one. I think that one's pretty good.
I'm a servant.
A good one.
I
One of the
literally
best.
said that you're one of the smartest fucking knights and a king.
I don't dislike the Sansa comparison.
Sansa is abused and has no backbone. Fuck all of you.
Well, I'm sorry. Friendo thinks you're Liza Aaron of the Vale. I mean, look, I like
It
those
didn't
two.
have to be female.
I like
you
those
know.
two comparisons.
It could have been anybody, but there's
You can't be Marjorie because she's scheming and conniving and a total cunt. You can't be Olenna Tyrell. She's just a prickly ass bitch.
I could be like the what's her name? Ingrid.
Egret? No, she's too much of a
I've got a little Egret
dirty
in me.
pig slut. Like
she's like
dirt whore.
She's like part of the wilderness, though.
No, I can't go with Egret.
I've got a sprinkle.
You know what?
I hate all of you.
I like the Sunday one.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I like that one. I
I'm
think that's
black
a good
and
one.
I'm a servant.
Aaron is a mix of the eunuch and something else. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I have seen Waters where it says April is damaged, so maybe she's right. Fuck off.
All right, guys. Hey, let's. If you could get to work on helping us out with today's goal, that would be great. We are starting to. We started way ahead. This is what happens on days where we're way ahead. We just kind of forget about the goal and we're like, it'll take care of itself. It clearly will not. 190 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, we got about an hour. We have 1 hour until we rattle the old offering plate and try to get it knocked down. Please, pretty please, if you could, don't make me beg. 190 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. That's the number we have to hit to make it the nice break-even point for this program. So please, again, everybody roll in. Everybody get us under that striking distance. Let's get in there. Let's get that down to 0 so the next hour doesn't become Aaron's rattle the can at you begathon, if you will. When we start out ahead like that, look, 220, we get to kind of fuck off and not worry about the goal. And sometimes I go, hey, you know what? Maybe those people, those critics are right. Maybe if I just shut the fuck up and let them hit the goal on their own, it'll happen and I don't have to ask. Then we have days like yesterday where it's 250 or today where it's 220. And I'm like, nope, see, I told you, like, I got to ask.
You do have to ask.
You can't get it if you don't ask, and we do need it. So 190 away, guys. We got to get in on that. We're only $30 into today's goal. Let's knock that out. And yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if I leave it alone, I don't really
put it
mention
that way, it's
yeah,
kind of
$30 in. Yeah, we're dead.
We're dead in the water, guys.
I'm $30 in.
We're dead like me falling off the after I was beheaded.
So if you like our show, it is listener supported. So throw in a couple of bucks, help us knock that down, and then we don't have to worry about it. You don't have to hear about it as much over the course of the next hour. Sean says, who won VIP last night? We ended up almost getting 50 people, so we did do 2.
Silver Wolf won.
Silverwolf won both of them, but he gave one to Crunchy Cynicism.
Yes.
So there is that.
I do want to give you an update.
Yes.
I've thought about it. I've chewed on it. I'm okay with the Miss Sunday comparison.
Okay, good.
I will now view myself as her. When
You
I watch
wanted
it.
to be Egret, but no, she's...
No, I not her. I just meant the outdoorsy aspect.
Erica Transpatrick says, well, then you can be Mance Raider.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got a little Mance in me, and well, that doesn't sound good.
No. You gotta have a lot.
I've got a little Lord of Bones in me.
If you're Wan, then you have a lot of someone in you. He's the giant. He's the really big fella.
Yeah, I'm not a giant.
Who has to take a fucking arrow right to the eye.
It's actually Melton.
As he doesn't have the muscle tone.
No, I like the Miss Sunday one.
All right, guys. I don't want to talk about illegal immigration, so we'll move that one down to the end of the line here today. I feel like we've gotten far enough into the immigration shit. We do have to. I do have an update on San Francisco for you today, though.
Can't wait. Is there like extra shit in the streets today?
The streets are not as nutty with shit as they typically are.
Can you stop saying nutty shit when I'm drinking a brown beverage?
I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
Union Jack with $5 says, fuck MSO in a reverse psychology kind of way. Oh, not a literal kind of way.
Okay.
All right, 185. There you go, guys. Let that start a rally so
Thank
we can
you.
get that down. 299 says, can I pay for you not to talk about Game of Thrones? Motherfucker, you can pay me for anything. I'm a whore in a shitty economy who has a show that needs hundreds of dollars a day to survive. Yes, you can pay me for just about anything. There you are. Kyle says a mod 1 VIP. Interesting. I put the wheel on the screen. I spin it in front of God and everybody. It could not be more transparent.
I literally have the list in order of that they paid.
Yes,
Like-
I can't. There's nothing I can do.
There's no manipulating this. Number 2 won twice, and he gave one of them away.
Coltrane says, what's the word on the MyPillow sponsor so we can return or so we can lower goals.
Yeah, let's reach out to Dawn again.
Yeah, we should probably reach out to Dawn, see if because MyPillow's struggling, and we've been bleeding sponsors over the last year or two. So maybe we need each other again. That would be nice. All right, kids, let's go into some other stuff. You guys throw us money, we'll keep doing a show. That's how it works. 185 away. Pretty please. Bijou Phillips is divorcing Danny Masterson. What did he do?
Get out of town.
Whose fault do you think it is?
Probably the tons and tons of pressure she's hearing from everybody.
Do you think it was just a communications issue? Like she would say no about shit and he wouldn't hear her?
Maybe. Probably sex.
Yeah.
Mostly.
We would want to do, he would want to do things. I'd say no, and then he'd just do them anyway. I don't know where he got that from.
Yeah, I didn't want to have sex tonight, and I ended up having sex tonight. And anyways.
Bijou, honey, do you want to go on vacation to Bermuda this year? Oh, I don't really feel like going tropical, so no. Never stopped me before. He just books the tickets anyway. What a fucking guy.
But that's not, illegal.
Bijou Phillips is showing more signs of her divorce from Danny Masterson is a more a legal matter and less a personal one because she still has her wedding ring on. Well, I'm TMZ. Come on, relax a little bit. All right, she filed for divorce like 2 days ago. It could just be a habit thing.
Yeah, I mean, it does become a habit to just kind of throw this on. Like, I bet there are days when you put your wedding ring on and you don't really think, oh, I'm married to April. You just, I wear this.
I wear my wedding ring. Now, they are right. It could be because I think she backed him through the whole trial. So this could be a legal divorce, because I think there's something, what is it about money with a divorce? I forgot what it was.
What is it about money with divorce?
No, I mean, if a guy goes to jail, they divorce, Chauvin's wife and him got divorced, and it was for money reasons while he was in jail. I think it's to protect him from civil suits. Like you can give her all the money in the divorce settlement, and then if a civil suit comes,
so she keeps it safe.
You don't have any money that they can sue you for. She keeps it.
So maybe she believes him and that he didn't do this. And so she's divorcing him and keeping all the money safe?
Pretty much, yeah. Okay. And now TMZ is saying, well, it's probably more legal than anything because she's still wearing her ring.
Did any ultra damning information come out that seriously proved that he did it? Or was it people's accounting of what happened?
Boy, I didn't dig that deep into it.
I didn't either.
I just know that there was a court proceeding. There was a jury. They all were convinced that he did it.
And boy, he's going away for a long time.
30 years he's going to be gone. It's interesting wearing your ring the day after calling off your nearly 12-year marriage, and it fuels speculation that the split is purely strategic. They own a home and farmland there, so if it's in her name, they can't take it in a lawsuit. As reported, Bijou wrote a letter of support for her husband only weeks ago. Oh, her and Ashton Kutcher, cute. Ahead of his sentencing of 30 years to life, pleading for the judge to give him a light sentence, saying he's a life-saving father who has always looked out for others. Except those women.
Yeah, I mean,
she also
go well.
Hitler loved his dogs.
And he did. He was a great dog owner.
Great dog owner. She was reportedly wailing in the courtroom when Masterson was found guilty in May. So her turning around and filing for divorce less than 2 weeks later came as a shock. Bijou listed their date of separation as to be determined in the legal documents and is asking for legal and physical custody of their 9-year-old daughter, Fiona. Just as he begins his lengthy sentence, she also said she's willing to allow visitation for Danny. Yeah, so this sounds like they're just trying to protect their money, which, look.
I always feel weird, commenting on people's relationships or, divorces and stuff, I guess, because nobody really lives in that house. Nobody really knows what's going on.
Right. All I know is
we can do is speculate.
Yeah. All I know is he's a convicted rapist.
Right. And that doesn't look good.
That's the knowledge I possess. Hobo chili recipe with $1.99 saying Aaron is a portly singing fool like Mace Tyrell. Why is Mace Tyrell such a dipshit in the show? Because in the lore of Game of Thrones, he defeated Robert Baratheon on the field. Shouldn't he be a great warrior, noble guy, but he's just a fucking ponce in the show. Mad Joe with $2.99 says it's not really my payday, so that's it for today. And May Joe also with $2.99 says, say my name, biatch. You have nothing I want with another $2.99. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to drop us another $5 and get us down to $1.80 for this morning. So I do appreciate the abuse when money comes with it. Joe the Toe says, pretty good Stern take, Aaron. Left out what a pig he is, though. I don't know. All she asked me was what was presented in court that showed it. I don't know. I didn't follow it close enough.
But yeah, that's all I was asking. I'm like,
sure he's a hunk of pig shit.
Did people just tell their stories, or was there some sort of like DNA evidence, or anything like that? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Friendo says Aaron had no heels to wear, so he skipped the red wedding. It's terrible. And what was I going to do with my hair? Symbolic Mind says, like when Hulk Hogan sold his name to his friend when he was getting divorced. Exactly. You just get rid of your shit so they can't get it, and then
Stop it.
They sell it back to you for $1.
You sold your name?
Yeah, because he owns Hulkamania and Hulk Hogan.
Like a
and all that.
trademark?
Yeah.
So that would be like you're going away, you're a convicted rapist, I guess, and like you sold me that?
Yes.
Or wait.
And then you sold you Steel Toe.
And I divorce you to keep our homes
right.
safe.
Yeah, exactly. That's
if
exactly
I
how it
didn't
works.
believe that you were a rapist, of course.
Right. Which I hope you don't. Because I'm not. I'm not even going to say yet, because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to.
I don't know. I see the way you look at geese.
The one time I was going down on a chick and I realized she was passed out drunk when I was in college, when I heard her snore, I shot up and I put my hands up like I had just murdered somebody. I was like, because we were both.
I will admit I was nervous when you said that one time, and I was wait a minute.
We were both really hammered, and I'm sure it was like, I'm sure I was probably licking her thigh. I was so shit faced, like I was about passed out myself. But we were making out, and then she passed out, and then I heard her snore, and that's when I just stopped doing it. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? No, thank you. I did not do anything.
I've got to say that tongue game must have been real good.
No, I didn't even get to work she was out as I was
saying, your game must have been good.
She was really
She
fucked up.
fucking went to sleep.
We were friends. Like if we were sober, we probably never would have done that. Like that was
what do you say when you get up in the morning?
Oh, that was a weird day. No, we were day drinking. This happened in the morning, like at 11:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the morning.
You guys are passed out at 11:30.
Dude, it was bad.
How hard do you have to hit it? Jesus.
So it was pretty bad. And then
you gotta pace yourselves.
When we woke up in the afternoon, we were both like, I'm really sorry. And we both just said to each other, like, just forget about it. It's fine. No big deal. Don't worry. Not a big deal. Just
watch
continue
she
on.
presses charges like 10 years later. Wait, how long has it been?
I didn't get to do anything. I was down there.
She doesn't know that.
I wasn't doing anything, but I was down there.
See, now that's what you're going to say in court. She could say,
I
woke up.
I was about to go to town, and I heard a snore. And then I was like, I didn't do anything. Like, I literally, nobody's in the room, but I held my hands up like, I didn't do anything.
How many years has it been?
16, because I don't think we were able to go to bars.
I think you probably got like, what is it, like a 20-year statute of limitations? You got
really
4 years, ma'am, whoever you are.
I'll send her flowers today then, I guess.
You better.
Yeah.
Remember that one thing that we both decided to forget about? I'm still sorry, by the way.
Still really, really sorry.
How fucking weird that would be.
Greasy N-word with $5 says, after listening to the Growing Up in Scientology channel, I changed my position on Masterson. One woman went to the police immediately, and the church literally had the LAPD squash the investigation.
Ooh, that's gross. Yeah, I forget about the Scientology part of him.
Atomic Ray says, judges blocking sex photos, judge showing sex photos. Goodbye, America. Stone Malone says, no physical evidence, just stories put him away for 30 years. This conviction won't survive appeals. Interesting. Now they're calling me Aaron Masterson in the chat. No.
Woo.
Yeah, see, Optic Nerve says, Aaron amassed his troops at the border but didn't invade. Exactly.
Rice Patty Melton says, either we fucking or I'm fucking. Is that your motto?
I was lined up. I was ready to go. And, I'm a guy, so I was only friends with her for the last 2 or 3 years that I was friends with her because I wanted to fuck her.
Yeah.
So you're like that.
Wow.
You're like that close, and then you're like, shit.
But you said you would have never done it sober. So which one is it? Can guys be friends with girls and you would have never done that sober, or are you only friends because you wanted to fuck for the 3 years?
Well, it's more that she's married to the guy she was dating at the time. So
no, I'm saying back then. Which one is it?
What? That we never.
That
no,
you
I
were
never
just friends. And
no, I never would have done it
that?
sober because she was dating a guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's never stopped you before.
Well, You know.
Oh, you're a fun one.
175 away from this morning's goal. You guys have got this. Keep pouring it on, and we're going to knock this thing out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. We got 50 minutes, 50 minutes to get that thing down to 0. Chip in if you could. This is interesting if you're an ESPN person or if you follow sports at all. Stephen A. Smith was on the Joe Budden podcast, and they asked Stephen A. about the breakup with Max Kellerman, the First Take show that they did.
Yep.
Where people seem to enjoy it. I think it was doing better than when Skip went and did the show with Shannon Sharp, which that's over now too because those two didn't like each other.
Skip.
I'm going to tell you, Skip. I was shocked, flabbergasted, Skip, that this happened. Or you could go with the Stephen A. Smith, which is, now look, I understand that the Minnesota Vikings are 0-2. 0-2. That's a bad record. It's a bad record. But you cannot tell me that Kirk Cousins is the reason that the Minnesota Vikings are 0-2. That is ridiculous on its face.
The beginning of that sounded a little Whoopi Goldberg-esque.
All right, look, y'all. I'm here to host First Take with Stephen A. Smith. Stephen, as a black man, and me as a black man, are you excited that two black men get to host a show together, sweetheart? So, Stephen A. Smith is on the Joe Budden podcast, and he's asking about Max Kellerman. And I'll say this, I got to give Stephen A. Smith credit. He didn't back down from any accusations. He didn't go, he didn't do the media response, which is like, well, it was time for us both to move on and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He said, quote, I would take full responsibility for Max leaving the show, saying it was totally my fault, and the reason it was my fault is because I didn't like working with him. It's just that damn simple. I didn't like it, Smith continued. I thought the show was stale. I thought that we had flatlined. When it came to the public at large, I didn't want it to go from number 1 to number 2 when Skip left. I wasn't having that. That shit wasn't going to happen.
Wow, he is being honest.
Woo!
Wow. He's saying this guy's going to take me from number 1 to number 2, and that's a no for me.
I mean, good for him,
Yeah.
question mark.
Well,
I like the way he works with Chris Mad Dog Russo better anyway. Who, by the way, Chris Russo's been around for like 25 years of sports talk radio and still looks like 40. Good for him.
It's a good problem to have.
Mad Dog looks good these days.
Botox will do wonders.
Well, they in replacing Kellerman, one of the roughly 20 sports personalities to be laid off this summer from ESPN, Smith has had a rotation of guests appear on the show, including Mad Dog Russo, Shannon Sharp, Marcus Spears, and JJ Redick. I like JJ Redick too. He says, I had mad respect for him from the standpoint, oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Stephen A. had to bring race into it. I had mad respect for him for the standpoint of white dude, highly intelligent, Ivy League, educated from Columbia, smart as a whip, can talk his ass off, Smith continued, can talk about anything. I get all that, but you weren't an athlete and you weren't a journalist. And the absence of two components left people wondering, why should we listen to you? Wait a minute. Because it's sports.
Yeah.
It's dumb. You don't have to be a journalist. He's an Ivy League guy. He's probably smarter than anybody who's a sports journalist or an athlete.
Yeah, but a lot of people do like seeing ex-athlete, talk about the shit. I do understand that.
I get that. I understand that. But Max Kellerman always had intelligent enough takes. They were smart takes.
Sure.
You can,
but he did,
you can watch the game and have an opinion, and it can be a good take.
You should know better than anyone, though. I'm sure it's happened to you where you're doing a show, you're number 1, and maybe you're doing a show with somebody who's not jiving with you for that show. You used to say that about Adrian Washington all the time. He'd poo-poo whatever you had to say. The show wasn't going well.
Mark Allen, I had
Mark
problems.
Allen.
Yeah.
So
and
you should know what that feels like.
You do feel that pressure when you've got a number 1 rating. It's like a trophy you have to protect.
Yeah.
And if you feel someone's making that wane a little bit, you got to go, I got to get this person the fuck out of here. Which brings me to a really difficult moment in today's show.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but we're 175 away, and we started at 220 today. I was kind of thinking today would be nice and easy. I got to put this one on your shoulders. I'm sorry.
I
You've just been
understand.
dog shit.
I haven't been good today. I don't look good today.
Oh, stop it. Friendo with 199 says Aaron's mouth skills work just like Ambien.
Oh,
I didn't.
Okay, so next time I'm having a hard time sleeping.
I didn't get to exercise them. She had already went to Sleepy Town before I even got to do anything sexy.
Your tongue can be my melatonin.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
Melatonin.
you just can't imagine. Like, oh, I'm sure everybody can imagine. Just two like fucking shit-faced college kids getting in a bed and then just.
Well, I remember I was camping with you one time and we were having sex and you fell asleep and you were snoring.
And how'd I do while I was asleep? How'd I do? Totally asleep.
It didn't deter your nether regions determination.
How'd I do while I was asleep?
You're fine.
I did pretty. No, not fine. I did fucking great.
How do you remember?
Because you told me. And then I said, you know what? Even when you're R-wording me, I'm still very good. I mean, technically.
No, you consented before you fell asleep.
Oh, so now a man doesn't have a right to say no once it starts. I see how it is. Boy, that's very victim blaming.
Wait a minute.
If
So
you
wait,
ask me. Yeah?
just because I'm on top and in charge and stuff, if you fall asleep and it was going fine previously, that doesn't count as R-wording, does it?
The fact that you're asking yourself that question.
I don't feel good about myself.
Very interesting.
Friendo says best sex ever.
The optic nerve says if April starts reading chats, the goal will be met. All right, anybody who throws in super chats, April reads them. I'm desperate, man. It's Thursday. We only got 2 goals left. I'm knocking these out. We're winning this week.
Yes.
175 away from hitting, and we got about 45 minutes left. Before we fire up that offering plate and try to beg that money out of you. Oh, the aristococks are rising in the chat. Thank you, guys.
Cocks are rising.
I like Mike. I like Max Kellerman.
Who is this Mike person you keep referencing
Mike
today?
Kellerman, he's a talented guy. I like Max Kellerman.
Okay.
I think he's good, especially when it comes to boxing. I'm a big boxing fan. He knows his stuff. But look, I guess if the ratings weren't good and they're up now, I will say I like Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog Russo together way more.
I don't really care about Stephen A. Smith, and I know that's probably going to get my head lopped off in the sports world, but I don't know.
Now, Smith posted on X, formerly Twitter, Saturday morning to address the situation, saying, same question, same answer for damn near 2 years now. Max and I weren't working in the end. I wanted to win, so I didn't want that duo. Does mean he isn't smart. I think he means doesn't mean he isn't smart.
Yeah, is that a typo? That's got to be.
Does mean he isn't smart, talented, and that he's not a good guy. I have nothing against him. I just wish him well. Just needed a change. That's all. In 2021, Smith added that the rumors of him wanting Kellerman off the show were true because the pair, quote, were not a great partnership anymore. He said he was transparent with the network and Kellerman about his feelings. And I do respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that he went to the bosses and he went to Kellerman and he goes, look, I don't feel the show is clicking. I don't feel like it's going well.
Well,
and I feel like we need a change, and that changes. It takes a lot of balls to look a guy in the eye and go, we have a problem here, and I think it's you.
Yeah, if you're Kellerman, do you want to get down the road someday and find out that Stevens felt that way the whole time?
Right.
Like he didn't think your show was any good?
Yeah. And I think that, when it comes to Stephen A. Smith, people would say, oh, well, you're arrogant to think that it was just Max and you had nothing to do with it. Well, he can think it had nothing to do with him because when he was with Stephen A. Smith, he had a lot of success. So if you've had a lot of success on this show and now you're not having as much success after you changed partners.
Kind of says is the other.
Probably the partner, right?
Right.
It's probably the partner. All right, guys, $5-10 at a time. Let's knock this thing out. Let's hammer it out. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Let's get moving.
Yes, sir.
175 away, and we're in the final hour of the show. If you're feeling generous, contribute to our fine program. We are so close to having a successful week. Let's not let up now. Thank you very much for your contributions. Let's get them in there. John Fetterman is back in the news because he's a retard.
So in non-breaking news.
Yeah, John Fetterman is continuing to talk about the fucking wardrobe thing, the dress code.
He is determined to stay in sweats.
The guy does not want to stop wearing sweatshirts and gym shorts, even on the floor of the Senate and at press conferences. So they actually, the first time they've ever done this, they did away with the dress code so that this fucking slob could continue dressing like a slob.
But do we understand that that's how a lot of things completely lose decorum or respect?
Right.
That's
just a little bit at a time.
That's Congress. That's everything.
Yeah. I mean, go look at pictures of Las Vegas in like the 1970s and 80s, and go look at pictures of what people look like in Las Vegas now.
I remember the first time going
tourists
with
in
you.
tank tops and shit like that.
The first time going with you, I was completely shocked at the lack of like nice clothes on people. And I'm not saying you gotta look fucking sparkly and, you know, dripping and shit, but like,
get dressed nice.
You gotta wear your sweatpants on the casino floor.
Right. Like,
Come
it's
on.
bad.
You can't even throw on a pair of jeans, anything.
I want to see if I can find some shots of people.
I
Not
do,
buildings, but people in Las Vegas in the 1970s.
I do like restaurants, like dinner places that still have dress codes. Like you can't come in wearing like flip flops and gym shorts.
But
thank you.
Like Las Vegas is an example, but just like everywhere in general, like people feel so comfortable with the sweatpants in public and the tank tops in public. It's just like, dude,
I
on.
don't like sweatpants in public.
Just a minimal effort is all we're asking. So he tweeted yesterday, they were talking about the shutdown and everything else. And, you know, is the government going to shut down? And then people were criticizing Fetterman for the wardrobe thing. Like, why can't you just put on a suit when you go to the Senate? Why can't you just put on a suit for press conferences and stuff like that? He tweeted, if those jagoffs, yes, he did tweet jagoffs, because he's a senator. You know, we have decorum. It's like Lauren Boebert grabs dicks in the House. John Fetterman calls people jagoffs in the Senate.
Professional.
Run Dr. Oz, they said. It'll be a great idea, they said. If those jagoffs in the House stop trying to shut our government down and fully support Ukraine, then I will save democracy by wearing a suit on the Senate floor next week. All right, first of all, you passive-aggressive cunt, could you be a bigger NWO shill? They got to keep the government running. Oh, and they have to fully fund the Ukrainian war. Oh.
How does this get 50,000 likes?
Because people are dumb.
That brainless.
Then I will save democracy by wearing a suit on the Senate floor. Look, we're not saying that you're, ending democracy. That was done long before you got here. We're not saying you're saving democracy by wearing a suit on the Senate floor. We're saying you're not embarrassing yourself and everybody you represent if you wear a suit on the Senate floor.
Dude, if people that work at McDonald's have to wear a certain uniform, shouldn't somebody in Congress have to?
Right. McDonald's has a stricter dress code than the Senate now because of Fetterman. He was presiding over the Senate this week. This is what he looked like.
Why is my question?
Yeah, look at this. He's got his barcode tattoo or whatever the fuck that is out. He's got just a button-up shirt on that's probably untucked.
You look like a foreman on like a construction site.
Everyone else, suit, blazer, the whole thing.
Button up. Yeah, his shirt's unbuttoned.
Yeah, John Fetterman's shirt's unbuttoned. What a bag of shit. And then he's like, fine, I'll save democracy by wearing a suit. You passive-aggressive lady. That's not what it's about, and you know that.
Everything political is kind of just a joke.
Yeah, Sean in the chat writes, what's next? Crocs?
Yes, absolutely. And he's going to have those little like fucking things you put in the holes with like bananas and avocados on them.
Yeah. Triple N says, either you write a blank check or I'm going to be a fat fucking slob. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. If I would feel like a worthless fuck if I wore sweatpants or basketball shorts in public.
Yes.
And that's with these guys and short shorts nowadays.
God, it is hard pressed for me to ever want to wear like it's hard for me to even wear like athletic clothes out unless it's like a Vikings day and it's like a jersey and I wear my nice like black Under Armour leggings, like I still look presentable. Like I don't look slobby.
Matthew Q with $5 says, I don't like sweatpants. People, I actually wore a button-up shirt and tie to the anniversary show. Aaron, people shouldn't be slobs. Thank you, Matthew. $5 from Matthew. We are chipping away at that goal little by little today. 170 away, so we're $50 into where we started. We got a lot of rally left in us. 170 away and less than 40 minutes now until we rattle the offering plate. Let's get a rally going. We got to get closer to 100 if we're going to have a shot.
Yes, we do.
In those last 5 minutes, boys and girls. Real small goal for you today. Don't really feel bad about where it started. Let's make sure that we knock it out. The Senator, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble, all kinds of options. Click the like button, click subscribe, throw us a few bucks. Not too proud to beg. The senator later joked about how his clothes have yet to blow up the planet. Dude, I'm sorry, but you're projecting way too much. Like, you keep bringing up the clothes thing. All we said was you're a slob.
Okay, but if you do want to talk about the clothes, they don't inspire confidence. They don't inspire professionalism.
You look like a dolt.
Doesn't inspire us to get anything done or try harder.
Yeah.
You know, not that they are anyways, but
You look like a dummy.
you look retarded.
Fetterman says he felt a tear in the says he felt a tear in the time continuum after presiding over the Senate without a suit, saying the world didn't spin off its axis. This is what he wore yesterday to the Senate, to preside over the Senate. That's what he wore.
What are you, like a basketball dad watching your middle schooler play a game?
The button-up shirt with the shorts.
It is an abomination, honestly, where he's at.
Yeah, I mean,
his position, he's an abomination.
How you dress does say something about how seriously you're taking it.
Yes.
It says something about whether or not you care about yourself or what you're doing. Like, he's just and then joking about it 9 times in a row. It's like, dude, we just shit on you and said you look like a lurch. You look like an ogre. You're the one who keeps bringing it up and how bad and terrible and awful it is. Like, I'm thinking that you're probably bothered by it. Josh Picol with $2 says, who cares what he looks like? He can't even talk. Actually, his speech has now gotten better than his dressing
appearance.
at this point.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Skeezy says, I like politicians to look professional while they fuck me.
I agree. Can he at least look the part? And Friendo had said too, like he'd be embarrassed to go to, I forget what he said, but like go to something political, like looking like that.
Yeah.
I agree. I've been to the Capitol building. I've been to the White House, like the front of the White House and shit like that. And you know what I wore that day? I wore a fucking dress because I'm not going to be caught wearing athletic, like gym clothes.
You know, the dressing isn't even the part, the clothes aren't the part that bothers me the most. The point that he went, well, why don't you guys fully fund Ukraine? It's like, that is such an anti-American statement to make.
Oh yeah. So
like, why don't I hold you guys up for all of your tax money so we can give it to another country fucking around in some war with somebody? You know, and then maybe I'll wear a suit. It's like, first of all, I don't give a shit that bad if you wear a suit. Second of all, how fucking dare you call yourself a United States senator and you're sitting out there shilling for a foreign country to get its shekels?
yeah. What? Thanks for bribing me so you can wear a suit.
Yeah. Johnny K says, why would we take your ideas seriously when you dress like this?
I agree. I don't want to take orders from someone wearing gym shorts and a button-up T-shirt.
And also, when it comes to John Fetterman, I mean, even if he wore the suit, I still wouldn't take what he said seriously, but it would be because it's stupid, not just because of the shirt at that point.
Look at you.
Yeah. Let's go to the Rumble side of things. Johnny Chimpo says, dress for the job you want, not the job you have. So he wants to be homeless. Atomic Ray says the way he is dressed, he must think the Senate is a pep rally in high school.
Ugh.
Some high schoolers dress better.
I agree.
Dr. Climate Abortion says, good game, girls. Hit the showers. John Fetterman. Yeah, he looks like a high school basketball coach.
Or somebody said like he looks like every Midwest dad.
Yeah.
I've known Midwest dads that dress much nicer than that.
But don't worry, he's giving everyone the business for saying that he looks like a bum. All right, boys and girls, 170 away. Keep a rally going. Let's keep a fire burning here. We got to get moving. 170 away. It was very tiny goal today. Very, very small. 170 away. Let's get moving on it. Again, if we didn't go on a rally, I said it was going to get a little beggy for the last hour here. It's getting a little beggy. Public defender in Dallas has been busted over an illicit relationship with an inmate as calls reveal plans to, quote, expose herself to him outside prison. I'm not using this story to say that women are worse lawyers than men. I am certainly not saying that. I am just saying that, oh, you know what? Nope. Hold on. I got to pull back. I got to pump the brakes on this one.
Oh, shoot.
I was about to say, I'm just saying women are probably more likely to fuck their clients than men. I forgot about, what was his name? Ken Kraft?
Okay.
From the Making a Murderer thing.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he was trying to get girls who were getting restraining orders against their boyfriends. He was trying to get them to suck his dick.
That's right.
So there is, all right, there is that.
Well, yeah. Okay, yeah, men have like clients and stuff that are vulnerable. You're not going to prey on that.
Me, no, but yeah, some of them, of course.
I wasn't saying you,
Yes.
the royal you.
Yes. Nobody likes exercise, says the other. It's a Melton thing. He goes, $5 says, the other night you were saying I was 500 pounds. Lies. I weigh 497, and you will be hearing from my attorneys, Ben and Jerry, on the matter. Patrick, those are ice cream, guys. Sorry.
We're like on the batter.
On the batter. 165 away. Thank you. Nobody likes exercise. I appreciate that. If you guys want to keep them coming, you're not going to hear any complaints from me. We need to go on a nice little rally here before we need to go on a nice little rally just so we can get to this at this point. So let's go to this story about the Dallas public defender who, you're getting a free lawyer and she's offering pussy. That's a hell of a deal.
Well, yeah, I can't blame him, really.
Yeah, what's he supposed to do? Say no? Fuck are you talking about? We got an ad first. We got to play a 10-second ad for Airheads. Fun.
Oh, look at this man playing with this child's knees.
It's a creepy fucking commercial.
I kind of don't like this commercial.
Yeah. All right, off we go.
Public defenders. They're in courtrooms daily representing defendants who can't afford an attorney. Yet one public defender in Dallas County found herself in the county jail last week.
Oh, come on. You guys can do better than that.
Show them how it's done.
I don't know. They're the news puns. You guys usually pride yourselves on that shit.
They're fun.
Yeah, she's at the county, but now she's in the county jail. I don't know. That would be like... She tries to keep people out from behind bars, but she acted like she was in a bar with one of her clients.
She usually tries to scrub your record, but now she's just wearing scrubs. I don't know.
It's not working at the hospital.
Those fucking orange things look like scrubs.
They're not called scrubs.
I don't care.
Oh, fine. Fuck.
I made a pun.
We're trying to make better
It's a news pun.
We're trying to make better news puns than they made. We're trying to outdo them at their own game.
How dare you criticize my news pun?
Oh, she
Throw you in jail.
He went from the witness box to his lawyer's box. There you go.
Nah, I hate it.
It's a fun news. You can hate it all you want. I'm sorry I had to call you out for the inaccuracy in your pun. I apologize. I know that hurts.
What do you call their clothes?
Prison issues, prison clothes, shirt and pants.
Okay, she tries to absolve your issues, but now she's wearing hers.
He was going to have to wear blaze orange, but first he's blazing her. Now, see, it's all garbage. You know what? They're right. This is a tougher one than you think to make a news pun on.
I liked all mine.
Think of court. He pled guilty to... He pled guilty to breaking and entering her pussy. There you go. Can you go Hyman?
Are you proud?
Arrest documents read that 28-year-old Reagan Moreno was having an intimate relationship.
He was charged with assault with a bodily fluid.
With an inmate at the jail. Their phone calls suspiciously personal per investigators. During one, the inmate waving a towel in front of his cell window high up in the north tower of the jail, telling Moreno to look for him. She, per the documents, below in a parking lot, there to expose herself to him per the call, but couldn't because a marked police vehicle was nearby.
So she was going to show him her tits
as you do.
From the window. What a trooper. But
She's
there was a cop there, so she didn't want to get caught.
just trying to keep his spirits up.
Yeah, she's just trying to... Look, she's a good lawyer. She's representing her client's interests.
Wouldn't you do that for someone?
Yeah, like one of his interests is seeing titties.
Men love titties.
Yeah. She's there to serve his interests as her client, and one of his interests is her nipples.
Some men like titties so much they have their own, like Patrick Melton.
I just can't stay away from titties, that guy.
Still,
titties or buffets.
Attorney having a relationship with a client, not illegal in Texas, but as a public defender, per attorney Jason Lawrence, unethical.
Probably not.
So wait a minute. In Texas, yeah, right. So in Texas, aliens are real.
Yeah, they do exist. And he's close to Mexico.
So in Texas, you're just allowed to fuck your clients?
Well, she didn't fuck him, she had
Not that we know
tried
of
to show her tits and had long phone calls.
You can apparently show your tits to your clients.
You and I used to have some very interesting 4-hour phone calls.
We aren't clients, though.
We used to be.
I wasn't representing
I found you in
anything.
jail after you did that naughty thing to that lady.
That's true.
Public
girl.
defender, per attorney Jason Lawrence, unethical.
Probably not necessarily the wisest thing you can do.
Lawrence has taken court-appointed cases in both Waco and Houston.
When your salary is funded by the taxpayers, you should be careful about the sort of relationships that you form with your client.
Okay, nerd. Easy for you to say. Nobody's throwing pussy at you
Yeah.
after you enter a plea deal.
He would be the kind of guy to say, like, oh, you shouldn't do that.
That is wrong. I would never stick my dick in anyone I represent. Yeah, it's because they're all gangbangers named Bonesaw. Like, they're going to fuck you, if anything.
Bonesaw.
Oh.
It's
What landed Moreno in jail, though? Something more serious, investigators wrote. During one of her calls, she allegedly revealed victim information to the inmate and one of his brother's pending assault cases.
Okay, burying the lead a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, more than she wanted to show her tits to him, she was giving out victim information from another case.
She
yeah, no.
buried the lead while he wanted to bury his dick.
Oh, I was going to go, she buried the lead, he buried his seed.
The brother even joining the call at one point, per the documents. The victim in that case later revealing she received a text from a jail tablet belonging to the inmate Moreno was representing that read, "I swear before Christ, you haven't met me, but you will, and how you meet me depends all on you."
This is dirty.
She gave this guy her information. His brother was facing assault charges from this woman. The lawyer gave the other guy. By the way, great family, it sounds like.
What if she turns out to be a total uggo?
She probably is. She's fat. She's definitely fat.
You always just assume a woman.
Yeah. Fat women always will go for criminals and felons as long as they tell them, oh, you don't look like a pig. And then they'll start going after it.
You know, I just had a moment where I smelled toast. So if you see me fall over, please call 911.
Okay, fair enough.
disclosing them to...
The dog just stuck his paw in a toaster.
Okay, it was
outlet.
It was actually kind of alarming.
Fucked up my joke.
To a third party.
We don't deserve to hit the goal today.
With sensitive witness information is generally never something that you should do as an attorney.
I know shit. How about the fact that we're having this conversation? It's bad enough.
This isn't good, guys.
Yeah, if you're an attorney, you probably shouldn't give out victim information to the brother of the guy accused of beating the fuck out of her, who's also in jail.
You're just disbarred, like, instantly, right?
Do you think she was even out of the parking lot before he sent that text to the victim? No.
No.
All right, now show me your titties, mommy. Then after that, I'm going to threaten to kill this bitch.
Was charged with one count of abuse of official capacity. She has no disciplinary record per the State Bar of Texas, but the agency may investigate all this now. We also reached out to the Dallas County Public Defender's Office for a comment, but have not heard back yet.
Okay, so one more.
So she's not necessarily being investigated for
She's
that.
not necessarily being punished for this yet.
That's insane.
Let's see if we can find Reagan Moreno, Dallas County.
She's my age.
She's 28 years old.
Interesting.
I'm guessing she's a pig.
I bet she looks like me.
Dallas. Reagan Moreno, public. Oh, yep. The first picture I'm seeing. Attorney Reagan Moreno. God damn, I'm good at this.
How do you do that?
Fuck, I'm good. Because I know people.
And that's the inmate. And so this is just furthering stereotypes.
I mean, I thought Moreno, I thought he'd be Latino.
I did too, actually.
He could be. That could be both.
He could be half.
Yeah.
Daddy was Latino.
Right, which is odd. But yeah, I knew that it was going to be a pig. Because they're desperate for attention and they're desperate for anyone to call them pretty.
Oh, like us right now with the goal.
Right, exactly. Like us with the goal is a fat white girl with a black guy. And if the black guy just goes, damn girl, you fine, you thick as fuck. She'd be like, oh, I'll let you fuck me in the ass. Yeah, for sure.
Why is that?
I'll even drive you around, give you gas money on my payday. I'll give you an allowance. Yo, baby, I need a new mic for my SoundCloud studio. Oh, yeah, sure.
Tax season's coming.
Yeah.
Sorry. Why is that the
She
stereotype,
looks,
though?
because it's true, because it works.
Like, do white men not like fat chicks?
No, we have standards. We don't want to bother with that shit. $2 from Nobody Loves Breathing says, I'm a fat. You can't even put the word fat in a super chat?
No, it's offensive.
God, YouTube. You guys are strict.
Thank you.
Strict as all shit. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that one. We are 170 away from today's goal.
Oh, no, you didn't show them? Poop is lube says
No,
maybe-
I put it up after that. Yeah, I put it up.
Oh.
She was up there. All right, boys, 170 away from today's goal. I got about 20 minutes before we got to start rattling the offering plate and trying to knock this out. We got 2 days left. This is our second to last goal.
We're sitting ducks.
That we've had this week. We can do this. Come on now. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, any way you can. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Quit waiting for one whale to do it. Everybody throw in $5. You're going to be good, and we can knock this thing out and do 30 minutes of overtime. We got 20 minutes left, and we're not in striking distance yet. So you could I don't want to interrupt stories with the begging, but I need to do what we need to
do this so that we can do this again tomorrow.
Yes. San Francisco. We got an update on San Francisco. While you guys are throwing in 5, 10, becoming members, becoming VIPs, whatever the fuck you're doing to knock this thing out today, San Francisco has set a drug overdose death record. Great job, guys. That's commitment. People are looking to get out of San Francisco one way or the other.
I was going to say, like, part of me sees the silver lining and kind of just hopes that it's a self-cleaning oven, but they don't all die fast enough.
Right, and they never run out of these people.
Where do they all come from? It does seem like there's way more than usual. Like, you can't tell me that they've all just fallen on hard times that quickly.
Well, you see, baby. Egg Picker says, you'll hit the goal, fuck MSO. Look, man,
I don't know about that.
We might hit it, but we're going to have to really debase ourselves begging-wise to hit it. 170, go, 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 go. Let's do this. See, there you go. Now it got angry, Dad. I'm just proving to Egg Picker, I'm not so sure as you are that we're going to knock this thing out. San Francisco hit another record high when it comes to drug overdoses in the Democratic City, with almost 85 deaths last month. And a month. 85 in 1 month, meaning
like
over 1,000 a year.
If that were to happen in like a city around here,
like Minneapolis, you got to pick one
even
that's
that though is going to be
big.
like alarming, isn't it?
That's unreal.
Yeah.
That you have 85. And by the way, those are 85 drug overdose deaths that they know of. Like how many people just, died of a drug overdose and, we haven't found them yet.
The rats have just eaten them.
The rats just ate their bodies.
How don't the rats die from eating them?
Yeah, right?
All the drugs.
You gotta actually, there's someone who actually goes around San Francisco now and swats the rats and goes, don't eat that, you'll get sick.
Say to the rats.
Yeah.
Stop eating dead people.
Stop eating those dead homeless people. You're gonna die of a fentanyl overdose. You out of your fucking mind? Jesus.
You're going to get the Black Plague.
If you eat one of his boogers, you're going to die. What are you doing? The city by the bay saw 84 deaths in August, with 66 of those involving fentanyl. You don't say. It tied January for the deadliest month since the city began tracking overdose deaths in the beginning of 2020.
If it tied January, how is it a new record?
Well, it's the new one. This year is on pace to exceed 2020's deaths, which hit a record high of 725. More than 560 users have died this year, and another 300 are expected to die by the end of the year.
How many homeless do we have, though? Because, at what point are they, going to die out?
It's crazy. It's so sad out here. It's like a zombie apocalypse, says Georgia Taylor, 21, who is homeless and abuses fentanyl. So we just talk to them and they just say, oh, yeah, I'm addicted to drugs. And by the way, I'm a victim who's homeless. No, you're not a victim.
So wait.
You're homeless because you're a fentanyl junkie.
You have a person admitting that they use and abuse fentanyl and they're not being arrested?
Yeah, they just go ahead and say, I'm doing fent.
I can't go stand out in the street with a camera and say, hey, I use and abuse fentanyl. Look at me. Woo.
You know what?
And not be arrested.
Yeah, but you haven't tried it. April, they want you to read this one. Nathan with $8 over on PayPal. Go ahead and read that.
What does that even... I'm a hog?
There you go.
Well, you have to understand, it's...
I'm a hog. Thank
I'm
you,
a
Nathan,
hog.
for the $8. All right, guys, 165 away from hitting this thing. Let's do it. Everybody follow Nathan. Throw a couple of bucks in. I promise it won't hurt. 165 away from killing this thing. Thank you very much, sir. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. That's all I can say. It is necessary in order to keep this thing on pace.
I'll read your chats.
So this Georgia Taylor says you can't help people who don't want help. She says as she's probably doing fentanyl.
She said that, yeah. She's like, no, I abuse fentanyl.
And then what? We're supposed to help you? We're supposed to let you. I love this. They get to do fentanyl, admit it, do it openly, shit on the street, pitch their tents, and then when we come to clean out the tents and try to get these people out of there, we're the bad guys. We're being mean. We don't understand.
Whether the laws whether the laws are good or not, what good are they if we're not enforcing them?
Right.
If you have people admitting they're using illegal drugs, they should be in jail.
So with this whole thing, everybody wants to clean this up, is made to believe that there's some kind of bad guy or they're terrible. Meanwhile, the people who are advocating for the homeless, quote unquote, they are saying that, no, we need to leave these people be and this and that. You're sentencing them to death. They're all dying. They're dropping dead from fentanyl overdoses.
Well, and then we got dead people in the streets stinking up the business.
Right. So those of us who want to clean this thing up, we're the bad guys. And the people who just want to leave it be, they're the good, noble, progressive ones. I'm sorry, but again, I will go conspiracy theory on you. This is a communist plot to demoralize the people, get them used to this as the new normal so they can take over and install a socialist government.
And
that's 100% what it is. We should fight back against it. We should be throwing it in jail. We should be prosecuting it. Anything we can do, because these people are dangerous.
And per usual, the government doesn't care about killing people to get a point across or to get their agenda accomplished.
The drug crisis has become so normalized in San Francisco that a man lay twitching on Mission Street for minutes before anyone would realize he's overdosing. Fellow drug addict Will Krecht, he's just in the street being a drug addict. It's wonderful. This goes back to the Fetterman shorts and t-shirt thing. This is what happens when you just lower standards.
Mm-hmm. This is normal now.
Who was about to take a hit of fentanyl. Literally everyone they're talking to in the story was either high on fentanyl, dead from fentanyl, or about to take a hit of fentanyl. Was the one who noticed, running over to the unconscious man and beginning CPR. Somebody help, bring some Narcan. Well, which one is it? Do you want somebody to help, or do you want us to bring Narcan?
Well, that is help.
Really?
Yeah, bringing Narcan is help.
A guy convulsing on fentanyl? I don't think that's the help. Narcan is the enabling.
It's the immediate help.
Somebody help or bring Narcan. If you help, you just leave them there and you let them go. That's helping. That'll make things better.
Oh, so, see now, okay.
If you bring Narcan, how is that helping? It's just countdown to the next time he fucking does it. That's all. See, now this is how we'll make some money today, is April reading the super chats. Can I say honky? He means like honk honk. With $10. April, can you say in a UW voice? I don't know what he means. Those look like tits.
I don't know. I can say oopsie whoopsie, I made a fucking...
April.
A fucky wucky.
We got to teach you how to read before you do these. All right, do it again. Give him the man his money worth.
Oopsie whoopsie, I made a fucky wucky.
There you go. 155 away from today's goal. You guys are almost in striking distance. Thank you very much. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Let's knock this thing out. Scarface with another $10 says San Francisco's OD death numbers are giving Chicago homicide numbers a run for their money. America. Actually, if they do 80 a month, they'll do way more fentanyl overdoses than Chicago will do murders.
Which would you rather have? Murders or overdoses?
Overdoses.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because at least then only the people doing the drug are harmed. You know, they're dying. They're dropping dead. If you have Chicago's gun problem, everybody's catching stray bullets.
That's true. A kid could get it.
145 away from today's goal. There you go. We're in striking distance. Keep her going. Thank you, Scarface. That's very cool.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. Optic Nerve says, let April read. I am.
Why do you need to hear from me so bad?
Veldrain says, you woo said as it looks. I don't know what it means.
I don't either.
April is Aaron's public defender. Friendo says, let's teach April how to read. Yeah, there you go.
Friendo hates me.
Teach April how to read. What? The guy wants to teach you how to read. You think he hates you?
Oh, no, he just hates me on a daily basis.
No, I think he's a wonderful guy. Someone did write in the chat on my opinion on the homeless deal. He says, and people wonder why, and Aaron wonders why some people think he has a right-wing show. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, you do sound remarkably Republican sometimes.
No, I don't sound Republican. I sound way more to the right than Republicans do. In defense of me, I'm being way more right-wing than Republicans. You're an extremist. Yeah, there you go. I mean, extremist. I mean, maybe. Who knows?
Of the white variety.
No, I'm not a white extreme. It's not my whiteness that makes me an extremist.
Your German heritage?
It's the it's just the fact that I can be an angry cuss from time to time.
I understand.
All right, looks like we're about 10 minutes away from rattling the cans. and 145 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep her going. Let's see this thing all the way through. All right, I just opened the last of today's stories.
Okay.
Guys, great news. We're heavy on news today.
I did notice that.
We're heavy on news. There wasn't as much funny stuff today. We had the lawyer story. We had the Portnoy thing. The Merrick Garland stuff was funny, but a lot of the funny stuff was coming from politics, unfortunately.
Yeah, you have to laugh at it, otherwise we all just die.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, when we're sitting here going, oh, we're a comedy show. Where should we go for comedy? And you're like, the halls of power. Like, oh, shit. That means they're all dumb. Sean says, donate to make April make farm animal noises.
I'm not doing that.
Well,
I do have some dignity, no offense.
I don't. I'll make farm animal noises.
Fine,
I don't want to
step in.
I don't want to get a real job. I'll make farm animal noises.
Before anyone has paid any money, I have said now I'm not making farm noises.
Mr. Approachable with $2. April, can we get can you do that?
Ha, yeah.
No, give it some fucking
What the
gusto.
fuck?
Come on.
Ha, yeah.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
I have no gravel.
That's how you do that.
We need to pour gravel in my throat, babe.
You woo is furry talk. Okay, well, I'm learning.
Why am I supposed to know what furry talk
I'm learning all kinds of stuff today. Thank you, boys and girls. All right, 10 minutes away. Do it. You know what to do. Don't look now, guys, but Joe Biden has now announced that he's starting the executive office of gun control.
Yay, more money spent on another group.
And I'm telling you right now that this the thing he's starting called the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, I'm sure if this thing hangs around 5, 10, 15, 20 years, I'm sure in no way is it going to be used to take anybody's guns away.
I don't think so.
They're just trying to prevent gun violence. That's all. It's gun. This is what I love it when government does this, Republican or Democrat, when they name something so wholesome that if you say you're against it, they're like, oh, really? You want to extend gun violence? Is that it? I'm like, no, I just don't trust you.
I saw there was some TMZ article about how Quavo has stormed the whatever office it was to talk about like no more gun violence on behalf of Takeoff, who was taken by a bowling alley.
Oh, of course. Yes, that was the problem, was gun control laws.
Yes, it was gun control laws, guys.
Of course.
Not enough illegal guns.
$5 from Atomic Ray says, for April to read.
I married into this goth family.
There you go. It's like Letterman doing the top 10 list with a guest person. Like number 10. All right, guys, 140 away from hitting. Thank you for the little rally there to get us within striking distance. A couple more minutes until we rattle the offering plate and try to get 30 minutes of overtime. Thank you very much to Mike's Tool and Nail. He says, all right, here you go, April. That's a quote.
My God, Mike, you are so hot for an old fat old guy. What is this?
There you go. It's put it in quotes.
So when they type quotes, it says QUOT.
One more time.
Okay. My God, Mike, you are so hot for a fat old guy.
There you go. Thank you for the $10, Mike. Appreciate that one. 135.
I don't like that it types
I'm
out
sorry.
quote.
130 away from today's goal, not 135. Is this guy trying to cheat us? 130 away from today's goal. Thank you.
There are people out there that keep track of your money for you.
Erica Transpatrick says, or like the Patriot Act. Yeah, anybody who tried to vote against the Patriot Act back in the day, even though it was the opposite of anything patriotic, it was just, we get to spy on you and read your emails and read your texts and everything else. They go, if you wanted to vote against it, they would go, oh, so you're against patriotism then.
Well, if you want to vote against giving billions of dollars to Zelensky today while he's in the U.S., asking for it, then you just want Russia to take over everyone.
Kill
everyone.
Yeah, you're a Putin apologist.
Yes.
If you,
Did
you know what?
He's here today.
You know what? Quite frankly, I don't give a poot. See, it's like a hoot. It's different. President Joe Biden will announce the Office of Gun Violence Prevention on Friday, and the new office will be coordinated with Mike Bloomberg gun control proponents and others. According to the Washington Post, the new office will report up through Stephanie Feldman. Take a stand right now. Different Feldman. The White House staff secretary and a longtime Biden policy aide who has worked on the firearms issue for years. Oh, good. I'm sure she hasn't advocated any kind of gun bans or anything else.
Yeah,
Sure, if we looked up Stephanie Feldman's position on firearms, I'm sure it's very pro Second Amendment.
Yeah, I'm sure she's pro like carrying or at least keeping your guns.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I'm sure she's just a real good person with America's constitutional rights in mind.
I think
so I'm against this, obviously. We don't need any more new offices. We don't need to grow the scope of government. We don't need to spend more money on a thing called the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I mean, how'd your war on drugs go? How'd your war on crime go? How'd your war on poverty go? Yeah, we don't need the government to create a new thing.
Well, you see, much like the drug stuff, I'm sure they'll just start planting guns all over the place in unsavory people's hands and causing problems, and then they'll be like, "Look, we can't have this."
Just locking down. Yeah. So good luck. I'm sure. Hopefully, it gets challenged in court that Joe Biden can't just do this. He can't just create an office that then gets to, dictate stuff on guns. And it really is becoming Democrats and Republicans both doing this thing where, like, if they can't get it passed, they try to just find a way to shoehorn it legally by just doing it without passing any. Like Trump tried to get the wall built with like defense funds.
Yeah.
And a judge is like, no, you have to pass that through Congress.
I'm just having a hard time with like the fact that we have to sit here and hope and cross our fingers that something that's clearly unconstitutional, gets, opposed.
A new bureaucracy. Yay, it's called the Gun Violence Prevention Bureau. If you're against it, boy, you must really want guns to kill people.
No, you must want more kids to die.
Wow, you
via
guys
gun violence.
You guys really are pieces of shit. More bad news for Ron DeSantis. He's now coming in fifth place in New Hampshire.
No way.
Yeah, the state of New Hampshire now, which is, I think, the second primary. So you got the Iowa caucuses and the New Hampshire primary. Those are the first two races in the Republican primaries. Because, I mean, when you want to know who the most popular candidate is, you go to Iowa and New Hampshire first.
I never understood that.
Yeah, you let them decide who's going to be your candidate.
I thought Iowa was just corn.
Those are the two states that I forget exist the most, are Iowa and New Hampshire, and one of them's right south of me. DeSantis, who was once considered a serious rival to Donald Trump, is currently in fifth place. Trump remains the clear favorite in New Hampshire at 39%. Vivek Ramaswamy is at 13%, Nikki Haley at 12%, Chris Christie at 11%, and DeSantis at 10% are battling it out for second. Now, if you're behind Chris Christie even by a half a point, you can't see the sun. So you're behind him.
No, I understand.
He's going to announce his running mate is Patrick Melton.
I was going to say Melton cosplays him sometimes.
Melton does a great Chris Christie tribute podcast. April, speaking of which, Nobody Loves Breathing with
fun.
$5. April, read that one. Please. Oh, no, April, please tell me I'm a good-looking 550-pound person.
Now do I call him Nobody Loves Breathing?
Yep, Nobody Loves Breathing.
Nobody Loves Breathing. You are such a sexy 550-pound person.
There you go. See, now you made that person feel better for the rest of the day.
So sexy.
Yes, we are now at, 125 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. So I think with DeSantis falling apart, it's just the whole country was maybe too big for him. Like when he was the cool Florida, when he was the cool Florida guy, letting everybody come party at his house when your parents wouldn't let you party at your house, but DeSantis went, hey, you guys can come over and party at my house. We all got shit-faced in Florida, and it was great. Mm-hmm. And then he's like, yeah, now I think I should be in charge of the neighborhood. And they're like, no.
You were good here.
Yeah, we really liked what you were doing when you were doing this, but no, we can't have you running things.
I liked you as my destination leader.
Yeah. You're like, it's like, you're our fun dad. You're not like the disciplined dad. You're the fun parent. Mm. Erica Transpatrick says Chris Christie is Melton's goal weight. That's
just mean.
Our goal right now is $125, which is exactly how many pounds Melton would need to get to hit his target goal of 400. So
he needs to lose my entire body mass. With clothes on, that's my weight.
He needs to lose your entire body mass just so he can be morbidly obese again.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what? I'm rooting for him.
That's aren't we all?
Just lose me and you'll be fine.
He's just better as a lol cow, You just can't have him die because then you can't laugh at him anymore and feel as good about it.
A dead cow isn't funny.
Yeah, dead cows are not funny. Man cow is not funny, but big cows, Hilarious. Some people are saying that MSO is going to win today. I don't know, man. We've been begging pretty hard, and we're at 125. We're going to play the music in about 2 minutes here.
Uh-oh.
So there is a chance we could knock this thing out. 125 away. We're within striking distance. We just need everybody to throw in a couple of bucks, and we'll knock this thing out, and we'll do an extra half hour for you, and then we won't wrap it up in about 8 minutes. This is the story we were talking about. They were asking Merrick Garland yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI lost track of the large number of paid undercover informants it had at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, according to a former bureau official, the New York Post reported.
So losing track of means they deleted the files of, right?
So, no, like literally didn't know where they were on January 6th. They lost them.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
okay.
You know how the FBI has been answering every politician's question about feds being at January 6th with, we don't know about that. We're not really sure. We don't think we had any assets in there. I can't recall, blah, blah, blah. And now they're going from that to just going, holy shit, we lost a bunch of informants on January 6th.
Pretty scary, you guys.
Right?
I don't...
That's good that they not only
know where they are.
Yeah, so maybe they weren't lying when they said, I don't know if we had any assets at January 6th. They were telling the truth.
Lead rat at the FBI he walks into the room with like all the computers and shit and everyone's working and stuff. And all right, guys, how's our little informants doing today? You know, what are they up to? And I don't know, sir. I lost them. T.
Jefferson says you got to take April to something she considers a treat for making her read all this tripe today there, Dad. Okie dokie, T. Jefferson. All right, let's do the ugly part.
No.
Let's do the ugly part.
Guys.
Let's knock this out. And we started at 220 today.
You let me down.
We started at 220. We're less than 100 into the goal. Let's get the rest of it there. You guys saved it for the end. Let's fire up the music. We'll let it run through twice. And we'll knock this thing out. Come on, boys and girls.
Could have had me say funny things.
Here we go. Oh, wrong. Oh, my God. We're not restarting the show. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God.
I'm almost done for the day.
Here we go. 120 away from hitting today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. The links are all pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Get in there. 125. Let's do it. And we start off with Dub. $10 says best wishes to Steel Toe.
I can read.
Oh, you're reading all of them.
I don't know.
Okay, go ahead. April, $10 from Dub.
Best wishes to Steel Toe.
115 away. We can do it. We're almost there. Everybody on Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, Super Chats, Venmo. April's reading them all today. She's officially...
Unless I don't like that one.
April's officially taken over the Super Chat reading business.
All they've been asking.
For today. Here we go. 115. Take this offering plate. Fill it up with the manna from heaven, if you will.
Union Jack says pray for a whale.
Yeah.
Elton, can you show up, please?
Everybody become a whale today. Everybody, just little minnows. Let's get a gathering of minnows.
I like a minnow.
To knock this thing out. We've had a successful week all week. We've got 6 minutes to knock this thing out.
Let me get some shiners in here.
Fill it up. Your favorite e-beggar program. The only way we say, look, if there were any other way than shameless begging to keep this thing on the air, I would be doing it, but I'm not. No pride, no dignity, begging you for your bucks to keep our program on the air. 115 away. Let's do it, boys and girls. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of it. Come on now.
Help us out.
Keep the dream alive. Aaron, it seems like it's been tougher the last couple months. No shit. Here we go. Nobody Loves Breathing says, I am a whale. That's true.
Wow.
Come on now.
You've been a nice whale today.
Rally it up. 115. We gotta get there, guys. Cannot miss.
No misses.
No misses.
Gotta make that shit up tomorrow.
In jeopardy. Yeah, we gotta make it up tomorrow or we don't do over. Yeah, there's no real... nowhere to run, nowhere to spread it to.
Yeah, can't go anywhere.
Whatever we come up short goes on to tomorrow. Coltrane says, I'd give more money than I already have this week, but the mod check bounced. We need to talk. Oh, no, that's not good.
And we still have his family.
Don't give MSO his win. 4.5 minutes to go. Greasy N-word, speaking of whales, with $30.
No.
All right, here you go. April, go ahead.
Is this permissible?
You have to read it.
Fuck. Dang, greasy N-word. That's a monster dong. It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
$90 away from today's goal. We're in double digits, guys. We can do this.
Oh my God.
90 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Venmo, Super Chats.
I don't feel well.
Get in there. 3 more of those and we've got this knocked out. Fill up the offering plate and allow this facade of a program to continue. What do you say?
Oh, this is
Come
terrible.
on now.
Come on, keep embarrassing me then.
All right, we got Ryan the Garbage Man with $3. That's not going to knock us down any, but he says, April, say, go ahead.
P is for panties, and that's good enough for me.
There he goes. He said do Cookie Monster
Oh,
voice.
see, I didn't read that far.
Go ahead.
I don't know how to do that voice.
All right, fair enough. We got to fire
I
up
said
the
the
music.
thing.
We got to fire it up one more time. Let's go, guys. $90 away.
I'm not a voice person. Just give me lines.
We have 3 minutes left. T. Jefferson says, damn, MSO dancing on the grave prematurely. It hasn't gone well today, money-wise.
No,
That's for sure.
It's been ugly.
It has not gone well. We started really low today. In fact, I woke up and I was like, we're going to be fine. We're at 220.
Right.
We're going to crush this. And it
Kick
has
was
not.
hard.
It's been a great week so far, but today has not gone well. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super e-begging. 3 minutes to go. Can we get in there? Did you just let yourself get cucked for $30? Dang, says you ain't getting my money.
Oh, like I really... I don't even know who that is.
You ain't getting my money. I'm going to let you in on a terrible little secret there.
The show?
It's a show, and it's funny, and it's a joke. I think you probably got to just chill out a little bit, buddy.
You need to laugh a little.
Taking things a little too seriously. Pump the brakes. Off we go. We've got Fuck You Dude with $20. Thank you very much. Camo Girl with 5 says for the Hulk music. That's going to get us down to 70.
Thank you.
Diane Poo with 20 says let's do this. That's going to bring us down to 50. All right. 50 away. So it looks like you're at the very least getting the overtime on credit deal here. 1.5 minutes left to knock out the last 50. Detroit Parking Authority says, sorry, no begging allowed. You're in violation of if you build it, they will come.
Oh.
Yeah, but if we just build it, they don't come. We're not that good. We're not that big of a show. So it doesn't work that way. So instead, we're in the more of the we go make it happen forcefully. $5 from Hobo Chili Recipe. April, read that one.
Fine. Here's some money. Why does Aaron's head look like a grape with teeth? Jesus, your mother was not trying when she was doing the pregnancy thing with you.
It's very hurtful. Maybe not untrue.
A grape with teeth.
A grape with teeth. Thank you. $45 away from hitting this thing.
Wow.
Off we go. We can do it. 45 away and a minute and a half. A minute left. 1 minute left. $45 away. Come on, boys and girls. You can do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships.
I will read your bullshit.
Tomorrow's going to be a tough one, I feel like. But thank you guys very much for almost getting us there so far. $45 left. How much time do we have? All right,
I don't know.
43 seconds left on the music.
Not much.
43 seconds to go.
That's a rush, guys.
$45 away. Yeah, Union Jack says more of a Danny Masterson approach on this show.
Right.
That's about it.
I never heard a no.
Here we go. Are we going to do it? We are going to have an extra half hour to do it, but are we going to do it in regulation?
You should just finish it now.
Oh, there's Matt Fields with a whopping $50. Call it.
Thank you.
That's it. They said we needed a whale. We got ourselves a whale.
We did find our
There
whale.
you go. Thank you, Moby Dick. Matt Fields. Appreciate that. And we've knocked it out. We're doing 30 seconds. That would be funny. We're doing 30 seconds of overtime today.
You just put that over there.
For you boys and girls. Oh, God. Sorry.
Well, once it's done, it feels
Jesus.
shameful.
Oh, yeah. It does feel like
Get it
we need
out of here.
Take a bit of a shame shower.
I
do.
do.
Definitely with some of that stress sweat, you think?
Yes, I will definitely need a shower today.
Matt Field says, I like to make you suffer. I'm a real American. Oh, so you were
Damn
just
straight.
making us suffer, you dirty bastard.
He knows.
He
knows how to play your game.
You're a good man. Detroit Parking Authority with $2 says, please subtract 100% of this $2 from the goal. I can subtract 70% of that $2.
Wow, you're
Detroit
almost getting
Parking
there,
Authority.
actually.
Yeah. So, thank you, but I love that you're the Detroit Parking Authority, by the way. $2 from 383 Novocaine. April, go ahead and read that one.
No. For $2.
For
Okay.
$2.
Spank my bottom to the boogie beat.
Bearded Trucker with $5 wants you to read that one.
Val's has the best burgers in town.
Oh, that
God, that you know what? Somehow that one hurt me the most.
All right, you guys are $10 into tomorrow's goal. Detroit Parking Authority now saying, "Oh, can I get my $2 back then?" Galford's dog. I said we're doing 30 seconds of overtime. Galford's dog says you're confusing overtime with fucking.
What am I going to do with the other 29 minutes and 30
yeah,
seconds?
Exactly. 30,
I paid for you.
30 minutes of fucking. Jesus, who needs all that?
Be raw by then.
It'd be funny.
Everything's inflamed.
You went to buy a prostitute and you go, went as if you're going to like the grocery store. You went out to buy a prostitute and you find one and she's like, all right, that'll be $100 an hour. Yeah, I'm more of a minute by minute kind of a guy. What do you got for me?
I sent you a meme, I think, on Instagram that said, okay, what are we doing for the other 28 minutes?
Yeah.
And it was like the hooker, like doing airplanes with the guy.
It'd be funny if we could just play Risk. It'd be a good time. That's what I want my hookers for. Just to play Risk with. You know? Be like, I'm a married man, but we need a third for our game of Risk. Hooker gets here and sees a couple and they're like, oh, this is going to be some freaky shit.
Let's
we hold out Game of Thrones Risk and we're like, we're so glad you're here. Nobody will play this with me.
Nobody won't play with
Yeah.
us. Risk it all with us.
Nobody wants to play Game of Thrones Risk.
Risking it all at the Imholt house.
Yeah. And you know how happy that hooker would be because she'd get paid in full and she wouldn't have to take any dick?
What if she likes the dick, though?
Yeah, but you got to be tired by
She
the
needs
end
a
of the day.
sprinkle of dick.
Okay, even if you like baking and you're a baker, at the end of the day, you're like, I don't want to see another fucking loaf of bread. You know?
Says loaf piggy.
Well, oh, by the way, I had
Your
to.
dad was a baker. This explains everything.
That's what it is. It's exactly what
It's
it
baked into your genes.
Yule Gibbons with $5 says, I think we should. Oh, sorry. Yule Gibbons with $5. April, go ahead.
I think we should give Yule his kids back today and send him his mod check.
Oh, well, I mean, look, negotiations are there for a reason.
He's got a point.
You guys are 15 into tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, Killer Beehive says Risk with 2 players sucks. It really does.
It does because you and I basically have to split up like
We play 3 teams
3 and
each.
3.
Yeah.
It gets to be a lot.
The Game of Thrones tabletop RPG is surprisingly solid, says Paul Polito. The Game of Thrones Risk is really good, actually.
Risk is pretty great.
It's a fun fucking game, but you always sound like a nerd if you ask people to play it with you.
When you have to take on 3 houses to yourself.
One of the kids is now getting old enough where we could probably get them into liking Risk. But would they like military strategy games?
I don't think they'll
Probably not.
understand the military strategy, and plus they've never seen the show.
In like 3 years, the 6-year-old is going to want to fucking play some Risk.
Thank you for finishing that instead of just
No, he's not going to fuck the game. No, that would be
wow.
horrendous.
Never say that in my presence again.
Terrible.
I never want to hear that again.
383 Novocaine says, hey, $2 could get you a visit at the Lincoln Center. Yeah, no shit, right?
Yuck.
Aaron's foreplay is unzipping his dress. All right, guys, we got lots of stories, but since
No, we don't.
We got lots of stories, and since you paid for them, I tell you what, if you got anything you want to request, we'll go over it during overtime here today. All right,
Let's just start playing Risk. Let's tilt the camera down.
Yeah, we'll tilt the camera. We'll go to the other camera, and then we'll just start playing Game of Thrones Risk. You guys will be so excited to watch that. Remember when we used to play
Pussies will be dripping.
Remember when we used to play Oregon Trail for overtime, and the first like 3 people who contributed were in the party?
In the wagon.
In the wagon, yeah. Mr. Approachable has a clip for us. Oh, boy.
Very interesting 4-hour phone calls.
We aren't clients, though.
We used to be.
I wasn't representing
I found you in
anything.
jail after you did that naughty thing to that lady.
That's true.
Public
girl.
defender, her attorney.
Of all the things you could clip today, I think.
Right. I mean, I felt like I was so much gayer than that
I was
today.
already looking away in shame because I'm like, it's going to be something really bad.
Yeah, like I mean, maybe I'm just impervious at this point to shame from these clips. Like they need to be really, really bad.
So now, though, I have learned today that if in the next 4 years I'd like to get rid of you desperately for some reason,
Yeah.
all I need to do is find out whoever that girl was and call her up And be like, dude, he kind of did something like that to me the other day, and I'm starting to really feel like he's got
Oh,
a problem.
no.
Like he's a serial rapist or something.
Don't do that. Hobo Chili says,
her.
Hobo Chili says, can we talk about the guy that found the stealth bomber? We played that guy last night. We actually have, Victor sent me the drop.
That's going to be the most obnoxious drop of all time.
Oh, no, it's going to be the best drop ever. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go find it. Oh, by the way, playing that Canelo thing yesterday got us popped.
That does not surprise me.
So I think last night's show
Hey.
is blocked, actually.
I do have a gripe with you.
Ooh, I don't want to be griped at.
You skipped all your reads again today, and I am just about bursting.
Well, I tell you what, at the end of the show, we'll do all the reads.
Oh, that sounds worth it. That sounds worth getting.
All right,
out.
fine. Go. Midland Armory in downtown Litchfield. Downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, get all your firearms, accoutrement, and everything else at Midland Armory. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order, and you'll get yourself a nice little discount off your order. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. That's where you go to get your Steel Toe coffee and April's Magic Bean. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, the car won't go, you need somebody to be there quick, that's All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And go to Stoney's tonight for Bike Night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our friends at Stoney's have the best Bloody Marys you're going to find. TVs for all the games. Live music on the Fireball stage on the weekends. The great patio outdoors with Stoney's Garage, the attached bar. It's a fun hang, man. Go to Stoney's. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Okie dokie. We have, here's the clip we got from Victor of the jet guy.
I said, what in the world is this?
How is that guy not the best? I think when we hit the goal, we should play that.
I said, what in the world is this?
There you go. We've got Mr. Approachable says, wow, I think that speaks to what kind of audience you have when you're desensitized to being framed for grapes, right? It's a disgusting, disgusting audience. I can tell you that much. I got a deal for you guys. I'm not going to worry about knocking out the goal tomorrow. I'll spread it between... we're not doing a members only. We're going to have to do a members only show Saturday night. Saturday night, I don't think April and I have any pressing plans. We can spare an hour at some point Saturday and do the members only show. We'll take an hour. We'll spread the goal between those two shows. That works. Oh, I have an idea. After the Vikings game, all four of us come down here and we do a stream. That could be kind of silly. Maybe just on Rumble, though. I don't know. April doesn't like the idea. We're going to sneak in a members-only show on Saturday, though. If it's just me, it's just me. If April wants to do it, she can, too. But if we miss tomorrow, you guys have been awesome this week. If we miss tomorrow, maybe we'll knock it out on Saturday, or maybe we'll just knock it out tomorrow and we don't have to worry.
Yeah, are you already planning on missing it?
Well, times are tough for people. The FBI lost track of the large number. We almost got to this before the beg session. The FBI lost track of the large number of paid undercover informants it had at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, according to a former bureau official, the New York Post report. Oh, are they going to be mad about this?
Uh-oh.
All these whistleblowers coming out. It does make me happy to see all these guys quitting and then spilling the beans, if you will.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that these guys, they get done and they're like, I didn't like Trump. But I also didn't get into the FBI to be this fucking dirty.
Right, I can't shower it off.
Yeah, anymore. I knew there was going to be dirt when I started working at the Federal Bureau of Investigations, but I didn't think it was going to be like framing my own countrymen for treason dirty. Like, that's too much. So they quit. The FBI and CIA are one of those jobs where I can understand you waiting till you quit to talk shit.
Well, yeah, because they'll, you might not show up for work the next day.
You might be absent. You might be tardy.
He's sick.
Former assistant director in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, Stephen D'Antonio, recently testified to the House Judiciary Committee that the agency had to put out a poll to determine how many confidential human sources were at the Capitol protest. They lost.
Are you kidding me?
They lost them. So not only did they have people in the crowds inciting on January 6th, but they had so many of them that they lost them and had to try to find them.
I just...
And remember, all this after they said, we don't know anything about that.
Oh, well, it turns out we did know something about it. It's just we didn't know where they were. So
Right.
technically, I don't know.
I mean, when I say I didn't know about any inside sources at the January 6th, I mean, I wasn't lying. I really didn't know where the fuck they were.
Right, I didn't know where my inside sources
Even,
were.
like, our government is so embarrassing. We've said this before. Even when they try to do dirty shit, they fuck it up. It's like, even when you're trying... It's like when, to go back to Game of Thrones, it's like when Theon goes to cut off the armorer's head. I can't remember. I feel bad that I forgot his name. I keep wanting to call him
armorer.
Cassell. Roderick Cassell.
Sir Roderick.
Yeah, when Theon goes to cut off Sir Roderick Cassell's head, and he doesn't get through his neck on the first like three or four.
I can't watch that anymore.
Like he does 4 or 5 swipes, and then finally he just takes his foot like it's a piece of wood and just stomps it off. And it's just like I feel like that's our government when they decide to fuck with us as the people. It's like, could you just make a clean cut?
It would be nice. Sharpen your blades, please.
Yeah, and then they just hack into our neck and we're like, motherfuck, ow, shit, cunt, cock, owie. And then when we investigate our beheading later, we go, did you take that sword and take one swipe and cut their head off? And they're like, no. And then we find out they did, and they're like, oh, no. We didn't lie to you. You asked if we took one swipe and cut the American people's head off. No, it was messy. It took like 6 or 7 times because we fucked it up so bad.
Swing fast and true, Lord Snow.
So when it comes to, the FBI, on January 6th, they're like, hey, we're going to frame a bunch of MAGA people for storming the Capitol, and we're going to have a bunch of people in there inciting. And then even then, they're like, hey, one problem with the plan. I lost all the people that are supposed to be inciting. I can't find them.
They're at the local Applebee's.
Yeah. They're all with Enrique Tarrio, ironically.
Oh, wow.
And other FBI assets. We recently learned from a former FBI official that there was internal ambiguity about how many FBI CHSs were, I believe that's confidential human sources, were present at the Capitol on January 6th. So much so that the FBI had to put out a poll to determine the exact number of FBI resources present that day, the committee told Christopher Wray.
But
we also learned that at least one FBI CHS was in communication with his handler that day as events unfolded.
Can you imagine? Boy, you talk about the word cuck. I don't think that's really like the way you use it. Like, can you imagine being an informant for the FBI and having a handler?
Right.
Is there anything more cucky than that?
Well, it means you got in
for
trouble.
Your country?
It means you got in trouble for something.
That's disgusting.
And you got to check in with that guy. And he's in conversation with his handler, which means the handler is like, do this, do that, do this. I mean, how much, I wouldn't be surprised if that was Ray Epps. Like, do this, do that, say this,
That was
say
probably that guy, yeah.
He literally led the first breach into the Capitol, and they gave him a misdemeanor for disorderly conduct.
You know, and I'm sure there's recordings of those conversations with his handler somewhere, and it'll come out someday.
He noted that
Nothing
his
will
field
happen.
was aware that some of its informants would be at the event, but was unaware that human sources from other field offices would also be attending. So they didn't even talk to each other about who else was coming.
Can we at least have our bullshit organized?
Right. If you guys are going to fuck us, could you at least find the hole on the first thrust? This whole pushing your boner into my butt cheek is getting old.
Or in your taint.
Yeah. You're hitting me right in the taint? Knock it off.
Oh, shit. Just that. Oh.
I've been preparing my butthole for weeks for this. I'm ready.
And
Just
your
get it
taint
done.
is taking a bruising right now?
Yeah.
Yee.
BYB podcast says the Merrick Garland testimony was similarly pathetic. Yeah, we watched some clips of that this morning on the show. It was bad. It was bad. Ewell Gibbons with $5. April, go ahead.
All right. Ewell Gibbons is one of, if not the coolest and most attractive people on the internet.
I didn't know you felt that way.
I really do. I have been meaning to tell you.
I had no idea you felt that way about Ewell Gibbons, the guy in the Grape Nuts commercials.
He's really cute.
The FBI official claimed that a CHS with the Kansas City field office had attended the protest and been in contact with his handler. The CHS allegedly told his handler while they were in the crowd, I think, saying that they were going in. They were trying to stop some of the action happening, and they left or whatnot.
Well, this seems legit.
It sounds like nobody knew what the fuck anyone was doing. We think he went into the crowd or something, and he was trying to stop some stuff, and then
You sound like you're trying to like.
they left or whatnot.
They sound like they're observing a herd of buffalo, but they can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
You know.
This is literally the FBI getting caught using informants and going, I was checking the specs on the end line for the rotary girder. I'm retarded. Now, according to former FBI officials, the
Retards.
Bureau's audit revealed that a handful of informants had attended the rally.
Oh, just.
Well, that was just their office. Remember, there's multiple offices now, so they can lie.
Oh, sure.
If you have multiple offices doing it, that's plausible deniability. So you can say, oh, we only use like 4. So the FBI only used 4? Oh, I didn't say that.
Yeah, we have many offices here in the FBI.
I said our
and
DC office used 4.
I do believe that our office used 4 and probably every other office, and there's like 400 offices. So.
Motherfucker, we were busting these in, so I don't.
It's actually everybody at the Capitol building, Chrissy Mayer included, was an FBI
Right.
informant.
Chrissy's a Fed.
Chrissy?
No.
How dare you?
By the way, people picking up their tickets this morning. I saw a bunch more tickets go out the door to Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart, Nick Rekieta, myself, and others going on stage Saturday, October 21st at Partners Pub in Sartell. There's the tickets in the chat. Click that link to Eventbrite. Come out and see Chrissy. BYB podcast with 199. April, go ahead.
Yul Gibbons is a type of monkey.
Hashtag roasted, he says.
Roasted.
Yes. There's that.
I'm sorry, Yul.
The committee noted that the revelations were extremely concerning and put in question the FBI's use of human sources and their credibility as informants. The Bureau spends $42 million per year in payments to its confidential human sources.
Can you fucking stop?
$42 million. That's really something.
That's what they've all sold their soul for.
Yeah. Hobo chili recipe with $2 says...
Can I even say this? Can you pre-read it and just tell me if I can say it? I'll say it if I can.
Yes, you can. I'm giving you the okay.
I can say the full thing.
Yeah, I'm allowing you to say it.
All right. Wow, that Negro sounds like sickle cell anemia trying to become a real boy.
I said, what in the world is this?
There you go, buddy.
I wasn't ready for that.
You guys are $25 into tomorrow, by the way. Thank you very much for your generosity.
He said April was raised by feral cats.
That's not, that's
not nice.
Sometimes. I'm sure when your parents left, you seem like a kind of community, kind of world you grew up in where if your parents were both at work, they would say, oh, the animals are babysitting the kids. And like you'd be babysitting.
It was supposed to be the other way around.
Horses, goats, chickens, things like that.
She found me knocked out in the corner of a barn stall from being kicked.
Oh, I thought it was from being fucked by one of the horses. She lost a lot of blood.
I'm going to sue you for fucking
defamation,
libelous statements here. Defaming me.
Yes. Well,
I
got to send me a cease and desist first.
I have never, ever said that I was fucked by a horse.
No, nobody would. Who would? Even people who have been fucked by a horse have never said they were fucked by a horse. That'd be that'd be horrifying to admit. Nobody should admit.
Why are you bouncing so hard?
Nobody should admit they were fucked by a horse. It's because I'm running out of stories.
Oh. Why did you sprint today?
I'm getting nervous.
I can tell.
The Justice Department Inspector General also identified critical problems in the FBI's CHS program. No shit, really. Including the FBI's failure to fully vet human sources and the FBI's willingness to ignore red flags that would call into question an informant's reliability.
Wow, we didn't even make sure our rats were reliable.
Unfortunately, none of this surprises anybody.
I know. It's just...
The FBI went, oh, what are you, a bag of shit that, is R-worded to 18 women? We really need you at the Capitol on January 6th. You got to make Trump look like a dick. We'll give you $20.
Don't talk about Ray Epps that way.
I'm sorry, Ray Epps. That's not what I meant. The Optic Nerve says, I also introduced Steel Toe to the Northern Boys. Did you really? If that was you, then thank you, sir.
Oh, wait.
What?
I was so excited because I thought he meant that he reached out to the Northern Boys and showed them us. And realizing that it was the other way around has now broken my heart.
Oh, really? So
I don't feel good.
Oh. April sharing farm pictures, I hear, just hearsay. says Atomic Ray. Yeah, the horses, the goats, who knows what went on.
I have many photos with horses.
Nobody really knows what April did on that farm, and I don't think she's ever going to tell us. She'll take those to the grave with her.
I will. Some things are not worth sharing.
T. Jefferson says, and by extension, taught a lot of us about them, and that is a definite positive. Yeah, the Northern boys are fantastic. I did get D. Gulag, I think it was, sent me a message yesterday, says you got to have an outro for the show.
BYB podcast says, yes, just keep those secrets. Some secrets are worth keeping.
SH says, my dad got a St. Bernard for his second Christmas. It watched over him when my grandma would put him in the yard so she could clean the house. Good dog.
Oh.
Sean says, have you and April ever skinny dipped in a pond, Aaron? Like together? A pond? Ooh.
No, but can I tell you something?
Go ahead.
You
You grew up in a small town. I'm sure you guys went skinny dipping at midnight, you retards. Go ahead.
You're a piece of shit. That is not the story I was going to bring up.
No, but did it happen? Thank you. I rest my case.
No.
Your Honor, state's witness.
Our friends have a pool in their backyard, and on occasion, they go to bed before we do if we spend the night there. And I've sometimes thought about, being like, hey, we should go swimming.
Until his neighbor comes out in clear view of the pool.
They're old. They've only got one neighbor that can see the pool, and they're old.
All right,
what are they going to do, tattle?
I'll jump in wiener first.
That would hurt. That mean you're doing a belly flop.
I'm going to try to do a belly flop where I land on my cock.
Yes, let's disable your penis so
Yes.
it's never used again.
BYB podcast says, between this story and the Gretchen Whitmer story, what are we supposed to believe now? The government hates us. I mean, yes.
That's true.
The government's trying to frame people into kidnapping a governor. And by the way, all those people have now been acquitted. They're putting so many informants on the ground on January 6th, they can't even keep track of them. They really do just hate our fucking guts. And if we don't comply, they will try to make us comply. What did Michael Malice say? They want you dead, but they'll settle for your surrender. That's
guess,
about it.
Yeah.
We really are in the middle of a coup. Like, it's been going on for years. There is a coup in this country where our intelligence services have won. They've taken over the throne, and they're running the country. And if you want anything stopped, it kind of really took off with Trump getting elected and then went into the stratosphere with COVID, where they were like, look, we're not losing the country to these fucking mongrels. So do something and trick people and destroy people's lives and their livelihood and everything else, and let's fucking get this thing taken care of.
Dude, if we're still kicking in 50 years, this is going to be the ugliest country. Isn't it? It's all going to be it's all lies.
Right.
It's all the wrong people in charge.
Yeah, it's the FBI. The CIA is even fucking with us, and they're not even supposed to be operating on American soil. And they're doing deep dives into people and fucking with people and stuff. Right. Oh, is it awful? All right, let's go to a moment of levity. April, Joe Biden was meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel.
Oh, that's fun and
yesterday.
Wholesome, isn't
yeah.
it?
Well, speaking of, the OG of begging Americans for money.
Nah, we just do it out of the kindness of our hearts.
That's true.
We just love them Israelis.
So he was meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. And April, what religion is Benjamin Netanyahu?
Jewish?
He's Jewish.
What kind of a question is that?
Well, I
feel like you're tricking me.
It speaks to what I'm about to show everybody. Yes, Benjamin
God.
Benjamin Netanyahu is Jewish.
If Biden sits there and says Allahu Akbar, I'm going to kill him.
Okay, you know what? That would actually be funny. That one, I would be like, okay, I'm kind of digging Joe Biden in that moment. That's kind of funny. No.
What else could happen?
No, this is more, this isn't like Joe Biden's hilarious, haha. This is more doddering old fuck, doesn't understand where he is and doesn't understand that the other person, what they're into, shall we say.
No.
By the way, he keeps getting more and more haggard looking.
He does. He doesn't look well.
It's just so bad. Here it is. Joe Biden with Jew Benjamin Netanyahu. Keep the Jewish part in mind. I always
Netanyahu.
Netanyahu.
10 years.
Where did you come from? What did you do? Where did you come from? Netanyahu. Sorry.
Stop it.
All right.
Stop it.
Joe Biden talking to the head of Jews.
So we're talking about normalization with Saudi Arabia, and I think we look at each other like, who's been drinking what? But we're
good Irish whiskey.
Good Irish whiskey. That's the reason why I've never had a drink. At any rate, So welcome, Bibi, and hope we can get some things settled today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe, we've been...
He doesn't take him seriously at all. Like, they all look at him like, you know when the Pope is like, you know when Pope John Paul II was so old that he could barely talk?
Yeah.
And people would meet him and they'd shake his hand like he was an old person. Like, how are you doing today?
How are you feeling?
Like, they knew they weren't actually talking to the guy in charge when they talked to Pope John Paul II.
Look at who's behind him.
Right. Joe Biden's the same way. Benjamin Netanyahu's like, do I have to talk to him back? Like, seriously? Like, I'm actually, like, I'm supposed to pretend I'm talking to the guy in charge?
He could literally stand up right now and take a shit in Biden's lap and then pull his pants back up and sit back down. And Biden would still sit there and just,
in fairness,
hopefully we can get some stuff done today.
In fairness, you could do that to every president if you're Israeli. So there is
Touche.
that.
I surrender.
Welcome, Bibi, and hope we can get some...
Now just watch. He hasn't done it yet.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe, we've been friends for, I've checked it, over 40 years. And our friendship goes a long way. And
What a fucking retard.
He just made the sign of the cross in front of the Jewish prime minister. If you're a Christian, every time you make the sign of the cross, you should be thinking, God, I can't believe the Jews did that to Jesus. And he does it. And if you're a Jew, you look at the sign of the cross and you're like, that fucking rebel scum, I hate that piece of shit. So Joe Biden in front of the Israeli prime minister, and look, guys, I'm not Fox News. I don't think this is like, a blunder of Joe Biden, and let's get him.
I don't think Netanyahu, I don't think he saw him do it.
No.
His head was down.
It's just funny that our president is such an out of it dipshit that he's like, Jewish prime minister? Jesus.
How about the fact that this is such a joke of an administration, and I just sat here and said, what a fucking retard. To your president, that would have been unheard of at one point. And I don't feel good about it. I don't want this case.
And him speaking, like every time he talks, you're just like, I look at Benjamin Netanyahu and I always just, or any world leader, and I go, what are they thinking right now?
What a doddering old fool.
Yeah. Are they thinking like, Jesus
How can I milk this guy for more money?
Yeah, how can I get more? The coffers are open. They're $33 trillion in debt.
How deep are those?
They're about to have a government shutdown. Why don't we, why don't we see if we can squeeze a little bit more out of them? Carlos said, that's end stage 05 John Paul II, who couldn't even stand. Biden isn't there yet. Give him a week.
I prefer Sean Paul.
I do too. That'd be great. I'd love to have Pope Sean Paul I. Well, I'm on the way the time goes. I want to be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature to shelter you from the storm. Hold on. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
You are so red.
That's my Sean Paul. Sean Paul. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. I like the idea of Pope Sean Paul I.
You're welcome.
Hey, Wagwan, when it come to the Catholic Church getting rid of the kid raping, I say, get busy. You got to stop fucking all those kids, and you got to stop right now. Get busy. Got to prosecute the dirty priest. Get him to stop fucking sheets. Get busy.
I wish you were more on tempo, but
He would incorporate his songs into the sermons.
Oh.
Mr. Approachable says, making the sign of the cross to a Jewish guy, it would have been less offensive than just giving the middle finger.
I know. And, probably because he's old, he's like, oh, thank Christ I've gotten to be friends with this guy for like 40 years, But they probably should have kept that up here.
Friendo says, I demand my dono back for that. No. Pope Sean Paul is funny. I'm sorry. You're not getting a refund for that.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Yeah, Pope Sean Paul I rules.
You just carried it out.
I was the Himmler of the whole. No.
I was Hitler with the big idea.
Yeah, no, Himmler had the big idea.
Oh, I'm Himmler now.
Technically, Hitler was just following orders.
Really? Because everyone put the blame on Hitler.
Well, Himmler came up with the final solution. Hitler wanted to take all the Jews' property away, put them in camps, stuff like that.
So Hitler wasn't the bad guy.
Himmler, well, still the bad guy. I'm not trying to lose YouTube before we get our strike taken away.
He wasn't the baddest guy. How about that? He's a bad guy, but there was worse.
Can't even go that far.
Really?
Yeah. He kind of put the whole thing in motion,
Okay. They were both bad.
Detroit Parking Authority says, I just spoke to Joey. He wasn't doing the cross. He was shooing a fly. Oh, well then, shoo fly, don't bother me. All right, guys, I'm out of here. April's out of here. We're going to leave on that note. They always say, end strong. And that's what I wanted to do.
I'm going to shower.
Thank you for
after
letting me
this.
beg your ear off, and you guys coming up 25 heavier than what we needed. We'll put that to tomorrow. Hope we knock it out. We're 325 away from a successful week.
Sweet.
Thanks, everybody. April, thank you very much.
Thanks.
To the rest of you, I say, people want an outro. Here's your outro for today.